Hello everybody, welcome to day 8 of OniFox's Advent Game Challenge. Boy, we're already at day 8. What is that? I have like 16 days left to finish this game. This is getting tight. But I'm determined. I'm determined to get it going. Worst case scenario, I'll just have to cut some stuff. But how y'all doing? Welcome back to the stream. For this day, we'll be deciding a character change. This is for the main character and the side character. This is one that could potentially be not so bad, or be absolutely horrible for me. Starting with this stream, I'll start having what I'm calling in-flight movies, because trying to find a like music all the time is starting to get annoying. So I decided, hey, I'm just gonna have a video in the corner that we can watch, and there's gonna be like stuff that I haven't seen yet because I've been too busy with this, or just old classics that I've seen before. But with all that said, let's get the wheel ready. I'm going to pop it open, not look at it beforehand, yeah, you guys know the drill by now. Hello, Curio. Copy wheel, and I'm gonna close that one real quick. We want to display here. Okay. Okay. The first change we have to make with the two characters is they have magic friendship bracelets by Ruby. Oh boy! Well, that's how we can shoehorn in magic attacks into the game. Sidekick steals a joke from the main character. This causes a fight between them by TK. Oh god. Okay, how do I make that work?
Monty Python.
The Monty Python thing, yeah.
Yeah. Also, hi.
Hello.
I'm watching.
They start to get feelings for each other by Trifle. If that one gets chosen, I'm changing the raccoon's character design to be anthropomorphic. Are secretly non-identical twins by Serbet. Okay. Sure. The main character is capable of upgrading the sidekick by Adeline. Okay, that's a unique one. That would force me to have the sidekick with me. That's not really a character change with. That's not really a character change. Whatever.
I thought the one with they starting to get feelings for each other. What if the raccoon is like, you know, in Princess and the Frog? Like,
yeah, that is true.
So maybe like the raccoon is also a human or a vampire, and
That is a good
can
point.
transform into a raccoon. So you don't have to do much work.
True. Curio says they must be in love.
Oh.
Okay.
Same brain.
Moto wants us to just give one of them a cute ribbon, not both of them, so only one gets one. Main character gets mind controlled. Sidekick gets into NFTs by Lesbiandrea. God fucking damn it. I mean,
it has to be the raccoon. If NFTs get chosen, I feel like
yeah, that's. I mean,
it's such a raccoon.
I mean, it does say the sidekick gets into NFTs.
Oh, I didn't see it.
By the way, fuck NFTs.
Yes.
Main character gets captured. Sidekick must leave their home. Lascoit. Oh my god.
Like something else.
No, I'll make it what it is, but make it so that everybody, much like everybody else, be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? This is the dumbest thing ever." Okay. The main character has a skateboard. The sidekick is a magical girl, says Ruby. Okay, so we had to make the raccoon female. That's not hard. It's a raccoon, but turn her into a magical girl. Gotcha. Blazeby and the cat says they both swap brains. That's going to be.
That's some Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah, that's some Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
The main character becomes an atheist. Vampire? Okay, sure. The sidekick turns green.
It's weird to assume. Not weird, but. Does that mean that the vampire has a religion? Vampire religion?
I mean, yeah, like, but then there's like, no, I don't believe in this.
They believe in drinks.
True.
Sure.
Main character and sidekick gets abducted by aliens. Not Lesbian Andrea. Lesbian Andrea, get it. Main character cannot find their best friend slash sidekick for a while by Bombastic. Okay, so the best friend disappears for a bit. They become self-aware and rebel against the game. God fucking damn it.
That would be fun.
Oh god. Imagine like there's a mechanic that's like, oh, the main character realizes they're in a game and suddenly start moving by themselves. Oh god. These are, I don't know which one of these I would rather get, honestly. These are I guess the cute ribbon. The falling in love ones aren't that bad. Secretly non-identical twins is not bad either. Like you said, it could be like the Princess and the Frog.
Yeah.
For
the raccoon looks like that dude you're based on.
Yeah, it just is Graham from.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't use Graham, but yeah.
You don't have to like model. You can just have a picture. So you don't have to do much work.
True. Let's see what we get. Spinning in 3, 2, 1, go!
Spinning!
Survey says... The sidekick steals a joke from the main character. This causes a fight between them.
Are you gonna do the Monty Python one?
No, I'll probably do something else. But how the hell do I make this work?
Maybe it's either in the beginning. I mean, you don't have to have a fight between them. Maybe it's just a cutscene.
I don't know, like
A fun cutscene.
Yeah. I'm thinking it'll probably be a cutscene.
Not like a boss fight. That would be overreaction.
I mean, I could do that, like a secret fight in the game. But that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Okay, we have two options. Obviously, at some point in the game when you talk with the sidekick, you're able to tell them a joke. You tell that joke, however stupid it is, and that will trigger either the cutscene or the hidden boss.
Maybe it's like a pun.
Yeah, it could be like a pun or something. I'll put this. I mean, this makes me not need to do much changes on the character design. That's a good thing. Let's do that. We copy that. That is a long title.
Well, maybe you can
Hold on, let me see.
Sidekick steals a yoke. That's the title.
Unless I can do that. There we go.
Yeah,
that works.
Yay! Maybe it's a hidden joke cutscene. Yeah.
Yeah. And it didn't save my copy paste. There we go.
Think about the most like dry pun. And the other one is like trying to steal it when it's so bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think of something. I guess we'll take the time here just to think of what the joke could be.
Or take a like a generator for dad jokes. I think they have like puns.
I don't want to do a dad joke though. I mean, yeah, okay, they are puns, right? Where's this one under? Okay, I don't care. In fact, you already was supposed to be a different
Can
line.
you write on Google a pun about raccoons? Or like a pun about bats? 200 hilarious puns.
Yeah, let's go with 65.
Okay. This has nothing to do with raccoons.
Yeah, no, fuck this one.
Wait, take the Reddit one.
No.
Okay. Why did the raccoon break up with his girlfriend? He was too clingy. That was... Oh, these are very bad, like...
Yeah.
I adopted a raccoon yesterday. He's my new trap buddy. My god.
Trash your size.
Some of the jokes is like... What?
Yeah, no, they all like generally suck. Like they're not funny bad. They're just bad.
Wait.
What?
Up. Why did the raccoon sit in front of the mirror? To check out his paws and reflection. I thought something about the reflection could like be for the vampire, but I don't know.
Nah, no.
Imagine wanting to steal any of these jokes. Yeah, can you imagine? And we're
Yeah.
doing it
Oh,
right now.
oh, sorry. Now we get to the lame ones.
Okay. I mean, I think it's funny to have a not so fun joke because it's ridiculous fighting over a very bad joke.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
That's like my take on it. Or you can think of something while you like, or.
The problem is if I when I work on stuff, I'm going to not be in the mindset of making a joke. So I'm gonna have to write the joke now, or I'm not gonna come up with anything.
Maybe a knock joke. What would you want?
I don't know. Like.
Is this hard?
Yes, it very much is.
Okay, but maybe in one cutscene, one of them says the right in the middle of conversation, and in another cutscene, the other sidekick says the same joke. Then the fight breaks down. I don't know. How would you imagine?
What I'm imagining was probably gonna be the easiest to code is because the raccoon will be a character you can talk to, and I'll probably make him have like good advice and such for the main character, but I'm thinking like they will at some point just ask You got any good jokes, and you can say like yes or no to that. If you say yes, then the main character draws like a terrible joke. Or draws the joke that's gonna be stolen, and then at some point.
And then one of them is saying, "Hey, that's my joke," and then a fight breaks.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like after that, if you come back to the town, like you leave the dungeon for some reason and go back to town, then a special cutscene plays where you hear the joke being said.
Does one of them have an accent?
No, that's just a way to like combine words.
Oh.
You know.
Okay. Oh, what is about the wearing hats? They're perfect. No, that's not. I was just. They have unlimited. No, that they live in a trash can. Because it's like a bucket on his head.
I was thinking like something with like how because the best friend is wearing a hat. I was thinking like if we could get something from that angle. I was thinking they have
They know how. Oh, they know how to be. Entertaining stream. Maybe. Ah, that's a nice one. So it's the main character saying this,
yeah.
and later on, why would they be pissed off by the raccoon saying it?
Guess they stole their joke. I can't make sense of this.
That's true. You know what?
Like
It makes sense.
like it's never going to make sense.
On point. Ain't that trashy? Oh, that was a good one.
You know what to say about raccoons wearing hats? Me neither, but their fashion ain't that trashy.
That was
But their fashion
actually-
ain't trash. To make it just flow better.
I mean,
That's also true, Curio. Like,
But
if you
maybe
100% do everything, like it could just be like,
this could be like plan B joke for now, until you have the context, as Curio said.
yeah, because
So-
like it could be funny if the joke, if like I make part of 100% being talk, say every line of dialogue with the best friend, and
they say this in the beginning when they compliment on their new hat, right?
I have, you know what? Yes, I have a. And to add to that, to combine with what I have with them saying like you got any good jokes about raccoons, and you can say yes or no. If you say yes and then you 100% the game, you get the silly extra ending. If you say no, we get 100%, you don't get the silly extra ending.
Oh, okay.
So it's part of 100% to say yes.
Yeah.
That'll be funny.
I think this is a cute joke also, because it's a compliment. Like, they're complimenting on their friend's hat.
Yeah.
So,
I'm in my head. I'm imagining the raccoon trying, like, using the joke to like impress impress a date, and then it may be like the main character hears that, and the date goes like, oh, where'd you hear that one? It's like, oh, just thought of it myself, and then the main character just goes, how dare you?
it was I who said it. You took credit.
That joke was made by me. Okay. Is still playing music?
I'm just imagining the raccoon on a like dining with the date, and the best friend just pops off. No, okay, not that dramatic. Okay,
All right. Well, we got that done.
you're gonna write down that idea you got, so you don't forget it.
I think I'll remember it with when I see the prompt, because most of my ideas are here in the head. I don't because like I wrote down here that I was gonna have astral projection, but I don't go back to read this document. I just remember this on the top of my head.
Okay.
So, you know what they say about raccoons wearing hats? Me neither, but they ain't fat. But their fashion ain't trash.
Yeah, I like that
Yeah,
one.
I don't. The one thing I was like, do I want to go through and have like recorded dialogue? But that's just gotta be way too much work. I might
You
ask.
don't have to voiceover. Like a
No.
lot of indie games have just music and you can see text.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like the most I'll probably do is just ask someone to make like herb
like
sounds for the main character. But that's it.
Like they do in Zelda.
Yeah,
Like, very simple.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do some things, but I wish you good luck.
Thank you, and you have a good one. So, the other stuff that's on the agenda today is we're gonna make the astral projection transformation. By the way, last time we got this done, which looks perfect, and we got this done, which did not load all the shaders. Give it a moment. Okay, let's try that again. Just like you can't walk through this wall normally, but if you turn to mist, you can. And we also did it so that if you get hurt while in bat form, you get knocked over. But I gotta make it so that that slime is not. I'm gonna change how the slime works. Because right now, like this is not a good way to handle the slime. But first of all, I'm gonna make it small again, because it's not supposed to be that big. Gotta try something here. Oops. All right. First of all, I promise an in-flight movie. I'm going to see here. I'm gonna turn off the music. There it is. I'm going to do that and do that. And the in-flight movie for the first 4 hours of the stream will be some good old H Bomber guy, plagiarism, and YouTube.
$337,000. Tell us the story briefly.
In 1970, in Analog magazine, Harlan Ellison and Ben Bova published the short story Brillo. Ellison's one of the most famous writers in history, but Bova's no slouch. He soon became editor of Analog, where he was beloved and won the Hugo Award for Best Professional Editor 6 times. This isn't one of his. He accepted this one on behalf of George R.R. Martin, whose career he started. George couldn't make it. He was running a chess tournament at the time. Writers used to have fun. Now we just complain about Twitter. On Twitter. Brillo was about the world's first robot police officer. His name's Brillo because Brillo pads are metal fuzz. That's pretty good. This is one of the earliest stories in fiction about a robot cop, a commonplace trope today, and soon in real life. It wasn't the first example. The most famous earlier one would be Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. Remember this, it will come up later. Ellison and Bova thought the idea had legs and decided to adapt it into a TV show. They pitched the idea to a few companies.
Oh, shut up, Andrea.
An executive named Terry Keegan said no. They later showed Brillo to Paramount, where the head of development, Terry Keegan, he'd recently been hired there.
Yeah, I sometimes do that as well.
Clearly not a fan of the robot cop idea. 6
Okay.
months later, Terry Keegan sold a show called Future Cop to ABC. It's a show about a robot cop.
He's an android, a robot, the perfect.
Let me get a texture here. I want the hair texture from the main character.
They spend years finding a lawyer willing to sue a giant television conglomerate, despite the cost and the possibility of being blacklisted from working in television. In his deposition, Keegan claims he never read Brillo, an obvious lie. It was later discovered the memos proving he deliberately ripped.
Hi Lich, welcome to the stream.
In favor of Ellison and Bova.
I'm currently working on the textures for our little side character for the game, and it didn't copy anything. Great, I love this program.
Don't let them steal from you. Keep their hands out of your pockets. Or at least he said he was going to in interviews at the time, and later journalism claims it happened.
Yeah, it's a raccoon wearing a nice excuse me, a raccoon wearing a nice hat.
Yum yum.
4 years to tell other writers they can fight him and beat him.
And let's see here.
So, what's all that about? Okay, you know that trick video essayists use where they open on a semi-related example that sets the stage for the wider topic? It's a classic, I do it all the time. I wanted to open on a recent example of a writer winning a plagiarism lawsuit and getting their day.
Let's add
But there isn't one. This
every color we're using and make that be the fur.
Is still the best, most recent and
I'll put this over here.
Example.
I have to constantly go back and forward.
Writers to ever see financial compensation for their work being stolen. Oh, this always happens. Testing, 1, 2, 3. For the foreseeable future, if someone else on here steals your work for money, there's not much you can do except talk about it. A few years ago, I made a video with some examples of plagiarism and even covered a time I felt it happened to me. The guy in question, Lukey Poo, briefly posted a 10-minute response accusing me of overreacting before appearing to think better of the whole thing and deleting this along with the video copying me.
I watched your video, went through it piece by piece, and copied it because you're such an incredible YouTuber.
Thanks, Luke. Apology accepted. He has since rebranded his channel, recognizing the irony.
Going to use those colors.
Piece of shit, but his videos are still awash with plagiarism accusations, ripping off other YouTubers for hours at a time now. The only new sections being stuff about how homophobia's fine. Maybe the rebrand was a little too soon, but no authority took Luke's video down. He could have left it up, and people often do. You can spend ages on a unique video with an original idea, and a way more popular guy can rip it off, along with its thumbnail, get a bajillion views, and rake in the cash. On YouTube, if you have an original idea, if it's good, it won't be yours for long. The fact I'm making this video during one of the biggest creative strikes in history isn't lost on me. Other people's hands have never before been this deep in the pockets of creators. We need Harlan Ellison's billboard now more than ever. But I don't know how to rent a billboard and it sounds expensive.
There we go.
So instead,
Get a little bit
let's
of
talk about plagiarism on YouTube. What exactly it is, why it's wrong, and the many unintended side effects. Only then can we begin to talk about what to do about it, or at least what I'm going to try to put some of it right. I'm going to use a
also
few
do this.
well-known examples you might have heard of already, and
So let's put it down there.
just for this video. I could even ruin some of your favorite YouTubers for you. Apologies in advance. So, let's start some fights.
Don't sample merge. We're only gonna get this color.
Philip.
What's going on, everyone?
There we go.
Thanks for clicking on the video.
Making sure there actually is
Nintendo Switch
the right
games,
color.
accessories, and talked about Nintendo-related news.
Let's
His videos were
get
surprisingly
our
well
little
edited. I mean, they used way too many fancy transitions. I mean, they're not even
okay.
hard to do. You just drag and drop them on your timeline and what? But when he applied for a job at IGN, his obvious mastery of a plugin everyone else also has, and existing channel with
It's a
decent
hand
size,
stare,
led to him getting picked as their new Nintendo editor. On August 6th,
hat
2018,
there,
his review of
and
Dead Cells went
a
up on
feather
the
there.
official IGN YouTube channel.
To
But then on
do
August 7th, YouTuber
that.
Boomstick Gaming posted a video titled IGN copied my Dead Cells review. What do I do? He had noticed some similarities between Philip's reviews and his own, published in late July.
Dead Cells takes a progression of a Metroidvania and integrates it into this procedurally generated action roguelite.
It takes the progression system of a Metroidvania and transforms it into a procedurally generated action roguelite.
This combat system is fast, fluid, responsive, and one of the most rewarding representations of 2D combat of the entire genre.
Fights are fast, fluid, responsive, and hands
There we
down one of the
go.
most gratifying representations of video game combat I've ever experienced.
Dead Cells
Move
figures out
strokes.
an intriguing way to have your roguelite and Metroidvania experience all in one by focusing on your failures and urging
That's
you
the
to
wrong
try
one.
something new the next
This one.
time.
Dead Cells strikes a perfect and engaging balance between the Metroidvania and roguelite experiences by focusing on your failures and urging you to experiment each time you do fail.
Dead Cells only falters slightly with some repetition setting in, especially on the early areas and during longer play sessions.
Dead Cells does falter slightly with some repetition, but it's only felt in its earlier areas and during the extended play sessions.
Right.
Speaking of repetition, the review was taken down while IGN investigated the issue
Let me
further,
get
and then later that
a
day,
brighter
Phil
color.
Kit let go from the company. But was this the first time Philip had done this? Catching someone doing plagiarism is difficult. Someone has to notice the theft, which means having also seen the copied work. And if it's anything obscure, that's quite unlikely. If you catch someone plagiarizing once, chances are they rolled those dice a few times before and hadn't been unlucky yet. People started looking through his other reviews in case there was more. Over at Kotaku, Jason Schreier's article on the firing was updated to mention an anonymous tip, pointing out similarities between Philip's review of FIFA 18 on the Switch and the one on Nintendo Life by Chris Scullion. Philip's review was made for his personal channel before he was even hired at IGN, meaning he'd been doing this for a while. Scullion himself would later post a video comparing his review with Philip's, showing off the many similarities, and I'll link that in the description. But I want to zoom in on my favorite example. Philip tries to hide what he's doing by changing words around, and he does it really badly. In his article, Chris says compared to the non-Switch versions, the graphics are a good deal less detailed. Here's Philip's version.
However, when you get up close and get a good look at some of the character models, it's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail than the Xbox One and PS4 versions of the game do.
It's pretty clear that they do have a good amount of less detail. No one would ever write that sentence on purpose. You only create that by trying to change something you stole. There's a great example here of the deeper problems that plagiarism can cause. Philip's review contains false information. For example, here when he talks about the game's Women's League feature.
FIFA 18 comes with the standard tournament and kickoff modes, as well as the Women's League, which was officially introduced in FIFA 16.
There are no women's leagues in FIFA 18. There's women's football, but leagues are specific real-life organizations that do not exist in the game. Philip's plagiarism avoidance techniques caused him to reword a sentence so badly that he invented a feature that doesn't exist. While these discoveries were being made, Philip made the decision to record and post an infamous, quickly deleted video onto his channel entitled My Response. Not an apology, a response. Philip denied everything, took no responsibility, and told numerous lies in this video. At the time, this was criticized heavily by everyone for obvious reasons, but looking back on it while trying to understand this kind of behavior, it's actually really useful. This is worth looking at in a discussion of plagiarism because by being so poorly thought out, it's actually a valuable insight into how people react when they're caught and the different ways they try to cover their ass. When someone more competent than Philip uses these techniques in a subtler way, we can recognize them for what they are. Thanks, Philip.
There were a lot of circumstances surrounding it, but at the end of the day, I was the editorial lead on it, so if anything, that makes it my responsibility.
He claims there was a complicated process to making the review, with lots of circumstances. The point is to make you wonder what really happened, so you forget what happened. Another way of doing this is to be passive about the events, so it's almost like they happened to him instead of being something he did.
Like I said, I take full responsibility for what happened with the Dead Cells review.
Philip doesn't say, I take responsibility for what I did with my review. He passively takes responsibility for what happened with the review. When someone tries to use language to imply what they did happened by magic, they make it pretty clear they're trying to deceive you.
I try to look at all resources that I have available to me before I start formulating my own critical opinions so that I can offer the most cohesive possible review. The bottom line is that what happened with the Dead Cells review was not at all intentional.
Even if whatever happened, it was an honest mistake of some kind. But the problem is, honest mistakes are easy to explain. Dishonest mistakes leave proof behind. Philip didn't unintentionally write a very similar review because he watched another one. He copied their words exactly and changed some of them to try to hide it. Hearing Philip try to pretend this isn't what he did means we're not just dealing with a plagiarist, we're dealing with a liar who has more to hide. Philip's next lie was he had nothing more to hide.
I was lucky enough to get noticed on IGN through my YouTube channel, which, if in case you're wondering, is in fact all of my own original work.
A truly amazing defense there. Even if it did happen, which it didn't, it only didn't happen once. But the goal is to preserve what's left of your reputation by getting people to stop looking for more. This behavior goes hand in hand with a special anger directed at the people who are looking.
So you can keep looking, Kotaku, and please let me know if you find anything. Which, by the way, their news editor, Jason Schreier, tried to imply that my FIFA 18 review was also inauthentic by claiming that I copied it from Nintendo Life, and that's just so not the case. I mean, maybe he was implying that if you have similarly opinionated reviews, then you're just plagiarizing, or maybe he's just trying to get as many clicks off of my name right now as possible, or maybe he just likes kicking people when they're down. I don't know. I mean, check it out for yourselves and you be the judge.
He's referring to how Jason updated his article to include
We need,
tip. Philip accuses him of deliberately attacking him for attention by reporting what he has done. The section about how absurd it is to suggest he copied Scullion's FIFA review is probably why Scullion made his video in the first place. It begins by showing this clip. Bit of an own goal there. By the way, Philip, that's a football pun. Philip is using the reporting on him as a bid to gain sympathy. Yeah, I did something bad, but really, the bad guys are the people trying to see what else I did. Not me, the guy who did all of it. This tactic takes a more direct form.
But one thing that I do know is that it's not very fun being the target of a gigantic lynch mob who wants nothing more than to feed into your destruction. The amount of hate and threats that I've been receiving on social media have been pretty staggering. And I get it, I mean, people are mad and rightfully so, but it's one thing to go and harass me, berate me with hateful words and threats, and it's a whole other thing to look up my family members and spread hateful comments on their social media.
I'm going to
It's just not okay. I mean, not on any level.
Obviously, no one deserves to have their family members threatened over their plagiarism. And
save
there is
this.
a valid conversation to be had here about how we treat people who we believe to have done something wrong. And it's really unpleasant seeing someone try to weaponize that and use it as a shield against criticism. He just got done shit-talking a journalist and trying to make him the bad guy, and lying about the FIFA review. Scullion has spoken about receiving a lot of abuse from Philip's fans during this period as a direct result of Philip lying like this, another potential reason he had to make that video. If you talk about harassment without being cognizant of the harm you are causing to others right now, you clearly don't give a shit about the problem you just brought up. Philip really didn't help his case by making a Columbo villain bet you can't prove it speech. "You can keep looking, Kotaku" was an especially silly thing to say, since obviously people did keep looking. Many more examples came to light. His Fire Emblem Warriors video was mostly reworded from one on Nintendo Wire.
Decimating mobs upon mobs of enemies with the simplest of combos, and tearing through forts and mini-bosses with some of the most flashiest and stylistic special attacks.
Most flashiest? His Samus Returns review was stolen from Engadget, and his Bayonetta 2 review from Polygon, and Jason Schreier seemed weirdly invested in reporting on all of it. In several videos, Philip just copied text directly from Wikipedia or other related wikis.
Super Mario Odyssey's theme is highly focused on surprises and travel, and the developers incorporated many of their travel experiences around the world. For instance, elements of the Sand Kingdom were derived from Kenta Matakuro's experience during a trip to Mexico, and the Luncheon Kingdom's food aesthetics were inspired by Italy and other European countries. The developers recognized that when traveling to foreign countries, something that really has an impact is the different currencies.
All of my own original work.
On October 10th, the apology video disappeared, along with 901,000 views worth of other videos from Philip's channel. For a small YouTuber, this means a lot of videos getting privated or deleted all at once. This is actually another important tactic that plagiarists use, to try and hide as much of the evidence as possible. Philip has successfully hidden the extent of what he actually stole in his YouTube videos.
So get the hat to look good.
Media, referenced in articles about the plagiarism or in videos showcasing it, but not as actual copies that you can watch. This is obviously no big loss, but it sucks for me that there's not many archived copies of some of these videos, because, like, now I have nothing to cut to as reference footage. It's just, now I just have to stand on my set and talk to you. His article about Octopath Traveler is a fucking doozy. It steals a bunch of shit directly from Jeremy Parish's review at Polygon. And let me just say, buddy, if you can barely string a sentence together, people are gonna know something's up when you're suddenly using words like extrudes. When this was discovered, Parish tweeted, "Dang, I got extruded right into the middle of a scandal," which is probably the funniest thing to come out of all this. But that's not the only thing he stole for this one article. It also plagiarized one of his co-workers at IGN. Words from Seth Macy's video review of the game made it in too. Here's some clips from Macy's video.
Both its battle system and aesthetics pay loving tribute to the Super NES era. While this isn't merely a modern retread of past classics, but a phenomenal homage with genuinely fresh ideas in a fantastically charming wrapper of old school meets new.
Seth was especially shocked by this, it seems like, and it's not hard to imagine why. To take game criticism and writing original material seriously, only to have someone a cubicle over take a hatchet to your stuff and collect a paycheck for it, is so deeply insulting. Things were bad enough that IGN pulled the plug on almost everything Philip ever made for the site just to be safe, something I've never seen an organization have to do before. He even, and this is insane, did a video explaining the Nintendo Switch's HD Rumble feature, and his explanation is just stolen from a fucking NeoGAF post.
A normal rumble is just a motor which spins, creating a vibration, right? Well, HD Rumble uses linear actuators, similar to Apple's Taptic Engine, which is what they use for the new Force Touch stuff in the new iPhones and Apple Watches. See, I believe that these are different in that they are more likely weighted electromagnets.
You believe that? Holy shit. He copied some text from a forum directly into his script and just read it out. Why would you even do that? No, seriously, that's the question we're trying to explore here. Why do people plagiarize? Philip is a great help in finding answers to these questions, because 8 months after all of this died down, he released a second apology. Well, arguably his first, since he didn't really apologize in the first one, but still.
Hey everyone, I'm not here to make any excuses or to try and justify my actions. I'm only here to apologize to the people that I've wronged.
He says sorry directly to several of the people he copied from, but to avoid making himself look too bad, he doesn't mention the forum
I need to
post,
make one
the time he stole from someone else
that,
at IGN, or a bunch of the other places. He also doesn't apologize
that goes
for
into
denying
a
everything, pretending it was an accident, or accusing specific journalists of being out to get him by reporting on it. I think this points to what this apology is actually about, which is appearing more humble and honest to try and repair his reputation. Admitting to the truly embarrassing stuff, or the dishonest shit he said when he was caught, would just make him seem disingenuous. It's hard to come off as honest if the apology includes lying to your face in the past. He wasn't done making excuses either. 2 days later, he uploaded a third apology.
Hey everyone.
I'm getting deja vu from these videos now. In this video, he tried to explain why he did all this. He had insecurities about the quality of his writing and his fear of disappointing people.
I felt pretty confident with my video editing skills and my abilities to create visually appealing content, but I wasn't always confident with my abilities as a writer. And when I got that big break with this awesome gaming company, my insecurities were amplified by like 10 million because the audience was bigger and the expectations were higher. I really wanted to do well, but I was also really scared of saying the wrong thing or putting out a bad review.
Now, maybe it's because he's lied before and still wasn't owning up to the extent of what he did, but I simply do not accept this as the reason. Lots of people have anxiety about their writing. In fact, I'd say most writers do. Not many of them handle it by stealing, so anxiety and pressure feel like an easy excuse. From seeing almost all of Philip's videos, I feel comfortable in calling myself a Philip scholar at this point, I can tell you for a fact that he is bad at making videos. He thinks cinematic transition packs equal good editing, which is the reddest possible flag, but even in terms of basic content, the videos are just bad. His earliest videos are just news about the then upcoming Nintendo Switch, or stuff like the top 5 ways to play the Switch, a console that no one can play.
The single Joy-Con method, and it's probably going to be the least preferred way to play the Nintendo Switch.
When the Switch was out, he branched out into reviewing accessories like carrying cases and stuff, and doing unboxing videos. Some videos are just summarizing Nintendo press releases. This is the literal definition of content. It's like it got squeezed out of a Nintendo branded tube somewhere. It's the most how do you do fellow kids energy I've ever seen coming out of a 28-year-old man. So he started doing the most egregious audience growth tricks for dummies you can imagine, like constantly having giveaways for subscribers. Philip's following didn't grow organically from people liking him or his work. Those people don't exist. It grew from offering free shit if you subscribed. But I'm gonna give Philip some credit here and say at some point he recognized, correctly, that he didn't know what he was doing. I mean, if it's obvious to me watching them, it must have been obvious to him making them, right? So, what do you do if you know you won't get ahead without copying someone better? You copy someone better. And I'm not even talking about plagiarism here. Even the stuff that isn't stolen is derivative. There's this one guy called Nihongo Gamer who's done some pretty useful tech reviews, and one of them was of an arcade fighting stick for the Switch. It did surprisingly well, and he gives it a proper workout as someone who clearly knows their stuff with fighting games. A few weeks later, Philip coincidentally decided to review the same thing. But Philip isn't a fighting game aficionado, so his live gameplay footage is him playing Sonic and, Mario Kart? Making this review functionally useless as a review of a controller made for fighting games, but Nihongo Gamer also in the same video reviewed this Switch holder that looks like a little arcade machine. Philip, coincidentally, is also reviewing one of these in his video.
This game is so much better now.
This makes this game so much better.
This isn't even plagiarism, it's just strange. Philip didn't know how to build an identity of his own, so he just borrowed the style and content of successful videos in an extremely cynical way. He didn't make these videos for the fun of it, or because he cared about making them. It was always just about chasing success by any means necessary, and when that didn't work out, he just borrowed even more directly and got into this mess. In a fairly recent interview, he's described himself during this period as having imposter syndrome. But that's wishful thinking, isn't it? There's a difference between having imposter syndrome and being an imposter. Objectively speaking, Philip pretended to be a reviewer and critic while actually just being a thief and a liar. But I think it's possible to reverse engineer this falsehood and arrive at its core truth. The explanation lies in a little thing he said in apology number 3. I consider it the most meaningful thing Philip has ever said. It's not true, but it's meaningful.
So I took from sources who I trusted and respected and I agreed with, and I tried to change them in a way that I would say it.
Philip claims he sought out reviews from other people he respected to steal and learn from. But, to be blunt, who the fuck is Boomstick Gaming? When this happened, Boomstick's channel had just over 10,000 subscribers. Barely anyone had any idea he existed. And look at the other places he copied from. Mostly random websites, niche gaming outlets, fucking forum posts. If you consider something so obscure you can get away with stealing it, You do not respect it. Philip copied these people because he thought what they were doing was beneath respect. Remember Caves of Steel? I told you it would come up again, you little bastard. You better not have forgotten. In the lawsuit between Ellison, Bova, and the studios, one tactic the studios used was to accuse them of being the real plagiarists, of ripping off Caves of Steel when they were writing Brillo. The problem is these writers were all friends who knew and respected each other, so they could ask Isaac Asimov what he thought of that.
So we went to New York. I've known Isaac for 25 years. And Isaac, in his deposition, said, I've known Harlan for 25 years. He said, you don't steal from your friends.
It all sounds so simple when Isaac Asimov says it. At the start, I briefly mentioned one of the many times someone...
Actually, I should not make the ears use this picture.
Flipped the thumbnail and changed the color of his shirt. Amazing. This guy's kinda notorious for stealing from people, and there was a really notable encounter where he made fun of a guy by joking about how many subscribers he had. This comes off as generic former Vine star narcissism, but it's difficult to ignore that he specifically steals from people he considers beneath him, having a lower number. If you're not as important, your ideas are up for grabs. In 2016, Melania Trump's speech at the Republican National Convention was found to have plagiarized one of Michelle Obama's speeches at the Democratic National Convention. The audience hadn't seen a speech given at the other convention, so none of them noticed, but the media did later. The question going unasked at the time, at least for me, was, why Michelle Obama? Her speech about hope and dignity and respect and dreams had nothing to do with being a Republican. They hate that shit. Why didn't the writer rip off a Nancy Reagan speech about killing the poor or locking up black people for using the drugs her husband gave them? Well, plagiarizing another Republican would annoy Republicans, whose opinion the writer actually cares about. If you respect someone, or want their respect, you generally don't risk a fight with them by jacking their shit. But if you don't like someone, stealing is almost like getting one over on them, isn't it? No one was ever fired or seemingly punished in any way for stealing a speech and pretending they wrote it. And that's because none of these people give a shit about Michelle Obama. They're probably glad it happened. If you broke into Obama's house and stole some of his silverware, most speakers at this convention would pay you a cash prize. Plagiarism is an insult, and don't people love to insult their enemies? Here's something petty I should have forgotten about but didn't. When Lukey Poo made his short-lived video response, while defending himself on the grounds he actually got the idea from someone on Twitch who saw my video, and they're definitely real, he still took the time to explain that he also didn't like I criticized right-wing YouTubers he was a fan of.
I thought H-Bomber was a relatively decent video creator. I disagreed and didn't like some of the stuff he did, like when he went after Sargon of Akkad and some other YouTubers.
This sat with me. Why was it so important for him to signal his allegiances like this? I think the point was to make his theft an act in a larger culture war. Even if he did rip me off, I'm the bad guy. I don't deserve to be treated properly, so if anything, it's good if he did. You don't steal from your friends, you steal from the guy who made fun of Daddy.
At this point, I'm convinced the only thing H-Bomber guy needs, more than a testosterone shot and some estrogen blockers, is a lesson in humility.
Okay, where does, and I mean this as a compliment, the most fuckable twink I've ever seen in my life get off telling me how to manage my T levels? Is he speaking from experience? The way Philip pivoted when
there we go. That's good enough.
Feels all too familiar to me as someone who has received the same treatment from someone like him. There's this indignation to it. I'm better than you. How dare you tell me not to steal? What's emerging here is a social element to theft. Plagiarists seem to have this belief they are better than their targets, more important, more deserving of credit, better politics, a better class of person. Your ideas are wasted on you. They'd be much better served in my videos. Other games people looked down on what Philip did with so much anger, and people from IGN continued to be aggressive at him for years afterwards, because they understand this instinctively. His actions essentially said out loud, he thinks games writing is so worthless, it's okay for him to steal it. The IGN crew are especially entitled to be angry about Philip though, because he did really damage their credibility. When your company produces plagiarized stuff, it damages people's faith in your institution and its ability to not do that, and it's really hard to get that goodwill back. This leads us, as all things do, to the Angry Video Game Nerd. Part
I realized I didn't need these two.
The Angry Video Game Nerd is a popular series in which... I don't need to explain this. AVGN made James Rolfe a household name the world over.
That's fine.
Under the umbrella of his mostly
yeah, actually, I realized this was very stupidly done. Let's
James would release a video every single day.
Let's do a different approach here.
Monster movie. I used to rewatch these whenever I was hungover in university. It always made me feel way better. There's an infectious positivity to hearing someone share something they genuinely enjoy. Good stuff. As the years went on and he got busy with other projects and having children, I mean his wife had the children, you get it, Monster Madness took a back seat. Some years he only made a few new ones. The guy was busy, or maybe he'd lost interest in a project he'd done for over a decade at that point, and that's fair enough. But then Screenwave got involved. For people with better things to do, Screenwave Media is a YouTube network / influencer agency thing who work with various YouTubers, helping them produce content by editing their videos for them, assisting with writing, and helping them find sponsors. They apparently work with a bunch of channels in various forms, but they work especially closely with Cinemassacre. The writing and editing of the AVGN videos became different and weird, like someone else was doing those parts. The channel started making new types of video, which were like James standing kind of awkwardly in the corner while Screenwave employees discussed a movie. There was a Cinemassacre podcast and James often just wasn't in it. The guy whose channel it was became an optional side character. Oh, and everything became packed with sponsorships.
If you don't know, Skillshare...
It got so bad, episode 200 of AVGN is split into 3 videos with separate sponsors, purely because they sold too many brand deals.
Oh, we're gonna have to make the episode 200 3 episodes because we sold too many brand deals and they didn't tell James.
Under Screenwave, Monster Madness became a different beast. They streamlined production by eliminating the writing. It became James and a rotation of Screenwave employees you don't know, and James didn't seem to know too well either, discussing the film and trying to come up with something interesting on the spot for 15 minutes. Some of these guys were basically ordered to be on the show by their bosses and seem uncomfortable being there, which makes these being shot on a dungeon set fitting. And you're constantly reminded why this was made at all.
Available now, US only.
Release the Kraken!
The show certainly wasn't what anyone had been watching it for, and the creators appeared to notice, because in April 2021, it was announced Monster Madness was coming back, for real, with the old style of scripted videos featuring just James and his short and simple voiceover. Like the old days, but, you know, with Screenwave's help, so not really. Neat Wallen, a Screenwave employee, was enthusiastically tweeting about how he had written 20 of the 31 videos himself, with others writing the rest. The whole point was it was a guy passionately sharing his actual opinions, but that guy wasn't writing them. But some people were still excited. It was a pandemic year, we were all indoors, not much else was going on.
Be sure to check out Cinemassacre's Monster Madness.
There we
Around
go.
the world, 31 days, 31 countries.
October rolled around, and so did the first new video, for the film 28 days later. It was weird. Like James was reading something written for him, which he was. But what really stood out was what he was saying. A guy who famously avoids politics and serious real-world events in his videos suddenly started talking about how the film reminded him of the horror of 9/11?
And when seeing the film today and being put into that time period, you can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war.
It didn't take long for people to start Googling the words he was saying. A user named ZB123 posted a thread on Reddit showing a huge portion of the video's script was taken directly from a review in Film Comment, a fairly well-known film criticism magazine, by Dr. Cecilia Syed, who is currently a senior film lecturer at the University of Kent. Let's compare and contrast, shall we?
Horror films are frequently interpreted as allegories of our realities.
Okay, that was quick.
Their fantastic or supernatural elements often spawn from symptoms of social and political tensions in a specific era. 28 Days Later is set in a post-apocalyptic Britain, which has been devastated by an epidemic that within seconds can transform its victims into crazed cannibal killers. Following a car accident, he wakes up from a 28-day coma.
There we go.
He walks out and wanders through the empty London streets. He finds that people have fled the country after the outbreak. Those who remain are either dead or become infected. The group sleeps in debris of deserted buildings, eats canned food from abandoned supermarkets, and fights off the infected. 28 Days Later aligns itself with the typical loss of individuality plot. It's interesting to read 28 Days Later in terms of the state of affairs of the world. The movie began shooting on September 1st, 2001. You can't help but think of 9/11 and all those TV images of Ground Zero and Baghdad being devastated by war. 28 Days Later has political and social undercurrents that extend to our world even now. Only if you wonder if history will ever stop repeating itself. But much like our heroes at the end of Day of the Dead, there's a possibility of renewal. Order is born from chaos, and then chaos is born from order.
It was as if Professor Syed's review had been killed and brought back from the dead in a new, tainted form. That's not how the zombies in 28 Days Later work. Okay, it was like her review was the patient zero of 28 Days Later reviews, and it infected the... This is pretty straightforwardly plagiarism. The angry video game nerd had just stolen a film professor's review of a movie. In true AVGN fashion, shit hit the fucking ceiling. What was going on? Initially, Justin Silverman, the lead Screenwave guy, claimed this was a result of a new person who was helping, accidentally mixing some notes into the script, and this would be fixed soon and all the other episodes were fine. The new person thing isn't true. The guy who did it had worked with Justin for like a decade, but I can understand trying to protect someone's identity if you believed they had just made a small mistake. Justin updated the page the video was posted on to say it was being corrected to remove some accidental plagiarism, whatever that means. So whoever did it, they successfully convinced Justin this was an accident. But it wasn't. There's the telltale red flag of the awful writing you get when someone who can't write tries to rewrite something they copied.
The movie starts with the usual tropes. Mankind's experiments go haywire, resulting in destructive results.
There's another way you can prove it wasn't accidental. You know, the other excuse we've heard before, how it just happened once and the rest of the videos were fine? They weren't fine. Reddit user Retired Fool went on the website the videos were being hosted on and found the second episode uploaded early. Most of it was from a review on ScreenAgeWasteland.com.
The movie opens with a shadowy figure with multiple hand attachments who calls in the boys, 4 men from a government agency trying to deal with an alien invasion in a small New Zealand town. Peter Jackson plays dual roles of Derek and Robert, who interact through the use of creative camera work and editing. So Jackson handled acting, writing, directing, cinematography, editing, and special effects for the film. Derek is perhaps the best character in the film. He's bloodthirsty, clumsy, funny, and a little too full of himself. He spends a good portion of the film on his own, but Jackson manages it. He's got a good sense of physical comedy that comes in handy when Derek is dealing with a flap of his own skull that keeps allowing pieces of his brain to fall out. Bad Taste is a gloriously gory entry in the splat stick genre and a true cult classic. Watching it today, you can kind of see inklings of the kind of films Peter Jackson would prove capable of later on through the pacing, camera work, and sheer inventive energy.
So Day 2's video was also plagiarized. The Return of Monster Madness isn't going so well. We know James didn't write this, so who could it have been? Was it perhaps the man who was just bragging about writing most of them himself? Yes, it was. The rest of the Screenwave guys looked at the scripts and many more examples were discovered. Justin confirmed several more were plagiarized, and Kieran, a video editor who later quit, claimed in a live stream that all of them were.
We went through all the scripts, plagiarized them all. They had multiple, like every single thing was plagiarized. They fucking plagiarized every single thing.
This is a tremendous amount of blatant theft, if true, but soon it became clear almost everything Newt did and said was copied. While I was looking for other stuff Newt made, I saw he was one of the speakers at the Roast of the Angry Video Game Nerd in 2013, and he was proud enough of this he uploaded his bits separately to a channel he was involved with. And just watching it without doing any serious checking, several of the jokes from this jumped out at me immediately.
Justin, I heard Justin was nervous before the show. He couldn't figure out what he was going to wear, either honey glazed or pineapple slices.
This joke is taken from a Gilbert Gottfried roast.
She couldn't decide between the honey glaze or pineapple slices.
Brent Vanderbrook is so deep in the closet, he's having adventures in Narnia.
This is a well-known joke from a 2007 Jimmy Carr stand-up special.
Come on, you're so far in the closet, you're having adventures in Narnia.
I don't think I'm gonna be using these now that I think about it. I'll see if I change if I do.
Comments remarking that it's old and stolen even then, and this was almost half a decade before Newt stole it. He is an in-character Tyrion Lannister Twitter account reusing it a few months before the roast in 2013. I haven't seen the show or read the books, so I'm just gonna assume they read Narnia there too. Don't correct me. While I was researching this topic, I found a Reddit post collecting all the places he stole from for this roast. Obviously there were a bunch. When I found this, I was worried people would think I'd just got this from here. I assure you I do my own research and don't just read Reddit posts. As proof, they haven't found the source for the Narnia one, so don't I feel special? Unless Jimmy Carr got it from somewhere else too. He's already stealing from the British taxpayer, so I wouldn't be surprised. Newt had just been very sloppily taking shit for over a decade. The guy was fired, and from the sounds of things, everyone's bitter about it, especially the guys who had to make new Monster Madness videos to an insanely short deadline.
And then we have to rewrite 20-something scripts and re-edit them in a week.
Even James Rolfe himself got involved. He quite famously avoids talking about controversial stuff, like 9/11, but there was enough confusion he saw fit to descend from his throne of gold and put up an unlisted video explaining what happened.
One of our writers had somehow...
There we go.
That was taken from a pre-existing article. That's unacceptable, and all of us here apologize for letting that sneak in.
He went with the story Justin did. Some new guy pasted something wrong and confused his notes into the script.
The short story is somebody fucked up. Somebody knew.
I'm not sure if this was recorded before this turned out to be a lie, or if they just decided they didn't need to explain it to the public in detail. And that's understandable. But either way, it wasn't somebody new. It was somebody Newt. That's your joke for this video. Doing research, I found an interview with Newt about a low-budget horror film he wrote. However, the picture they used was Philip Mewson. I have no idea how this happened, but it's very funny. For the creative people watching, there's a kind of positive lesson here. You might be mystified why someone would copy stuff for a review. Why is it so hard to just write your opinions on something? But it turns out writing a good review is really difficult. For example, I use the phrase "it turns out" more than once every video by accident because I'm bad at it. I'm not even joking, I've written "it turns out" in the next section without realizing it. That's how fucking bad I am. Being able to write a good review is a unique and difficult skill.
I want that
Creative people
color
often have trouble
again.
recognizing their skills as skills because eventually they feel like
Because
second
they do
nature,
have
and they don't feel
a little bit of
building a house or doming. But it turns in that this stuff actually is valuable. If it wasn't, people wouldn't be stealing it. Creativity doesn't feel super special or unique until you realize people have to plagiarize it. I accidentally bought this in size twink instead of bear. Oh, would you like some talcum powder with that, sir? No, it's fine. I could wring the sweat out from that and probably sell it. It's worth noting that even when the plagiarism was cleared up, the new videos are still weird. The entire appeal of Monster Madness was it was one guy passionately sharing his opinions. If someone else wrote those opinions, even if they're not stolen, what exactly is the point? James put this better himself a few years back before this all began.
I want to make original films. Lots of people say, well, get somebody to help. Well, I can't get somebody else to write the review for me. It's an opinionated thing. Imagine if it was somebody else's words and they say, this movie's great, and then I think, oh, well, this movie sucks. So if I'm doing the review, obviously I have to see the movie and write the script. It's all me.
This is probably why he made a statement about this. Most people watching would have assumed James wrote the words he was saying, especially since he'd been so vocal about this before. This is an insidious side effect of plagiarism in larger operations. It implicates the person reading the script, not just its writer. But here, the plagiarism is just a symptom of the direction Cinemassacre's videos have taken. The unstolen ones are almost as strange as the stolen ones, in the ways James once predicted. You can only hand off so much of your work before it stops being yours. It feels weird to say this about videos where a guy calls a game from 1992 a fuckstick, but the magic is gone. These aren't videos anymore, they're products. Late Stage Cinemassacre is so low effort, the scripts have obvious grammatical errors, and James just reads them without even bothering to change them.
And it's with these survivors that Jim will struggle to stay alive with.
These videos used to come from a place of interest and care, to entertain or share something. Now they're made
it looks bad. I'm just gonna go with
expressvpn.com/cinemassacre.
Internet video as a business is at odds with internet video as a medium, dare I say, an art form. Put the gun down. The increased industrialization of videos doesn't necessarily make the videos better.
You know what I could do?
Easier to make. But if you want
I could just not have the color there.
Cut those corners and you make as much product as possible. This gives me a chance to respond to the most common question about plagiarism on the internet, which is, why should we care? Does it really matter in the grand scheme if a review of Octopath Traveler or 28 Days Later is stolen? If you think that, you should try extruding that logic a bit further until it reaches the pain receptors of your brain. Internet video isn't a silly playground where teens pretend to be scared of horror games anymore. It's a business. There is real money to be made in this space, or so the emails from the World of Tanks guys keep telling me. So it's definitely worth interrogating the fact people's work is being exploited in these money-making endeavors. This issue will become relevant later, and by later, I mean now. If you want to maximize your profits by making a video every other day, how do you write that much material? You don't! Part Illuminati. It's a pun. I don't need to impress you. In 2021, when I was working on the vaccines and autism video, I needed something to listen to in the background while I built an Argos bookshelf, so out of curiosity, I put on other videos on the topic. One of them was by a channel called Illuminaughty, whose real name is Blair Zon. I hadn't heard of her before. She seems to do videos covering multi-level marketing schemes, pyramid schemes, and failed businesses, stuff like that. And she seems to make a lot of them really quickly. I wonder how. The video was fine? My phone was several meters away and I couldn't
going to do this to get some different
videos. And at one point, I did a double
color on the...
There was a joint inventor on these products, a man named ENVtuber, a former immunologist who has been long controversial. In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit with the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic patients with blood products.
I remember pausing, budget B&Q hammer in hand, and thinking, haven't I heard this exact sentence before?
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
An interesting thing about the MMR scandal is literally all of its big discoveries can be attributed to the work of one man, Brian Deere, whose years of diligent journalism are basically why we know what we do about Andrew Wakefield. His 2004 documentary, MMR, What They Didn't Tell You, effectively berserk eclipsed Wakefield's career as a legitimate doctor. It's great, and Brian uploaded it to his own YouTube channel for free in 2014. So
make sure I don't lose this color.
This version has the time code burned in at the bottom, which is kind of cute, but if you wanted to make your own video about the subject and use that as source footage, that's kind of annoying to look at. So I spent like 2 full days of my life trying to find a version without the time code, and I finally found what I think is a copy of the original broadcast from 2004. Harrowing stories of child abuse do not pair well with teasers for the TV premiere of Moulin Rouge.
When Dr. Wakefield launched the MMR scare back in 1998,
I used footage from Deere's documentary in my video, explained how important it was, thanked Brian for all of his hard work, and even recommended his book on the subject that had just come out. And he actually emailed my producer Kat with metrics showing people actually did go out and buy the book after seeing my video, which is great. I love knowing that my audience actually
like that.
Thank you so much. So, the reason the Naughty video sounded so familiar
I think I want some more of the darker color for the hand, for the arms though.
In 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine
and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse and misprescribing of controlled drugs.
And made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
Professor Freudenberg has long been controversial.
ENVtuber, a former immunologist who has been long controversial.
Been long controversial? So, this is weird. She wasn't quoting Deere, she was saying his words out loud as if she wrote them. So what's happening here? Well, after the bookcase seemed to stand up on its own, despite all the pieces mysteriously left over, I watched the video properly and noticed she does acknowledge Brian Deere and the documentary pretty openly.
There we go. I think that looks good.
With a documentary entitled MMR, What They Didn't Tell You.
Blair watched a documentary and then downloaded it and used it to make her own. In the first 20 minutes, she plays a chunk of the documentary, or just quotes it, 25 times. More than once a minute, you're hearing something Brian Deere said, from his mouth or hers. So this video is lazy? I'm personally insulted that she just used the version of the documentary from Deere's YouTube channel with the time code burned in. That gets to me a little bit after the effort I put in, but that doesn't make it plagiarism. It's just not very good. And hey, it's not like this is her one source. She quotes a lot of other places too. Or does? Here's some of the times she quotes someone else in the video. Wow, look at all this research she must have done. One thing though, what's the source for these quotes? Okay, we need to talk about how to cite a source for a second. If you watch any non-Illuminaughty video essay, you'll see these pretentious little commies put some text in the corner telling you where their quote comes from. This is so you know what they're quoting, so you can check it or go find it and learn more if you want, and to give proper credit to the people whose ideas or knowledge they're borrowing. If you're using someone else's words in a video you intend to make money off, it's very important to give proper credit and attribution. Listing where the quote is from is important, not just so it's easy for people to find and verify it, but it's useful context which helps people interpret what they're seeing. If someone showed you a quote that made a person look bad, you might feel a bit cheated if they didn't mention its source is a blog by someone you've never heard of that doesn't exist anymore. I have a little rule for quoting that other creators seem to use as well. If someone saw a clip of your video out of context, would it be possible for them to tell you're quoting someone and where it's from? Blair, for some reason, doesn't cite her sources. Here's a part where she quotes Andrew Wakefield.
Wakefield also stated, mumps, measles, and rubella together
Just
might be too
copy
much for the immune system of some
the
children.
hand texture I made
I love there's
here.
a tiny Andy there for some reason, but not saying where he said this is pretty bad citation. But this isn't a mistake. Blair is hiding the source on purpose for
I
a
did the thing
reason.
again.
You see, this quote is from the same documentary again. Brian Deere plays a clip of Wakefield saying it at a conference.
Measles, mumps, and rubella given together.
Well, I might actually not need that.
Why didn't she just play the clip? She had it downloaded. Well, because she's already played so many clips from this documentary, it looks ridiculous. So she started quoting it, and just not telling you she's quoting the one thing she watched. I wonder where all the other quotes come from.
And more still, nurses were leaving, saying they don't like what's being done.
Nurses were leaving and saying they didn't like what was being done to these children.
It needed 3 people to hold these kids down
in some cases just to have blood taken. I feel very sorry for the children who I feel were being abused.
This study had in fact begun with a contract from a group of solicitors
Who were trying to sue MMR manufacturers.
Chadwick said he had hoped the ordeal, when it hit the news, would die its own death.
It includes injecting mice with measles virus,
He injected mice with measles,
extracting their white blood cells,
extracted their white blood cells, and injected the stuff into pregnant goats.
This is amazing. She just quotes people from this one documentary and pretends she did any work. Eventually, she stops bothering to even make it look like a quote and just starts saying Brian Deere's words out loud. And that's how the stuff at the beginning happened. She got so lazy she stopped bothering to pretend she wasn't copying the documentary.
In 1989, he was caught up in a bizarre lawsuit involving the Food and Drug Administration, which told him he had to stop injecting his autistic child patients with blood products.
Then in 1995, he was suspended from practicing medicine and made to pay a $10,000 fine for his misuse of prescribing controlled drugs.
MMR, what they didn't tell you, has been chewed up and spat back into your mouth like you're a little baby bird. My favorite part is when some of what she's saying appears in quotes for some reason, attributed to lawsuit with FDA. Like, no, Brian Deere said that.
He established a scientific system that would satisfy Wakefield and Pounder for testing.
And Pounder? Wait a second, who's Pounder? This Pounder guy never comes up again in the video. She brings him up here by mistake because she's paraphrasing another section of the documentary.
He established a scientifically valid system that would satisfy Dr. Wakefield and his head of department, Professor Roy Pounder.
Roy Pounder is an important character in the story. Blair has cut him out completely to save time, but she accidentally kept this one reference. This makes the copying kind of blatant. She's referencing a guy who exists in the documentary and not her video. Obviously, stealing someone else's words is plagiarism, but on a more zoomed out level, so is copying an entire documentary and trying to hide it. Like, obviously there's something wrong here. Here's a hint. If you're trying to trick people into thinking you're not quoting the thing you're quoting, you're probably doing plagiarism. But here's where it gets interesting. Blair knows people might notice this, so she's come up with a defense mechanism. The video has a link in the description to a list of sources, where stuff she quoted or showed in the video gets linked. This is normal, lots of people do this, although usually they cite them when they use them in the actual video, but still. It's an unlabeled collection of links that's difficult to sort through, but if you keep digging, eventually you find a link to Brian Deere's YouTube upload of the documentary. So now if anyone criticizes the fact she ripped it off, she can say, no, I was using a source, I cited it, check, it's in my list somewhere. And she uses this flimsy excuse to basically steal anything she wants. Blair frequently plagiarizes people, never mentions they exist in the video or cites them anywhere, but she puts a link in a list no one will read. So that makes it okay, right? The video we've been talking about so far is the second in a series of 3 about Andrew Wakefield. Here's part of the first one where she talks about his early career.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust Traveling Fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada.
Let me ask you real quick. Is she quoting a source right now? I mean, no, it's just stock footage, so clearly she wrote this part, right? No, she's just reading an article from the Telegraph.
He became a fellow of the Royal College of Surgeons in 1985 and a year later was awarded a Wellcome Trust traveling fellowship to study small intestine transplantation in Toronto, Canada. Dr. Wakefield returned to the UK in the late 1980s where he began to devote more time to research.
Oh no, there's more.
Joining the Royal Free Hospital in London, he worked on the liver transplant program and in 1996 began researching bowel disorders, autism, and the MMR vaccine.
The average person watching this is being led to believe Blair wrote the words she is saying here. This is called plagiarism. The audience has no way of knowing she's actually reading them the fucking newspaper. But the article she plagiarized is in the list of sources. So we already know what the excuse will be. It wasn't plagiarism, she was just quoting a source. Without telling you. I'm imagining an alternate universe where Philip and Newt's videos just had a little paste bin link at the bottom, which goes to all the stuff they stole. Like as if that would make it okay? This is just plagiarism, but with a shitty excuse in her back pocket to create plausible deniability. The intent behind this is pretty clear. Illuminati videos are like 90% quotes by volume. The part where she plagiarizes the Telegraph is in a 5-minute sequence mostly consisting of quotes from other places.
More research groups with more sophisticated techniques failed to confirm Wakefield's findings. Wakefield was actually born into a family of doctors in 1957. His mother was... This data led us to postulate that there may be a role for measles infection and Crohn's disease, even if at present this role remains unclear. Research studies, however, included a frantic rush.
Seriously, huge chunks of the video are just reading entire screenfalls of text from the BBC, various papers, Slate, The Telegraph, and Brian Deere. Yeah, she actually quotes Brian Deere in this one. Wow! But this makes the videos boring. She's just reading pages of quotes at you. So to break up the screens of text and make it feel more original, sometimes she doesn't tell you she's reading someone else's words. She's doing plagiarism out of embarrassment to make the videos less boring. When I think a video is being lazy, I do a little test. I check what sources the video used, thankfully Blair provided a list, and I compare it with the sources you would get if you went to the Wikipedia page for the topic. All of the quotes in that 5-minute sequence I mentioned, including the Telegraph article she plagiarized, are just linked on Wakefield's Wikipedia page. Oh, I know how this video was researched. This is a really common trick with lazy creators. Go on Wikipedia and quote all of their sources, and then it looks like you did a bunch of research and work. And to make it even better, she pretends she had to look for this stuff.
Other studies have suggested there may be a link to Crohn's and measles, just not Wakefield. I was able to find a different study from the National Library of Medicine that's more recent.
I was able to find? I mean, I guess I'm glad you were. One of the lights went off, hold on a second. I'm not sure everyone is fully convinced that quoting a documentary for 30 minutes while pretending you're quoting someone else counts as plagiarism. I mean, it's a bit weird, but she cited it as a source, so technically it's fine. I see you, you little pedant. You think you're so fucking clever, don't you? But the fact she's trying to pass off other documentaries' work as her own is obvious when you realize if you didn't know the source material, you would have no idea she was doing this. To test this theory, I decided to watch a video of hers on a subject I knew next to nothing about, the Fire Festival, which I've really not looked into before.
It was no isolated island, but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
At first glance, the video is surprisingly well researched, with plenty of backstory and explanations.
According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
Lots of it is just quotes, of course. She's still just quoting people mostly, but the fact there's so many quotes makes it feel well-researched and credible.
One of these people was Keith Vanderland, a pilot in charge of flying Billy around the Bahamas. According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do
and, once or twice, Blair brings up one of the documentaries about the Fire Festival and mentions something that happens in them.
Later, in a documentary around the event, Billy himself claims that they had rented 250 houses.
She makes it very clear what her source for that section is. This all seems very above board. And at the end, Blair says those 2 documentaries were some of the sources she used for her video.
I used both the Hulu and Netflix documentaries as sources for this episode, as well as various articles.
I think it's fair to say an average person would think they were watching an original work with lots of research and sources, which tastefully brings up 2 documentaries when necessary. And that's what I thought too, and I thought that was fine. It was a pretty well put together video. But then I watched Fire, the Netflix documentary about the Fire Festival.
And what I realized was that they had rented an area north of Sandals Resort,
It was no isolated
There we
island,
go.
but an underdeveloped lot just north of a sandals resort.
And then
Let's,
they photoshopped out the bottom portion of the map to make it look like they were on a deserted island.
They were photoshopping out the rest of the island to make it appear as if Fire K was a deserted island dedicated to the event. According to Marianne Roll, a local that owns an Exuma Point restaurant, they had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
They had every living soul on the island of Exuma who could lift a towel working.
According to Keith, Billy's team really wanted to do tents, so what I did is I took
my wife and we tried to sleep in a tent for one night, and it was so terrible.
Her Fire Festival video is mostly her reading words from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, set to footage she got from the Fire Festival documentary on Netflix, with supplemental footage taken from the Fire Festival documentary that's on Hulu. But don't worry, her first source in her list is the Netflix documentary, so that makes it okay, right? And then further down in the list is the Hulu one. Although fucking hilariously, she doesn't link it on Hulu, she links it on 123films.cc, the piracy website she watched it on. Now this is journalism! Yeehaw!
Calvin claims he then went to the Bahamas for himself to see what was going on and discovered that the luxury festival tents were nothing more than leftover emergency relief tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Apparently this part is from Calvin Wells. No, it's from the same documentary she got everything else from.
One of the things that really struck out to me was that they were erecting these dome tents that were pitched as luxury villas that I realized were leftover hurricane tents from Hurricane Matthew.
Getting up.
She's saying this is the same footage the documentary is showing as Calvin says it. She's just
Get some
replaced the
little
documentary
drink.
voiceover with herself quoting the documentary. It's ridiculous. Quoting documentaries you pirated for 30 minutes while pretending you're just quoting specific individuals is plagiarism. To give an example of how to do these quotes correctly, here's a New Republic article that quotes one of the films Blair did. As one
Okay, myself a little snack, some Pocky.
It's clear and to the point. The article isn't trying to look like it found this quote. Blair could have said, in the Netflix documentary, this person says this, but she'd have to say that 50 fucking times, and it would make it obvious she's just remembering Netflix at you. So she deliberately obscures the actual source of her quotes. This is to convince a casual audience she found these herself by doing actual research and reading articles and interviews with these people. Which she didn't.
Okay.
This is passing off the work that went into making the documentary as her own. When she brings up the other documentaries as if she's only just talking about them, this is a lie to make you think she hasn't been doing it the whole time.
According to Mark Weinstein, a festival consultant,
A metric shit ton, actually slightly more, an imperial shit ton of this video is just footage from the Netflix documentary. Seriously, you can't even fucking take your own screenshot of these articles? What the fuck? This isn't even plagiarism, this is genuinely just copyright infringement. Like, the copyright holder could get this video taken down easily, and maybe even take her to court for the ad revenue she got from their footage. You know YouTube's copyright system, where if you use 5 seconds of the wrong TV show, your video is demonetized? You're probably wondering why that didn't happen here. This is what the Content ID system actually exists to stop, after all. Well, this is why the video has all these ugly filters. What Blair is doing is so obviously stealing that YouTube would notice, so she had to put bisexual lighting over all the footage she got from the documentary. Whoever's making these videos is fully aware what they're doing is unacceptable and is purposefully working around the systems designed to stop them doing it. Blair doesn't just reuse other people's footage without credit though, the video has also been edited to hide the credit that was there. The Fire documentary itself used videos posted on Instagram and Twitter by people who attended the event. And guess what? It credits them. Their social media's in the corner. Blair's video steals this footage from the documentary too and puts a filter over it, but also blurs out the social media. She uses a few clips from a Vice video as well, and the Vice logo gets blurred out so you can't tell where it's from. Since Blair's making a documentary out of other people's documentaries without permission for money, she's trying to hide the evidence of whose footage she's using so they don't notice and serve her a fucking cease and desist. Incidentally, when the Vice video uses footage from the documentary, it tells you, because this is how this shit is supposed to work. At one point she uses a clip of a news piece about the festival, which used footage from the documentary, and you'll notice they also correct directly credit the footage too. Blair's sources are full of examples of how to credit the source. But if she'd done the same thing, the word Netflix would just be in the corner for 30 minutes. The video's opening features this fan art, depicting her bro-fisting with a person I believe she recently sent a cease and desist to. Put this on r/aged like milk. This piece of fan art is better attributed than the documentary she stole this video from. The 25 minutes of clips and quotes from Netflix don't get this treatment. She just says, "Oh, I used these documentaries as research" at the end. And I guess she's not lying. She definitely did. I wish there was room in the video to show you just how much she quotes the documentary without telling you.
Hold on, I need more pictures of a raccoon.
There's just too much to show. I also wanted to go more into the ways making sloppy, poorly researched videos means the videos are full of obvious mistakes.
Yes, they do not have it go down there, so it's
I shouldn't.
it stops around there. Let's get a little bit of
check out the
more
new video on my hot new second
herb.
channel. I have a second channel now. It's not a live stream channel I hastily rebranded. Check it out if you want to see me complain about Blair getting the Stanford prison experiment wrong, and also Silent Hill lore. Why would you want to watch that? I don't know. This is a horrible pitch. As a creator, my question is, why make 3 bad videos a week when you could make 1 half-decent video every 2 weeks? Or 1 pretty good video every year? Videos like this aren't made for the reasons normal people make videos, like to inform or entertain or for the joy of making something. They're made for the purpose of putting out more content. The phrase content mill refers to organizations which produce huge amounts of material very quickly, designed to get attention with no interest in quality. If you've ever seen an article in a search with a compelling title but which says nothing for several hundred words and only tells you the thing you wanted at the end while showing you 7 million ads, you've had the content mill experience, my friend. Some of these are just a link to a video someone else made, but they got to show you ads. There's a ton of channels out there whose objective is to make as much stuff as possible, as fast and as easily as possible. We just watched Cinemassacre become one of these, making easier, lower effort, worse videos, and for the ones that were supposed to be good, outsourcing the editing to a guy they underpaid so badly he later quit, and the writing to a guy who turned out to be stealing shit. The quality suffers, yeah, but if you don't care about quality, you save yourself a lot of time and effort. The people who are in this for the money are engaged in a constant race to the bottom, to find the easiest possible content to make and still get paid for it. If you're a nerd, and look at you, you've been recommended a YouTube short where a robot explains what happens in a comic.
The sad story of Rocket Raccoon, the drunk who knew Batman's identity after Homelander lost his mind.
Homelander.
To the top because there's catchy names and there's hundreds of them. So they get recommended to everyone even though nobody likes them. My favorite insane content farm stuff is when an AI explains the plot of a movie to you, but the title is "A Woman Wakes Up Covered in Bees" or something.
Welcome back to Movie Recaps. Today I will show you a drama, fantasy film from 2018, titled Be With You. Spoilers ahead.
These are so perplexing they wrap back around to being performance art. He has only 3 organs left, but the scientists turn him into a super soldier. It's RoboCop! An AI voice explains the plot of RoboCop to you. Incredible! But if something becomes successful, even if it's something this weird, people are going to try and do the same thing, especially if it's easy to crank out, like an AI recapping a film.
The opening scene features a guy who finds himself confined within a large cube.
The opening sequence introduces a prologue. After this, the chaos caused by the Egyptians is depicted.
Today, I'm going to explain a film based on the real-life story of the youngest warrior of World War II called Soldier Boy.
Today I'm going to explain the horror zombie film, titled Warm Bodies.
And walked over to the man. When the man saw it, he was still cursing at his wife.
The Dog King has gathered hundreds of stray dogs. He is leading his entire army to attack the city.
Hi, Jake Recaps here. Today I am going to explain a movie called Allerlero.
So you can see how content mill shit dovetails very nicely with ripping people off, if not outright plagiarism. And right in the middle of this ecosystem are reaction videos, where people just upload themselves reacting to other people's videos. The money almost makes itself! Reaction videos are a key piece of the Illuminati puzzle here, because that was Blair's previous content mill. A few years back, reacting to Reddit posts was a popular format, and it was easy to make, so hacks jumped on it. She used to make videos reacting to popular Reddit posts, and she'd try to add to the jokes, and, you know, not manage it.
After all, if I can't trust the President of the United States, who can I trust? And that's, Tricky Dick. Very cool, man. The Watergate scandal man himself.
Extremely boringly reading out Reddit posts wasn't good content, but it was content. She saw moderate success doing this for a few years, briefly forming a communal channel where she and several friends reacted to Reddit posts together called Sad Milk, a channel which has since been completely obliterated, and she's currently sending cease and desists to the other members to stop them talking about why. So that's fun, but this kind of explains a lot. In a way, Blair has always just been reading other people's stuff at you. She spent over half a decade trying to become a popular YouTuber, by any means necessary. Before these, she used to do storytime videos back when they were really popular, which led to a notorious video where she talked about clogging a toilet by literally filling it with shit.
I didn't even see the hole, so I knew the poop wouldn't go.
When video essays started being a popular format, she pivoted again and started making what she makes now. None of this has ever been about actually making something she cares about. It's always been about making something popular. When these finally caused her to really take off as a creator, she basically immediately deleted all of her previous cringe attempts to cash in on other trends. Remember when nearly 1 million views disappearing from Philip's channel was a bit weird? Try 40 million. Sounds like those videos aged like milk. Sad milk, that is. The Illuminati channel is a video essay content mill. She has a team of editors helping to put out videos every other day, and she doesn't need a writer. Wikipedia's got her covered. And if there happens to be a documentary on the topic, she can just quote that 40 fucking times. The video happens overnight because she didn't have to do any work. There's a part in the vaccines video where she talks about all the documentaries she's watched as part of her research process, and I don't think she realizes she's telling on herself here.
And I've got to tell you that I've seen a lot of documentaries doing research for these deep dives. The Netflix Betting on Zero for Herbalife, The Dark Side of Chocolate for Nestle, documentary series on the Hikikomori, and all the Goop episodes on Netflix, Blackfish for SeaWorld, there's a lot.
This is just a confession. Referencing the big documentaries on a topic you're covering is fine. Quoting them or using some footage from them makes a lot of sense, I think. But at a certain point, you're just repackaging other people's work and selling it off as your own. And speaking of selling, why would someone do this? Well, when I sat down to watch the Fire Festival video, I got served 2 advertisements before I could hit play, and then immediately got hit by a commercial for Blair's plushie.
Make sure to snag one before it's gone because these are not coming back once this runs out.
Then 11 minutes in, I got a message from today's sponsor, Mint Mobile, where I could get Squixteen Dingles off my Bexed burger.
And we will begin to unravel what happened at the Fire Festival right after this ad break. Make sure you go to mintmobile.com/MLM. That's mintmobile.com/MLM.
And then within seconds of that sponsorship ending, I got a second sponsorship. She has 2 right next to each other. Go to blueland.com/Illuminati.
To blueland.com/MLM. That's 15% off your first order of any products of Blueland orders at blueland.com/MLM.
Now, I don't want to speculate how much money Blair made from this sloppy shit that was made in about a day, but I do know how much a video with that many views makes in ad revenue, and I know what the overhead is on those plushies, and I've been offered similar sponsorships. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying she made a fuck ton of money from stealing someone else's documentary. It turns out it's the same twist it always is. Why did this stupid shit happen? Oh, it's money! This is a really good racket. I'm almost jealous. With a small
Do I want the raccoon to not have a mouth?
And she does. I mean, she doesn't need a writer. Now, maybe this technically isn't plagiarism. Maybe you give them a pass because having a link somewhere in a description makes it okay to have done this. But I think we can all agree that even if it isn't plagiarism, it is, at the very least, shit. When we're talking about creative works, questions like this aren't really about rigid definitions. It's about whether or not something passes the vibe check, as adults pretending to be children might say. A lot of this is about how something feels. Case in point, when Blair accused someone else of stealing from her. Plot twist, baby! Party time. The Legal Eagle debacle. This is Devin Stone, law YouTuber and actual lawyer whose channel name is Legal Eagle. He's pictured here interviewing me in my pajamas in the final year I had hair. I used this clip so I could savor it for a second. On April 20th of this year, Blair accused one of Devin's editors of taking her video's style. They were trying to replicate her videos. Her evidence? One of his editors emailed asking how her editors achieved a specific effect in an old video, and then later asked on Discord if he could ask them there. I know, right? And if that's not enough, she posted some comparison shots showing they both have used torn paper effects when showing quotes, and They both highlight text when they show documents.
Legal Eagle is no longer the one good lib.
It's cut and dry, really. There's just one small question left, and that is, what the hell are you talking about? This is one of the most common things you see in all videos. No one owns the concept of highlighting text. Tons of people use torn paper in their visuals when they're quoting books or newspapers. It's basic skeuomorphism, when the thing looks like the thing that it is. I do the same thing when I'm trying to look professional. Legal Eagle has used these visuals for years, before Illuminati has used them even. Who's ripping off who again? But in any case, it's normal for editors to ask each other how they do things. That's how information spreads. You know those transitions that I do occasionally and Philip did literally all the time? I found out how to do those by asking another YouTuber named BobVids how he made his transitions so smooth in his videos in like 2016, and he told me what plugin he used. Almost everyone finds out about it by asking someone else whose videos they like how they did that thing. This is a communal craft where people learn and share things. That's why there's 12 million tutorials for how to do a chromatic aberration effect without having to pay for one of the professional ones. Editing is for the people. More like comradic aberration. No. The accusation wasn't just false, it illuminates, haha, how Blair sees the world. She doesn't really understand the concept of sharing amongst creatives because she's never actually created anything. Ripping people off is her entire business model, so she assumes that's how the rest of the industry works, just people competing to exploit each other's ideas. To this sort of person, the fundamental act of asking questions and talking shop become devious tricks to get you to give away your precious secrets about how you highlight text. Basically, this is a completely ridiculous accusation. This particular thing really annoyed me, not just as a video editor, but because I had a personal history with her videos. Here was someone whose career is built on remaking other people's hard work 3 times a week, getting extremely aggressive that someone asked someone else how they did something. I'd found the Brian Deere stuff years ago and kept it to myself because I know this might be hard to believe, I don't like randomly starting fights with strangers, but since Blair seems okay with doing that, and it was on my mind anyway since I was already working on this video, I posted a video with some examples of her ripping off Deer in a quote tweet. A lot of the reactions to my tweets seemed to show that this made people rethink how they felt about the work of someone they previously respected. And this, for me, confirms my hypothesis that whatever you call this, there's something wrong about it. Realizing how heavily regurgitated someone's work is changes how it feels to watch. Even if you like something about it, now in the back of your mind you're wondering if it's them you like and not the person they got it from. Plagiarism stains a person's work and makes it tough to appreciate even the original parts, because you'll never really know for sure again if they're original. And being the one getting ripped off feels pretty bad too, which I'm sure Blair understands, that's why she posted all of these tweets. Now imagine how those journalists and documentarians might feel. Imagine spending your life doing painstaking research, actual investigation, going out there and interviewing people and physically finding things, not just Googling it and copying what's already there. And then imagine someone reading your words out loud in between sponsorships for dish soap, getting half of the words wrong, and not even making it clear how heavily she's relying on you to make her video. Brian Deere has had a lot of trouble with plagiarism. During the scare, Deere got sued and went to court to defend his findings. He could have lost his home in the fight to get the truth heard. So when people steal his work without crediting him properly, it's messed up. Some entire documentaries have come out which don't credit him. Channel 4 did another documentary about Wakefield recently, and they don't acknowledge that it was his work they were using. They pretend Channel 4 itself made those discoveries. They try really hard to cut Deere out of the story, and it doesn't even work. Articles he wrote and his book keep popping up in the background. Deere has been battling to have his work properly recognized for years, while other people pretend they discovered it. Deere actually put it best himself when he saw my tweet and replied to it. Sorry to drag you into this, Brian. While copying and pasting text from other people's stuff is a kind of plagiarism, it's not the only kind, and focusing on that as the only way would be a mistake that falls short of understanding the problem. Even when Blair isn't just reading other people's words, she's still gutting other people's work and selling it, and I hope I've explored that properly. I wish the story ended there so we could move on already. I had other examples I wanted to get to, I swear. But on the 28th of April, Blair released a video entitled Illuminati Exposed, which contains an apology to Legal Eagle, a response to Hubbaboma Guy's plagiarism claims, and I guess a response to the 5 other things she's currently being accused of. She seems great, and in the section intended for me, she responded to my tweet. So in the interest of fairness, let's see what she has to say.
Before I get into the accusation itself, I want to address the topic of plagiarism. And that word has been tossed around a ton, and it's not something to be taken lightly. And I just want to take a minute to define this word.
She begins by citing the many dictionary definitions of plagiarism, which is very funny.
On screen are definitions for the word plagiarism as defined by Merriam-Webster, Dictionary.com, and the University of Oxford.
But then, she disregards all of them anyway and invents her own special definition with a loophole in it.
I'm showing multiple sources defining plagiarism, but the overall definition is going to boil down to this. Plagiarism is to take someone else's idea as their own or to not credit the source.
The actual definition, the thing that is wrong, passing off other people's work or ideas as your own, has had this new thing grafted onto it to do with crediting of sources. The other definitions do bring up not crediting people as part of it, but Blair has made it central to her definition. Remember what I said about plausible deniability? This is Blair trying to cash that in. She objectively has passed off the work of Brian Deere, the Fire Festival documentarians, and countless others as her own, up to and including reading out entire paragraphs from articles without even telling you she was quoting anything. But in this new definition, as long as you hide a link in a document no one will read or mention once you used it as a source, it magically becomes not plagiarism anymore. She then gives the defense that she did cite Deere in that paste bin of hers, but her video demonstrating this actually shows why this is a cheap trick.
When you go to my sourcing page for this particular episode, you can also see that the documentary is listed as a source.
Illuminati's paste bin full of disorganized links is embarrassing to watch her scroll through. I assume she was trying to show how easy it is to find the documentary in her list, but then she couldn't find it. She cited it as a contextless YouTube link, so she has to have text appear on the screen saying which of these sources was the documentary. What really surprises me about the response is how deliberately manipulative it is. She makes a big show of how thorough she's being in her response.
With that definition being clearly identified, let's go ahead and take a look at what Harris brought to the Twitter table.
She shows my tweets about the situation, obviously, and she reads them all out, which makes sense. She's used to reading people's words for a long time. But she doesn't show the video she's actually responding to.
Harris posted this video saying, and I quote, "Personally, at Illuminati, I would define plagiarism as something a bit more specific. For example, copying someone else's documentary directly into your script." End quote.
After slowly and painfully reading out the entire surrounding context, why doesn't she show any of the video? Well, because it would make her look really fucking bad. If she showed the video directly comparing her with Deere, she wouldn't be able to defend herself at all. It's obvious what she did was wrong.
Good enough.
Instead, she shows this one screenshot, which just happens to be the part where she's technically quoting something on the screen. And then she gives the defense that, look, you can see I was quoting it.
However, in his own
There he
video,
is.
he shows where I'm audibly
A raccoon with a nice hat.
and even visually you can see it on the screen with the quotation marks.
A direct line from the documentary? The video says it's from a lawsuit with the FDA. I have to admit, this is some pretty clever sleight of hand. She's showing specifically the one section where she technically is quoting something.
At the time of recording, it was really obvious to me that it was a citation of the documentary.
You know she's pretending to quote a lawsuit while actually reading someone else's words, but the audience watching doesn't. Her official response on YouTube has way more views than the Twitter video she's responding to. More people have seen a manipulatively framed single image from the video than the video itself. I got some replies from people who had clearly just seen her video and not seen mine, trying to defend her on the basis that she did put it in quotes, she just didn't cite the source correctly, and you can find it in the description. Some poor Illuminati fans out there think I'm mad at her for quoting some words slightly wrong, because they assume in good faith that the YouTuber they like wouldn't tell
That's
them
perfect.
an obvious lie. Sadly, Illuminati isn't a unique story. She's just the most prominent tip of the iceberg of content mill video essay garbage. If you want to see these extremely poor practices in action, you need only watch the videos about Illuminati. You know, drama YouTube. The worst part of YouTube.
Koba says point of view, showing a picture of a man with a hatchet, who I assume is H-Bomber guy, but I'm not too sure to be honest.
Drama YouTube is its own sub-ecosystem of content mills, grinding out infinite buckets of slop about whatever's happening in that moment.
So I'm not gonna milk this anymore after this video, okay?
These people are so busy making the videos, they don't even have time to find out what Blair did. They're finding the most popular tweets on the topic and hitting the record button.
Not enough that they steal ideas. They have to go out of their way to slander others' work for having the most banal similarities.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's right. Wait, banal? And in their most evolved form, they're not even doing that. They're watching other drama videos.
Now that we get that done, we gotta rig him.
I made of Blair copying Deer in like 40 different places at this point. But what's really amazing is that it's now crossed the drama mill event horizon. So instead of being credited to me, it's credited to the other drama YouTubers the current drama YouTuber got it from. In this instance, the previous drama YouTuber's name isn't even spelled right. That's the level of research we're dealing with here. I don't really care.
I think that's just amazing that they did that for the 30th anniversary.
Dia is the guy who deserves it. But there's still an irony to it. I was trying to make a point about the importance of crediting.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
Human centipeded its way out of the anals of drama YouTubers into the mouths of second-order drama YouTubers who don't even know where it's from, but are ready to reheat and serve it. This is the lowest effort shit you can imagine. They can't even spell plagiarist right. Information itself deteriorates in the process of producing industrial quantities of content. The mask has fallen and the gears of the mill spin naked before us as they wheel and crunch, all meaning to dust and Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. Go to audible.com/repent Harlequin to enter a coma and escape this madness. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to reply, Blair. I disagree. I don't think your new special definition of plagiarism with a loophole in it is plagiarism. I think plagiarism is plagiarism and you are a plagiarist. But thank you for taking the time to respond. And good luck with all that other stuff. We should probably move on. Let's talk about some good videos. Remember my video about the Roblox oof? That one.
Gonna do that. This will be like a additional part so that this doesn't get touched. If I rotate the tail.
A lot of people I deeply respect seem to enjoy it, and it was even Jack's film's third.
Now we're gonna call this hip.
Which for me is an
hip will be to this bone. This bonus root.
His second favorite video was Man in Cave by someone called Internet Historian, and that thing got like 10 million views. Personally,
Get a
I'm not
bucky.
an Internet Historian fan. Years ago, I saw a video of his about DashCon, a failed Tumblr convention, and it was really just a bunch of jokes about SJWs and how bad Tumblr is. And it was really disappointing. You know, he had the opportunity to talk about a really interesting moment in history, and he just used it to post cringe. But that video was eons ago, and I don't like to judge people by super old stuff they made. A lot of people I really respect seem to like him, so I'm sure he's way better now. Anyway, let's finally watch Man in Cave and see what the hype is all about. No, I mean it. Pull up your phone, open up Man in Cave, and let's watch it together. No, just type Man in Cave. It's the top one. It's got 10 million views. Oh, you can't find it? It's not there? As of present recording, Man in Cave mysteriously disappeared months ago and has yet to reappear. What happened to Man in Cave? Oh. Man in Cave is about Floyd Collins, a cave explorer who in 1925 got trapped in a cave. Nice one, Floyd. The video is an hour and 10 minutes long and pretty detailed, covering the events hour by hour as they happen. What a unique way of telling the story. The video implies a deep level of research and understanding, and that animation's pretty cool too. The video was uploaded on September 29th, 2022 and was extremely successful, garnering like 10 million views in the few months since it went online. It was deemed so entertaining it became the thing every Twitch streamer put on while they went and did something else to keep their audience busy. Ooh, that's a good chunk of change right there. But then in March of this year, the video disappeared. Any links to the video took you to a blank page saying it was unavailable because of a copyright claim. Usually with really popular videos though, YouTube resolves this quickly to avoid negative attention, but this was down for a while, and then it stayed down. What's going on here? Let's look into this a bit. This video is no longer available due to a claim by Pro Sportority Limited, doing business as Minute Media. That's what DBA means, by the way, aren't I clever? Minute Media is a publisher of digital content. One of their brands is Mental Floss, a digital news and entertainment site, which also has a YouTube channel. So, did he use some of their copyrighted images, or the YouTube channel's footage? Well, it doesn't look like the channel has ever covered Floyd Collins. The Mental Floss website, however, has. In 2018, Lucas Riley wrote a story about the 1925 cave rescue that captivated the nation. Uh-oh. This article is an extremely detailed summary of the story of Floyd Collins. Uh-oh. In fact, it makes the unique choice of covering the events hour by hour. Oh, he didn't. He did not just—
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above. Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin. When he did attempt to shuffle, more gravel and rocks would tumble from above and pile onto his feet.
He should try untying his shoes, said one. No, we should send
No,
him
wait,
down
it
with
was arm 1R.
He's got a mallet and a chisel. Hey, how about using dynamite? One twig formed,
Thank you.
insisting that it was a great idea, till they started arguing about
I got a
gas
cinnamon bun.
torches. But by far the
Right, no,
most
not
suggested
raisin bun, here, saffron raisin bun.
So he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes, and he left. Somehow, Homer mustered the strength to altogether wrench the cord from the other men's hands. The rope went slack. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. No progress had been made.
For the first time in YouTube history, a copyright claim is real. Internet historians stole Lucas Riley's article, used it as a script for a 70-minute video, gave him no credit, and uploaded it for money. But let's consider an alternative explanation, just to be fair. This was a real historical event. They're both telling the same true story. So, of course they're going to be similar. That's a good point, you're very smart. But there's a difference between using the same sources, or recounting the same history, and telling the exact same story in the same way, using the same words. And if going hour by hour didn't make it obvious, the fact it copies the rest of the structure makes it blatant. The opening, which covers Floyd entering the cave, even uses the same image used at that point in the article. Soon after, when Floyd first becomes trapped, the article flashes back to Floyd's childhood. The video copies this narrative framing and does the same thing, flashing back after he's trapped, and even tells the same anecdotes about his past.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old. And as he grew up, he gained a reputation for being a very daring caver. He would dive into some hole on one side of town and emerge miles away on someone else's property.
This one's interesting because the words are quite a bit different. Instead, it's copying the article visually by having him literally pop his head out like a gopher. You know how in the previous segments I've been showing all the really obvious examples to get the point across? Man in Cave is over an hour long. If I showed the funniest examples, we'd be here all day.
Gerald knew more about cave rescues than most. In fact, just that summer prior, he had helped untangle Floyd from a different snag. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burton fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away. World of Tanks is not only the best game I have ever played.
Okay, that one was a joke. Sorry, I couldn't resist. There are some differences between the two, though. Internet Historian's video has mistakes. He gets the weight of the rock pinning Collins' leg down wrong. He says it's 33 pounds, while the article lists 27. Every credible source I can find has it listed as around 27 pounds, give or take. And the Wikipedia page lists 26. The rock weighs about 26.5 pounds. How do I know this? We still have it. We've weighed it. It's 26.5 pounds. How did he make this mistake when all his sources, including the one he was plagiarizing, say otherwise? It's almost like when he was loosely rewriting the script to seem more original, he accidentally changed some of the facts of the story. Or maybe it was on purpose. It's slightly harder to say it was plagiarized now. I mean, how could he be ripping anyone off if he got the facts wrong? Man in Cave is also a little confused about the fucking cave? In 1917, Collins discovered a beautiful cave full of stalagmites on his family's land, which he named Crystal Cave. They tried to turn it into a tourist attraction, but this didn't pan out. He then tried looking for a new cave on his neighbor's property, and this is the cave he got trapped in while clearing out, which was later named Sand Cave once he became trapped. This is covered in the article as well as being common knowledge about this story. Internet Historian treats them like the same one cave and calls it Sand Cave. So now the story has insane shit, like Floyd advertising Sand Cave to tourists, which literally never happened because he died in it before it could open for business. That's what the story is about! This isn't nitpicking. Okay, it is. But this is the cave in Manin Cave. It would be nice if he got the cave right. This is the place most people my age are going to learn about Floyd Collins, and it's a shame they're learning history that's not true. Here's a funny thing I noticed because I'm one of those weird cave people. We prefer the term amateur speleologist, but he keeps using this picture to represent the grotto Floyd is trying to reach.
On the other side is this. Until he found this hollow.
This isn't a picture of that hollow. There are no pictures. No one's even seen it apart from Floyd. And because I'm insane, I recognize this picture. It's from the website of Crystal Onyx Cave in Kentucky, which is about 12 miles away from the Mammoth Cave system the video is talking about. This cave is often confused with other nearby caves because the names are similar and they're so close by. So it's an understandable mistake to use this image instead of one from the right cave system. But I do find it really funny a picture being used to represent part of Mammoth is from a site whose title reads, "We're not Mammoth." Like, they tried to warn you, buddy. And I saw people congratulate this video for the effort that went into it. I assume they're talking about the animation, which is pretty decent. Internet Historian's team did a good job with this, especially considering its length, a compliment I've received myself many times. That's one reason why this is all so disappointing. This could have been good and not been stolen. We can do both. Riley is a really talented writer and researcher. He was the article's editor for Mental Floss back when it had a physical magazine, with folks who worked on it calling him its beating heart. Riley is a very well-regarded, award-winning writer with a skill for telling gripping stories. And I can tell Internet Historian agrees with me, so it's a shame he gave him no credit for his work, even as it contributed to what must have been a huge amount of income for him. Doubtless more.
Now we're gonna animate the body at a later point, because we don't have anything for where he will be present. But I like this model, and I think I'm gonna stick with the no mouth. Like clearly this was made for a different type of game, but I love it. we're gonna keep it that way. What I want to do now is I want to create the astral projection power,
So the following is a recounting
which requires me to open the main character thing.
He heard Collins moaning ahead, so he pushed himself on. He managed to make it through the squeeze and he arrived at the 10-foot pit. Seeing trapped, he tried to ignore the pebbles that were tumbling behind him.
Internet Historian wants you to think he's telling you a story he made after doing research. He doesn't want to read you a good story he found. He wants to pretend he wrote it.
Astral
the obvious fact
activate.
It's wrong. That's the easy stuff. What's interesting is what happened next. I've been standing on my feet for ages. I'm gonna have a sit down. That's better. This is my living room where I keep all the books I pretend to have read, and also my board games. Yes, I'm one of those people. I even have a board game about caving. This is quite hard to find nowadays, so I had to get it from Germany. They love board games there because they're not afraid to look one another in the eye. I can't wait to spiel this cave game. For my money, that's the best joke I've ever written. Hold on, we're doing a video about plagiarism. Let's get this set up properly. But then... This is a whole style of video now, and by style, I mean one person did it first and then a bunch of boring people ripped her off. Stealing from lots of places is inspiration, but stealing from one place is plagiarism, unless you call it the breadtube style, and then it's fine. I don't even know what a breadtube is. I just woke up one day and was told that I was in it and that people hated me for being in it. I don't even know what it is. Anyway, when someone from Mental Floss noticed the plagiarism and filed a copyright claim, Internet Historian tweeted about the video's disappearance, but in a kinda suspicious way. He obviously knew why it got claimed, but he chose not to say why, so his audience could freely speculate amongst themselves for hundreds of posts about all the ridiculous reasons YouTube takes things down. Some of them noticed Pro-Sportority is based out of Israel and got anti-Semitic about it, but ironically, so it's fine. What an interesting audience he's built. All this needless speculation has helped to create a smokescreen. People assume the video was taken down for a bullshit reason and there is no clear explanation, when there is one and he didn't give it to them on purpose. Internet Historian has taken videos down before. A lot of them, in fact. Like dozens. None of these seem to be because of plagiarism. He says he just doesn't think they're very good anymore. I think he got a bit of what we in the business call trolls remorse. Like, oh, maybe this video was inappropriate and normal people would judge me for it. And he got rid of that video that's just a bunch of Tucker Carlson clips and reading a hentai in an extremely racist Japanese man impression. That's not advertiser friendly, and we want those World of Tanks bucks, don't we? But since his fans are, you know, normal cool people, they saved all those old videos, and there are several channels dedicated purely to re-uploading all his old inconvenient stuff. And some of them tried to re-upload Man in Cave and instantly got hit with a copyright claim as well because the video is in YouTube's system now. Here's a screenshot that was posted of one of these claims. The infringing video blatantly and unlawfully plagiarized verbatim text from our article, and the placement, pacing, and presentation of content is almost identical to the article. Speaking from experience, normally claims aren't anywhere near this detailed. The article's owners are not messing around. This is how we found out about the plagiarism. Kat was browsing her drama Reddits, as she does a lot, and she saw a post with this smoking gun in it. It's amazing how easy it is for a story like this to not get spread to a wider audience, even when it's for a video this popular. The furthest the story has got so far is a thread proving it just sitting in a random subreddit with like 90 upvotes. If Kat hadn't seen this, I wouldn't be talking about it, and you wouldn't know it happened either. So, thanks, Kat. You're so cool. I love you. Most YouTubers in this situation would fight a copyright claim publicly, arguing their case where everyone could see it, which would force YouTube to take notice and do something about it. People at YouTube on Twitter all the time and get responses and see things fixed. I once tweeted randomly about an old test video I deleted getting copyright claimed somehow. I didn't even at YouTube about it, and they still found it and asked me for more information. They're pretty diligent about responding to people messaging them on social media with problems. Internet Historian can't start a public case about this because he is in the wrong. He stole an article for money, and bringing attention to it would just broadcast to his audience he did 70 minutes of plagiarism. Right now, not many people know about this, although some of his viewers have noticed how strange it is he's avoiding talking about it. Why isn't he telling his audience who to get mad at and go after? Why isn't he giving his completely normal fans marching orders? Because he ripped someone off and he doesn't want you to find out, that's why. In May, 2 months after the video disappeared, a new version was uploaded, claiming to be a re-upload of the previous one. But then, 2 days later, it went private. On the Internet Historian Reddit post about the re-upload, the big guy himself wrote about there being some complications. Again, being vague about what's going on. This new version would remain private for about 2 months. It's not clear why. In July, while I was making this video, it finally came back up, but only unlisted. You can watch it, but it doesn't show up in a search or your recommendations. You can't watch this video now unless you know it exists and go looking for it and get the link from somewhere else. This new version has quite a few changes. It opens with this new clip explaining what happened, but in the vaguest way possible.
Sorry for the re-upload, fellas. The original got copy struck.
Again, we have a comment about it being copy struck, but no explanation why. He's still hiding what happened, in a pretty sneaky way this time. You see, this graphic of the copy strike has been edited. The notice on the video actually looks like this. It shows who made the copyright claim, but obviously he doesn't want people looking up the company behind it, because then people will find out why the video is unavailable. So now he's editing screenshots to try to hide what he did. The re-upload uses mostly the same animation and tells the same story, but lots of the voiceover has been rewritten to try to sound less like the article. Here's a section I showed you earlier.
His left arm was pinned underneath his torso, his right wedged by the rock ceiling above.
Now here's the HD remaster.
His right arm is wedged against the roof of the cave, and his left is stuck in place underneath his torso.
He flipped the order he talked about the arms and reworded how he talked about them. He hasn't really solved the overall plagiarism, he just changed the words more than last time.
Beneath him, sharp crystal shards dug into his skin.
He can feel the sharp crystals on the ground poking into his back.
Floyd tried to breathe calmly. Floyd took slow, steady breaths, so he removes his suit, drapes himself in coveralls, and grabs a lamp.
Miller thinks for a moment, then says, "Yeah, all right." He grabs a lantern.
In the past, we've seen people reword stuff they stole and hope they don't get caught. But now we're getting a special treat. We get to watch someone go back and try to change it even more. Like, no, we already know you stole this now. You can't take it back and pretend you didn't.
But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. In fact, he was incoherent. So Miller took a few mental notes and he left. But Floyd didn't really answer any of his questions. There's nothing Miller can do. So he hurriedly turns around. Homer, Floyd, and the rope lay limp on the cave floor. Floyd fell back down. Homer, Miller, Burden, and the other three men were flat on their backs.
I want to get across how much worse written this version is. Riley's article has a chilling section about Floyd spending an entire day trapped screaming for help. He began a tormenting routine. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Sleep, wake, scream. Minutes melted into hours. His voice disappeared. His arms tingled numb. Pain radiated up his ankle. This is vivid storytelling. I can feel myself going insane even imagining being trapped there for 25 hours. It's a really good passage. Internet Historian liked it too, so he stole it.
He's at the start of a very tiring loop. Sleep, wake, yell. Sleep, wake, yell. Hours passed. His voice gave in. Arms tingled numb. Pain radiating up his ankle. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
Now, in the remake, he has to tell the same story, but with completely new words, so we get this.
So there's Floyd in the dark, yelling out for help. Yelling into the pitch black. After a while, his voice would give out, and he would have to sleep to recuperate. He would then wake sometime later, remember where he is, and begin yelling again for help. Here he remained in the dark for the next 23 hours.
It's just not as effective. The feeling of being stuck in that cycle for dozens of hours is gone. It's quite difficult to take a story you got from an article and tell it again without using any of the words you liked.
Floyd has been exploring the caves of Kentucky since he was merely 6 years old.
Oh, I guess I can't mention Kentucky now. That makes it obvious. Better re-record.
Floyd started his caving career at the tender age of 6.
Some of the changes give away how uncreative he was, just how much he relied on Riley's work even with the most basic shit. He used his words about someone's hands being bruised and purple.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, especially now with their bruised and purple hands.
So in the new version, this had to be changed.
Parts were harder to navigate than before, doubly so with their bruised and rock-shredded hands.
Why would you not just write a new description of some hands in the first place? This is so lazy. What is wrong with this guy? And despite all these changes, the factual errors about the cave and the rock are still the same. It's like this version was made to annoy me. It's especially hard to make major changes when you already made the animations. It's almost impossible to remove Lucas's influence without doing so much work it's not even worth it. For example, the gopher section has been completely removed since it was directly copying an anecdote from the article. He's replaced it with a new segment, which is just C-tier reference humor.
He would go off on his own, disappearing into the caves for many hours at a time. Have you seen that movie, The Descent? It was a lot like that.
Holy crap, Lois, this is just like that movie. Some of Riley's article was too short and simple to meaningfully change, so those parts have just been taken out.
And all they could do was leave for now and reassess. Everybody was shaken by the experience. Burden fainted as he crawled towards the exit. Most of the other men had to be carried away, and all they could do was leave for now and rest.
Since it can't use any of the clever words it stole anymore, the whole thing's been dumbed down.
Now, Floyd was trapped in a supine position. So Floyd is trapped laying down like this.
Imagine sitting down to watch your favorite show and the streaming service has replaced it with a different cut where all the characters talk like idiots now.
You made me look bad, and that's not good.
I feel bad for the people who enjoyed the original. People in the comments and on the Reddit page are asking why he changed it and why all their favorite lines are missing. They don't know why because he didn't tell them. Why is the new version of the video unlisted and not public? Well, it could be because it's a lot worse, but mainly, by being so much worse, it kind of gives away what he did. This video's fans obviously want it back up. But if it goes back up and it's obviously much worse written now, the 10+ million people who saw it the first time, potentially even more than once, will wonder why it's different and look into why and maybe find out. But if it stays down, people will wonder why it's down and look into why and find out. It's like he's trying to delay the inevitable wider discovery of what he did by letting the video exist, but as quietly as possible, so no one wonders where the video went, but not too many people see it and notice the differences. It's a precarious situation, and I don't envy him. but he does deserve it. Right now, he looks like a plagiarist and a liar, and a coward who's willing to ruin his own video and let it gather dust unlisted in the corner to try and hide what he did. To be fair, the new version now actually cites Riley's article. Whenever a section was too difficult to change, but too significant to remove, he keeps it in and cites the article at the bottom. In the original, there were several places where he quoted the same sources Riley quoted, and in this version, just to be safe, he also cites the article to make it clear that's where he got it. The description of this version also acknowledges the talented Mr. Riley and links to his work. This would have been cool if he'd done all this the first time and not tried to hide it, but this is like if Philip re-uploaded a very slightly changed version of the plagiarized videos and just put "Thanks to Boomstick Gaming" in the description. It's too late to hide what he's done, though that hasn't stopped him from trying. Oh, late breaking update. A couple weeks ago, the Man in Cave re-upload became public again. I wondered how he would stop people noticing its weird changes. Then, days later, he uploaded this year's new video, so people's attention is onto the next thing now. The only people who really noticed the video coming back are the, hardcore fans. This was a real clever boy move. If I wanted to sneak my weirdly changed re-upload back out without too many people noticing, this is how I'd do it, and all I'd have to do next was hope no one ever makes the video I'm making right now. Oops. Right, my eyes have gone fuzzy, so it's time to get back up. Ah, my knees really hurt too. Okay, I threw out an IKEA Poang to make room for this beanbag chair, and it's rubbish. I love sacks full of balls, but not this much. Don't get a beanbag chair. Oh God, Jesus. Hey, the mic's still out of frame. That's nice, that never happens. I don't know, a proper apology would be nice. And maybe an explanation for why it happened. As far as I can tell, this is the only video where he's just ripped something off like this. I hope. You know, why did he do it for this one? Really, I just want to know where he got £33. I'm a simple man with simple needs. Yorkshire puddings with a little bit of gravy on top, and explanations for discrepancies in numbers. My parents never took me to see a psychologist, so I assume that's normal. In the meantime, I'm very happy to accept the award for Jack's Film's second best video of 2022. The version from 2022 is gone. Get it off the list, Jack. Bump me up. Now, what's the first place one? And how do I destroy it? Oh, it's the steamed hams one where an animator did like 1 million different styles. That one's really good. And it even tells you which styles it's doing and when in the description. This cartoon cites its sources better than half the stuff I covered in this video. Well, I guess I'll settle for second place. This time. So, there we have it. A bunch of examples of plagiarism, why it happens, why it's wrong, and all the ways it can result in destructive results. With these 4 examples, I think I'm ready to reach some kind of conclusion. Just don't touch the screen or move the mouse. There's no way you haven't seen the runtime. You've probably guessed what's coming. Where's the part where he turns out to be on a green screen and the video's about someone else? Congratulations, you figured it out. You know all my tricks. The student becomes the master. Master of shit? It was real the whole time! Ah! Last time I wanted to research one thing and tripped and learned too much. This time I had the breakdown and worked backwards. We understand why this shit is wrong now and the damage it can do. The piles of money people make from stealing other people's words and ideas and work. But there's one group more important than historians or journalists or anyone else with a real job, and that's gay people. You know what's worse than stealing from established journalists who in the end are doing okay? Stealing from small queer writers or creators from marginalized groups who weren't even paid for their work in the first place. Stealing from the writings of dead people who passed away doing the activism you pretend to do. Stealing from the very people who fund your videos, the people you claim to be defending. This video is about James Somerton. James Somerton is a gay YouTuber with a degree in business administration who frequently refers to himself as a marketing expert.
I'm a YouTuber, marketing expert, and film school grad. I'm also gay.
Cool. In 2014, he briefly made videos about geek stuff, reviewing Marvel movies and so on. Several years later, when video essays became a popular format, he started making those, with a focus on queer characters in media and LGBT film history, and occasionally anime, such as this really successful video about the fascism of Attack on Titan, which has mysteriously disappeared. Where did it go? I wonder what happened there. Somerton is doing great by the standards of queer YouTube, in terms of views, ad revenue, sponsorships, Patreon income, and donations on his live streams. The man is doing extremely well financially in a field where people generally struggle to do this full time. In many ways, James Somerton is a success story our entire community should be proud of. Not to rain on this pride parade, But whenever I saw a video by James in my recommendations, I would have to stop watching because it quickly became clear to me he didn't know what he was talking about. The first video of his I ever saw was about Disney's relationship with the queer community, and in it he claims Disney set up an event called Gay Night and claimed to give the profits to charity, but actually kept the money.
During the 1990s, Disney's parks also tried profiting from their LGBT fans by creating Gay Night, a one-night-a-year event at the parks where LGBT folk would be the main guests. It was a big hit. Initially, the revenue was all to be donated to the Aid for AIDS Foundation, but by 1995, donations to the charity had dried up. Disney was keeping all of the profits for themselves.
He's misremembering a really well-known event. Gay Night was not set up by Disney, they didn't sanction it. A travel agency rented the park out for the night, and they kept the money they were supposed to have donated. This is a bit sloppy, but then he claims the more progressive CEO Bob Iger expanded Gay Nights into full Gay Day events.
Under his stewardship, Disney switched from the once-a-year Gay Night at Disney parks to the full Gay Days event, rebranding the occasion into a more family-friendly affair.
Now, obviously, Iger couldn't rebrand something Disney wasn't doing and had no control over. Gay Days is actually a completely separate event, which is also unofficial and unsanctioned by Disney. Also, it started before Gay Night, and 15 years before Iger became CEO. It's kind of impressive how wrong this was. He's giving fucking Disney credit for the actions of independent queer people. It really downplays the work that people put into organizing stuff like Gay Days. It's super disappointing, honestly. The first official Disney Pride Night happened this year, 3 years after he made this video. That's how far off the mark he was on this. Whenever I saw another Summerton video in the wild, I'd give it another shot and quickly have to give up again. In his Yuri on Ice video, he claimed the show never went into explicitly gay territory because it aired early in the evening on Japanese television, and there's a law on the books preventing showing homosexuality that early.
Japan has certain laws, such as what time of night a queer-centric show can actually be aired on TV. This show was slated for an earlier time slot in the night because it's first and foremost a sports anime. In order for the quiet part to be as loud as the creator wanted, it would have to have had a much later time slot than the network wanted.
This is a common myth made up by Western fans of the show to explain why it wasn't gayer. They wanted to, but it was illegal. How convenient. But that law doesn't work that way, and even if it did, Yuri on Ice aired at 2:30 AM in the morning, the gay witching hour. They could do whatever they wanted. But now I see people continuing to spread this lie, linking Summerton's video as proof it's true. James is helping to reinforce misinformation by not checking whatever he hears on Twitter before he spreads it, which is a bit concerning. Basically, I can't really watch James's videos because I care a lot about the stuff he talks about, and I can tell he's not really checked what he's saying, and that really gets to me. Normally in this situation, I would just not watch his videos and live my life, but over the last couple of years, Summerton has been repeatedly accused of plagiarism. In response, Summerton has claimed he never ripped off anyone, and the times he did weren't even that bad anyway.
If I had been plagiarizing videos, I wouldn't have a channel. I would be called out all the time by people saying he stole my shit, but I don't plagiarize. The one time that there actually was plagiarism, it was by mistake, and I fixed it immediately, and it is no longer in my video. And the other two accusations, one was silly.
That's an interesting way of saying you didn't do it.
When 3 or 4 separate videos have 3 or 4 separate plagiarism controversies attached. There's not 3 or 4.
Summerton is telling the truth here. There are not 3 or 4 accusations. Whenever these allegations are brought up, however, a fan of his will normally pop up to accuse them of harassing a gay man and claim this is all part of a deliberate homophobic campaign against a queer creator. And as an open bisexual who knows what the internet is like, I'm vigilant to the possibility the phobes are making a fuss about nothing again to take down a fellow gay boy. It does happen, so keeping this possibility in mind, I looked at what he'd been accused of for myself, weighed up all the evidence as objectively as I could, and it quickly became clear he did do it. He's a massive plagiarist. In fact, there's a bunch of stuff no one else has found yet. He's just convinced his audience to attack people when they notice. And the worst part is, they do it in the name of defending a gay creator, when many of the people he has financially benefited from stealing from are queer themselves. I've never seen anyone try to put together a full explanation of what exactly happened here, because his fans will threaten threaten you into silence for trying, which means there is no solid body of evidence to point to, so James can freely lie about what happened without anyone to contradict him. I'd like to take the opportunity to go through what happened here, so people can see what happened without it being filtered through James and make up their own minds. So, let's clear all this up once and for all, shall we? In July 2020, Summerton uploaded Evil Queens, a queer look at Disney history, a 1 hour and 8-minute video about Disney's relationship with the queer community. This original upload of the video has since been deleted for reasons that
why does it keep doing that?
Its audience, some viewers began noticing similarities between the video and the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens by Sean P. Griffin. James opens with a present-day example of Disney being bad about gay content on their platforms, and then says we need to explore Disney's history of doing this. The next 45 minutes are almost word for word taken from Griffin's book.
Fantasy is often described as a method of escape from the trials and tribulations of everyday reality. Living in a society that has outlawed homosexual desire, categorized it as a medical Shmi is constantly at Hook's side, and although Hook is the maniacal master of the relationship, Shmi is obviously his prospects brighten though when he overhears of a young man cub who is wandering alone in the jungle. He whispers to himself and vows to arrange a rendezvous with the boy.
Most of this video is just James reading a book into the camera.
In the number, Ursula uses various methods to convince Ariel to sell her soul, from looking sorry and saint-like to shimmying madly in excitement.
Throughout this video, James uses parts of the book where Griffin quotes someone else. Like here, this is from an essay by Cynthia Erb. James just keeps reading and doesn't tell you he's quoting anyone, and even changes it slightly, almost like he knows it's wrong and is trying to get away with it.
In its use of vocalist Pat Carroll's ability to slide up and down the musical register, from shrieks to baritones, Poor Unfortunate Souls is an unmistakable send-up of the campy female impersonation numbers of underground queer films in the early days of Hollywood.
When he rips off Griffin quoting more well-known writers like Susan Sontag, he reads them out and puts the quote on screen. It looks like when he thinks he can get away with it, he passes obscure writers' words off as his own. He's already stealing from Griffin, why stop there? Summerton reuses a section of the book where Griffin quotes gay journalist and activist Jack Babuccio, who passed away of AIDS in 1990. Griffin explains who he is and discusses his quote, mentioning by name repeatedly. You know, the way you quote someone and discuss what they said. Summerton removes all mention and discussion of Babuccio, but he still steals everything he says.
And amping up that depiction to an 11. Camp, by focusing on the outward appearance of a role, implies that roles, and in particular gender roles,
frames,
a matter of style.
He then skips a few paragraphs, since the book discusses what Babuccio meant by this, and that would give away James didn't write it. I didn't even think it was possible, but somehow James managed to steal 2 queer authors' words at once. He copied a book word for word, and even removed mention of the people being quoted so it sounded like he was saying their words too. That's not something you do by mistake. That's something you do when you want to take the credit, which he does. In future videos, James talks about Evil Queens as if it was all his ideas.
But other movies require a bit more digging. In Evil Queens, I talked about the queerness of the 90s Renaissance Disney movies, especially Aladdin and The Lion King. When I first mentioned this to people, they thought I was crazy. Then I explained it to them, and they came around to seeing it my way.
And everyone clapped. James claims this video is his work and a weird, bold new approach to media, when it's word for word from a 20-year-old book. It's ridiculous. He appears to have found and replaced words like gay and homosexual to queer or LGBT.
Another narrative strand in Disney's films that would have a great appeal to the queer community is the tale of the outside. Labeled it as a sin against God and allowed and often encouraged violent acts against LGBT people, queer culture has unsurprisingly embraced. Queer culture, particularly gay male culture, has long held a fascination with fantasy. The close association of gay men to the world of fantasy has attributed to some of the most common insults for gay men in Western culture.
Summerton never mentioned the book or its author anywhere. There was nothing
There we
in the
go.
credits, the description, no citations, no mention of his name. Nothing. When YouTubers use a book as a major source of research, usually they mention it, or put it in the background on their set. He did film himself next to a book, but it's not Tinkerbells, it's Disney War, a commonly cited source in videos covering Disney stuff. He's trying to look like he did research without giving away where he got all the words he's saying. Eventually, a Twitter user who noticed the similarities started comparing the works closely and wrote a thread showcasing hundreds and hundreds of words worth of examples of the video directly copying Griffin's book. She eventually asked him why he didn't credit it, and he responded that he hadn't started crediting source materials yet when he made the video. He then finally added a reference to the book to the description almost 2 months after it had been uploaded. He'd gone with the internet historian method, put an acknowledgement of your theft in the description later and pretend that makes stealing okay. The thread's author thanked him for admitting it, but pointed out adding a line of text to near the bottom of the description is deceptive, considering the sheer amount of writing he copied. It looked like he was trying to get away with it by hiding some text somewhere no one would see. In response, he did the professional adult thing and blocked her and started tweeting vaguely about being wrongly accused of plagiarism, even though he always credits authors in the video description, which is a very funny thing to say when he didn't do that until the person he's currently complaining about pointed out he didn't. In just over a day, James went from saying, "Whoops, I'll put his name in the description, learning as I go, smiley face," to "I always credit authors in video descriptions, fuck off with your accusations." He also made a YouTube community post with the same text as the tweets. However, this turned out to be a Streisand'ian bargain, because people started asking what he was being criticized for. Here's where it gets really interesting. James responded to one of them with a new example. Something like this had already happened before. James had made a video called Unrequited: The History of Queerbaiting, and this video had also been accused of stealing from a documentary called The Celluloid Closet. So this wasn't even the first time he'd been caught doing something like this. The author of the thread noticed this comment and looked at the description of the Unrequited video, and there was a note hidden towards the bottom thanking The Celluloid Closet in a familiarly vague way. Somerton had been caught stealing something before, and he tried to get away with it the same way by hiding something in the description. The comments section was full of people saying thanking the documentary in the description wasn't good enough since he copied a shit ton of it. She then tweeted she was considering comparing The Celluloid Closet and Unrequited side by side, like she'd done with Evil Queens. It looks like James saw this tweet and realized someone was about to prove he'd done plagiarism in multiple videos, because suddenly he set both Unrequited and Evil Queens to private so no one could watch them, and made a post announcing this. The thread's author mentioned this happened and included these screenshots of the announcement. Let's put this on a timeline. This tweet came almost exactly 12 hours after saying she was thinking of checking the other video. In her screenshot, the announcement was only 11 hours old. James hid Unrequited within an hour of someone saying they were thinking of checking it for plagiarism. That's not suspect at all. In his post, he explained he was the victim of a targeted harassment campaign, had received death threats, and he hid these videos because he didn't want people who want him dead seeing them. In the comments section, he also claimed the thread's author had been harassing and attacking him for the last 48 hours on Twitter, and her followers had been hunting down his home and work addresses. Any harassment or threats Somerton may have received are unconscionable and wrong. I want to clarify right now that if anyone harasses Somerton on my behalf, they are worse than him and will not see the light of heaven. I must underscore, however, the original author was not unnecessarily rude in her criticism, was straightforward and polite when speaking to James directly, and when he talked about harassment, she was very clear where she stood on that as well. Somerton accused her of personally stalking him anyway, and starting a harassment campaign against him, threatening his life and trying to track down his address, with her obscure thread of tweets. The author's account was very small at the time, with less than 150 followers, and barely anyone had seen the thread until Somerton accused it of trying to kill him. Instead of addressing his mistake head-on and holding himself accountable, Somerton span a narrative about how the most polite critic he could have possibly gotten was the head of a targeted campaign against him, while trying to hide the evidence. On the other hand, the author of this thread has received a lot of harassment from Somerton's fans over the years, to the point they eventually changed their username and locked their account. You literally can't see these tweets anymore. When I managed to contact her with questions, she asked me to reference her as little as possible because she's afraid of it starting again. Somerton's fans believed they were defending him from someone threatening his life, remember? So they were pretty fucking vicious about it. And that is what he was telling them. When he made a video addressing the plagiarism, he titled it, "About Those Death Threats."
Somebody watched my video about Disney and realized that there are quotes in the video that are directly taken from the book Tinkerbells and Evil Queens. They went ahead and started accusing me of plagiarism. Somebody read their thread and decided to message me some death threats, as you do on the internet. I think she has something like 154 Twitter followers, something like that, and some of the people of that 154 decided, hey, let's threaten to kill him. But yeah, that's the situation. That's why someone doxed me and threatened to kill me.
He claimed he simply forgot to credit the book, which made up the vast majority of his script.
I'm kind of flighty when a video is done and I'm putting the credits together, so
Looks
I
good.
don't always remember to...
Now we're gonna make one for
put
getting back
everything
up.
in the credits. That's kind of been a problem with me in the past. That has happened before.
He then compared his
Astral
video to
End.
serious documentaries and how they're often based on books.
You know, like a lot of documentaries, they're based on books that come out. And so, yes, going forward, I just want you to know my videos may well be based off of books.
Normally you get permission to adapt people's books into documentaries before you make them and release them to the public for money. It's really hard not to see this for what it is. A guy making up a series of bad excuses after being caught plagiarizing. Let's just think about this for a second. If James was honestly adapting a book, why would he film himself on his set for an hour sitting next to a different book? And not even think to mention the book he's adapting even exists. Somerton went out of his way not to mention his primary source, so people wouldn't read it and realize he copied it.
So yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to say is that yes, there are quotes in the video and sections of the video that are taken from the book. It's not entirely based off that. There's, you know, most of what's in the video is my own original content.
How does he explain what he did to the quote from Babushio? He doesn't even try.
And if you don't want to support me anymore because not everything is entirely my original thoughts, then that's fine. I would never have had the time to do that amount of research for a YouTube video.
This video and all his YouTube posts about the plagiarism accusations were deleted soon after. I think Somerton realized there was no decent explanation for what he had done, so trying to explain it made him look worse. Instead, he started tweeting that he'd sent the video to the author to ask for permission to put the video up again. He was finally asking permission to do what he already did months ago. I'm curious how he explained all of this to Griffin. It sounds like Griffin asked to be credited properly because the old version of Evil Queens never came back up. Instead, a new one was uploaded. This version is exactly the same as the old one, except it has, based on the book by Sean Griffin, hastily added to the opening credits. In the span of a few days, the video graduated from not acknowledging the book anywhere to using it as a major source of research to finally being based on it. In the years since this happened, Somerton has come up with new lies about it to try to make himself look better. On a recent livestream, someone brought up the old allegations, and his version of the story is that he always had permission from Griffin before he even made the video.
For the Evil Queens one, like I said, that was based directly on the book. That was word for word from the book. And that's why before doing the video, I got permission from the author to do it. But I did have full permission from him before making the video.
The tweet about how he literally had to take the video down and ask permission afterwards is still up. Anyone can fact check this. I want to observe that if this was an honest mistake, James had the opportunity to be honest about it and chose to lie. Looks a bit like a dishonest mistake to me. He also pretends he credited Griffin in the description in the first place, and the person who criticized him simply didn't notice.
In the original version of Evil Queens, the citation was in the description of the video and not in the video itself. And that was the issue. They didn't read the description. And so I took down the video and I put it back up, and somebody didn't acknowledge the based on the book by in the comments, so I took the video down and put it back up with the author in the opening titles.
Again, his reply to her where he acknowledged he hadn't and was going to is still up. For reasons that I don't understand, James likes to tell obvious lies that make him look worse. This is why I felt it was important to make this video documenting the evidence. Currently, the only version of events people are likely to hear is his. Even if it's easily disproven, who's disproving it? The person who noticed the plagiarism in the first place was threatened into non-existence by his fans, leaving his lies as the last story standing. There's also another reason why I'm not buying the "it was based on a book" excuse.
And then there was a video I made about Disney that was based directly on a book that I got the permission from the author to make the video.
Let's take that at face value. Okay, so this video is based on this book, based on it, word for word.
That was word for word from the book.
This is a lie, of course. He changed quotes so it sounds like he's saying them and altered a bunch of other words to try to make it sound different, but let's pretend it was for a second. Is it possible he really was just trying to adapt the book? James insists this is the case, but at this point, I'm not sure I can trust him when he says things. The author of the thread was just comparing the video to the one book she noticed, and mentions around the 53-minute mark he moves on to stuff not covered widely by the book, like Mulan.
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative.
First of all, it's a little bit weird that his video word for word adapting the book stops adapting it and starts winging it partway through. But let me ask you this. Wouldn't it be really fucking bad for him if it turned out he also stole the new stuff from somewhere else? Yeah, it is bad, because he did!
Disney's Mulan is, however unintentionally, a queer narrative that explores both gender identity and sexual orientation. It is not, as it is often simplistically described, a story about a disempowered woman who becomes empowered by masculinity.
It's almost impressive how hard he leaned into something he knew was a lie people could check. James, what were you thinking? What was your plan here? The section on Mulan is taken from an article at Shondaland by Asian American trans person Jez Tom about how the film speaks to their experience with gender. This section is almost word for word stolen from this article.
Mulan as Ping progressively works their way toward achieving manhood, which is defined by catching fish, carrying heavy things, and of course, wielding a big stick.
He makes a few changes. Since this article is one specific queer trans person writing about how they related to the film, Summerton removes their personal experiences and moves on to the next sentence.
First, in Honor to Us All, the village women attempt to sculpt Mulan into an ideal woman. More specifically, an ideal wife. Mulan fails the test of womanhood when her meeting with the matchmaker goes horribly awry.
Sometimes, though, he keeps the stories in and makes a slight change.
Mulan's gender journey over the course of the movie feels very familiar to many trans and non-binary people.
Jesus! Is he really doing this instead of just crediting the person he got all this from? Well, yeah, he does this repeatedly.
Many trans men in particular feel a kinship with Mulan as the character prepares to convince everyone they're a man, practicing their swagger, affecting their voice to a lower register, and scrambling to settle on a boy name.
Summerton doesn't just steal another article when he's done stealing from a book, he deliberately changes it to avoid acknowledging the original author and their experiences so he can pretend he wrote it. Just for the record, I found an article on another website that quotes this article by Tom. Here's how quoting works, James. It's clear who wrote this, and even links to it as well for the reader's convenience. Meanwhile, James just pasted these words into his script and read it out loud like he came up with it.
As Mulan acknowledges this failure in reflection, she poses a question that most trans people know intimately. When will my reflection show who I am inside?
It goes without saying you shouldn't just take stuff and reuse it without crediting them. Write your own videos, man! Well, maybe he shouldn't do that either, because if you've been paying attention, which you have, you notice this is the video where James said gay night was Lord Disney's brilliant idea because he loves gays so much. Is this part stolen? Well, kind of, yeah. Griffin's book correctly explains the gay night situation. The part where James talks about this is in a brief section that appears to be written by him, connecting the parts written by Griffin and Jez Tom. We're graced with a whole minute and 30 seconds actually written by James. How nice of him. It seems like when writing his own new section to connect the two writers he stole, he wrote a half-remembered story about gay nights he got from the same book. So the part of the video that was technically his was full of obvious mistakes. This is, well, it's not a good sign. There's a bit of a theme developing. These guys don't know their history. They're copying it without really learning it. So when they try to be unique, they have nothing to say, and none of what they say is accurate. Around the time he re-uploaded Evil Queens, acknowledging one of the people he plagiarized, Summerton also unprivated the queerbaiting video, with what seemed to be no changes, except an acknowledgement at the top saying the stolen portion is based on the celluloid closet and its documentary counterpart.
There we
Before
go.
the video went down, the description didn't look like this. It just had a special thanks hidden at the bottom. So while it was down, he'd changed it. Looks like he settled on using based on as an excuse for stealing things when he's caught. I guess we should take a look at exactly how based on it is.
That's a good
Celluloid Closet is a documentary about
return to
homosexuality
body animation, I think.
with plenty of interviews with film historians, writers, directors, and actors.
Oops.
The structure and narrative
Let's,
is based on the
save
book
that.
of the same name by Vito Russo, who passed away from complications of AIDS before the documentary could be made. The first 30 minutes of Unrequited is just the celluloid closet. James Illuminati'd it. He downloaded a copy of the documentary, loosely paraphrased it, and as footage for the video, he uses the same clips the documentary used of the movies it talked about. He also reuses the more pivotal interviews, adding his own titles so it looks like he got them from somewhere else. James wants to pretend to be a scholar of film history, when in fact he watched a documentary and is now pretending it's his. He never credits the documentary as a source when he's doing this. He even pulls my favorite trick, which I've come to call the Blair Classic. He quotes film historian Richard Dyer.
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies.
So we learn from the movies what it means to be a man or a woman, what it means to have sexuality.
Richard Dyer, film historian.
It's actually Richard Dyer. Would you like to know how I know that?
Your ideas about who you are don't just come from inside you, they come from the culture. And in this culture, they come especially from the movies.
He has his own
Let's
special
do
spin on this trick too.
a new one. No, wait, no. Forced Delete. We need to make a child blueprint. BP, main car, Astral.
Is the place McLean went on record in 1996 is the
Astral form
time that
is going to not have any of the special stuff.
None of us.
You can't jump. You cannot roll.
He's remaking a documentary using their ideas and footage.
Rolling.
Gore Vidal, screenwriter of the film, said this in 1996.
You won't be able to get. Perfect here. What else do we have? Attack. Can't attack while in this form.
And added weird filters to try to avoid triggering the YouTube bots.
Make the added T key and the R key as templates here.
Of the films he's talking about here. He's just showing clips from the documentary, quoting the documentary, or straight up repeating what it said himself.
Homosexuality is a thing. It does exist, but it's not something good moral people should talk about.
Homosexuality was finally being talked about on the screen.
And we're gonna need one for the
I know a lot of documentaries are based on books, but not a lot of
for
them
the
are based
return.
on other documentaries someone already
That's not how
made.
you spell the key.
Celluloid closet
We're gonna
ends
use
with
the
a
Y
heartfelt
key.
acknowledgement
Oh,
of
Jesus,
Russo.
we're gonna use the Y key for this.
James's video, which takes pains to tell you was written, filmed, and edited
There we
by
go.
James Somerton, also ends by saying
like
it
that.
is in memory of Vito Russo. This one line of text is the only acknowledgement of Russo or the documentary in this entire fucking video. For those keeping track, this is the second gay writer and activist who tragically passed away of AIDS in 1990.
This form will have gravity scale
There were obviously
because we already have two forms that ignore gravity, and we don't need a third one.
His reply was to insist it was impossible not to plagiarize
Where's the
celluloid
speed?
closet
We need the
because it's
speed
such
to
a good
be.
history lesson. This is his main defense when this comes
No,
up.
the speed can be the same.
It's the only
I think
place
that's
I can
fair.
get information on the topic, which implies James has not engaged with the last.
Actually, let's make the
65
speed just
years of writing
slightly
about
higher.
the film industry. He also claims he hasn't simply posted it as
10,000.
his own, even though he never acknowledged the documentary until
Um,
someone caught him and then had to sneak one into the description.
Here.
If he wanted to pay respect to his
You
main source, he
ignore
could have said
all
in
of
this
these.
documentary instead of in 1996, but I won't say where. But in this reply, he
Mist
says
wall?
something very funny.
Yeah,
He
it can
insists
ignore
on
the mist wall.
implying he did some of his own work. One thing did stick out to me as new. The documentary covers Rebel Without a Cause, but not for very long. When James talks about it, he goes on for longer, in ways that aren't paraphrasing the documentary for once. So this
Right.
must be the new section. All that original work that proves he didn't
I want to
just
create
rip off
a.
the documentary. Wouldn't it be really fucking funny if it turned out he stole this part too?
Maybe I can just use the
Dean's character
one
Jim
that
is
exists.
a teenager kicking against authority.
I'm gonna load this up. Give me a preview mesh of the model.
A lonely younger kid.
Despite being based on an existing documentary, Somerton takes a break in the middle to steal from someone else. He stole Peter Howell's article on Rebel word for word.
Right, that was a
not even
flaking
trying to cover it
material.
up with find and replacing
I
text
want this to
time.
be a little
If you
bit
don't pick up
visible.
on that from the photo of hunky Alan Ladd that Plato has taped inside of his locker, or the looks of adoration he gives Jim, it becomes abundantly
No.
clear.
We're gonna make a unique material for this.
Late in the film.
It's not like
And we're
I
going
lifted it and
to.
posted it as my own, my foot. He changes one thing. The current date.
Play-Doh is obviously gay, although it's easier to say that in 2020.
New material, gonna call it matte.
Shit he jacked is not acknowledged in the video or the description or anywhere else and never has been. Like with Jez Tom.
Call it, what is it called?
So he hasn't
Scroll texture.
And it's based on it. It starts to feel like Summerton is just an extremely cynical loser with a business degree who, like Blair, and around the same time even, saw the success of video essays and decided to half-ass
texture,
how business people see
texture.
creativity. They don't respect it. It doesn't matter.
Not
It's
variable,
beneath them.
called
So
opacity.
they can take it and say it's theirs if they want. But at this point, my interest was fully pequeed. I was just looking at the original allegations to see if they were true, to check for myself. But even in just looking at those two, I found 2 more places he stole from that other people hadn't even found yet. And if it was that easy to find more, how deep does this hole go? These videos were made over 2 years ago. Did James learn his lesson from being repeatedly caught plagiarizing and at least stop? Well, his next video, Society and Queer Horror, has a script supervisor in the opening credits, and this person would go on to be his co-writer for many future videos. That doesn't necessarily mean the videos are better though. I mean, first of all, that's not how you spell supervisor, so write that down. But he even has another writer now, so
Call it
surely,
scroll texture
he
character.
started making his own original videos and things got better? Well, things got much, much worse. Society and Queer Horror, or as the video calls itself, Deep Cuts.
You
Society
are
and Queer Horror steals so
scroll.
many words from so many writers, it genuinely makes me think I've traveled to
Panner.
an alternate dimension where plagiarism is fine.
4 girls end up in the same school.
Give me the
find each other essentially
flipbook
like
panner thing.
hallways. Given Carrie's simultaneous status as horror film victim and monster, alongside
There it
the
is.
narrative concerning her burgeoning sexuality and attraction to boys, or when Ripley asserts authority in the team after Dallas is caught by the alien,
Ash, the male robot, feels threatened, and attempts to dominate Ripley, regaining his masculinity.
it's fun, messy, mean, sad, campy, and self-aware. That's the
Going
key
to
narrative
use
that makes Hellraiser so special.
Fire
I can't
scroll
show you how
as our
messed up this
test.
is without ruining this video's runtime even more than I already have. So let's use visuals. Here's a transcript of all the words James says in this hour and 25-minute long video. And here's all the parts that are plagiarized. Each author's name is in a different color for convenience. This video steals roughly 10,000 words from 18 different places. And this is just the stuff I found. There could be more. A truly staggering portion of this video is James staring into his prompter,
Multiply with
reading
this.
words he
Let me
got
see
by
what that
Googling
looks.
movie name gay. I wish I could show you everything he copied, but we'd be here forever. This is just one video, and he makes so many of these. And now we know how! But Summerton thinks he's figured out a loophole. It's a familiar spin on an old classic. It opens with a horror-themed credits sequence, which claims the video is based on the works of, and briefly shows a bunch of names. These are some of the people he plagiarized. So if any of his plagiarism is noticed, he can say, no, I name-dropped them in the opening for literally 1 second, so it's fine. This is the stupidest thing I've ever.
Yeah, we're not gonna use texture here. We're just gonna call this texture.
Or people whose work he read while
and
not people whose writing is the video. Based on
multiply.
the works of Colin
Oh no,
Arison.
let's do letter.
There's no way of knowing what Colin's contribution to the video was. Does this mean he inspired a
That.
section? That he gets quoted? That James read him and used some of those ideas? This mention means 21 minutes into the video, the next 5 full minutes are word for word copied from an essay he wrote.
Parameter.
Recognizes Hellraiser for some of its visual characteristics, but comes to the
Opacity,
conclusion that
color.
Too often, the representation of Barker's monster queers
This
seems
way,
similar to those produced by
and keep
right-wing
it from being
I don't think I need
color.
to tell you this is
Gonna
just
call this
plagiarism with an even
just
stranger
color.
excuse than normal. Summerton never tells you when he's just reading other people's words, because then people would know he didn't write anything. He's hidden their name at the beginning and in the end credits at the very bottom after a long list of patrons, so he can make a video out of other people's words
Let's
without saying
create
when he's actually doing it. 4 minutes is
material
just an
called
art article
Matte
titled
MC
The
Mist.
Craft, with slight
No,
changes to try to
Astral.
hide it and his usual LGBT to queer word swapping.
The film follows the story of 4 teenage girls who each grow up feeling different in one way or another. Special and above the fray of their
Matte
peers,
MC
or rejected by their
Astral.
environment, as so many queer teens have experienced.
The
most
parent mesh
memorable character,
is
by all accounts, is Nancy, and she's already out as a witch.
scroll
openly
texture.
practicing the craft. She wears goth lipstick and black, laced-up Stevie Nicks boots. She has a sexual history and a noose hanging in her locker. Bonnie is a girl with self-image issues due to scars that cover her arms and back.
Swapping back and arms to arms and back doesn't work. We can still tell.
Chris, your typical teenage movie football jock, persists in making bullying comments about the three spiritual deviants, who he calls the bitches of Eastwick. Because he's just so clever.
Wow, what a great addition, Jimmy. You really spiced up that anecdote, made it your own, put your fucking spin on it. Oh well, this is a bit skeevy, but at least Park's name is in the credits, so people can at least see his name and check him out. No, he's not in the credits. Half the people James plagiarized in this video didn't make it in, he forgot. This whole "it wasn't plagiarism, I said it was based on them at the start" excuse really doesn't work when you forget to put half their fucking names in. My personal theory is James came up with this phony excuse during the Evil Queen's fiasco when he was already making this video, so when he made this list, he'd already forgotten half the people he plagiarized.
To change a few things on this. First of all, let's try and fix the speed.
Is curiously progressive in its sexual politics overall, especially for a movie released during the Reagan years. Take, for instance, the exchange between Hudson and Frost. This isn't just queer behavior being portrayed in a positive manner, but one of the many ways that the movie obfuscates gender and supports a pansexual ethos.
My favorite part is when he reuses an extremely long quote from author David Greven, along with Bishop's exact commentary on it.
We're gonna do one thing here. We need to make it so that it doesn't grab.
Bishop, the cyborg,
Rotation coordinate stuff.
Greven further suggests that the aliens, and especially the alien queen, represent a cisgendered heteronormative
Now I
status
have
quo
a
that represents
hold that.
changing times.
Oops, sorry. That covers up the thing.
So while Greven suggests that the conservative alien queen has contempt for the queer
Okay,
family dynamic, the metaphor could go even further. Cameron creates a future where gender norms have all but disappeared.
He changed "I'd go even further" to "the metaphor."
Vector expressions, that's what I want.
He is at least uncomfortable
Let's take a
using
look here.
someone else's words in first person. The copying of Bishop's Aliens
Camera
essay was
vector.
eventually pointed out on his website. Bishop responded calling this
I want
very
text
strange.
coordinates.
Bishop also made a Facebook post about being plagiarized, which is disheartening to read. This situation demonstrates perfectly the way respect and social status factor into stealing. James fundamentally
Reflection vector, that's what we want.
He knows to quote people when they're well known, but when he thinks he can get away with it, he doesn't. A lot of queer analysis is sadly unrecognized, and James exploited this obscurity for clout and hid a little excuse where people will miss it, but only for about half of them. As with several previous authors, Bishop was not credited. However, the video's credits do contain David Greven, one of the authors Bishop quoted. At first I thought Greven was in the credits because he quotes him by name in this section, but no, he's in here because he also stole from
Did they change it?
In terms as resonant as they were phobic, Scream was a cry of despair over an apparent amorality in the millennial or late Gen X youth, especially in the male population. The homoeroticism of the Billy Stu relationship, which the film develops into an all but explicit queer love affair, shows both the unpredictable, anarchic, bewildering behavior of the generation and the shifts in male gender roles synonymous with it.
By complete coincidence, the competent writers he's plagiarizing are familiar with each other's work and sometimes even quote each other. Greven doesn't actually come up by name when James reads his words out loud for 5.5 fucking minutes. The authors James steals only get their name mentioned in the video if someone else he was stealing happened to mention them. I'm losing my fucking mind! When he quotes
Let's do the other one that we saw, camera, whatever.
Like Illuminati, he doesn't list the source
Camera
in a
vector.
useful way. This is because he doesn't know.
So I'd be fine with using camera vector.
He can't list the article as a source.
Alright,
because he doesn't want you checking
mask.
and finding out what he's done. It's the same reason he didn't film himself next to Evil Queens. He'd be giving the game away. Ironically, this is how the Bishop plagiarism was discovered in the first place. Someone was trying to find the source of one of these quotes and Googled it and discovered the whole segment was a quote. Summerton's videos
Are you fucking kidding me? So that doesn't work either.
Their way to hide where they come from or where to learn more. But this gives me an idea for a hot new game. Go to a random section of Summerton's video and just Google the words he's saying. Okay, I'm gonna literally click on a random part of the video right now. I'm gonna hold my mouse up to the microphone so you can hear it.
Wait, hold on, why is it?
It's an entire subplot to the romance between Richie and Eddie.
Okay.
This doesn't make any sense. Hold on a moment. Why don't I just drag that straight to there?
Well, that was easy.
It by Stephen King was published.
Why
in
were there so many of
1986
those?
and has made a lasting cultural impression. The novel inspired a miniseries, 2 movies, and ruined clowns for generations of children. And adults, frankly.
Oh, good one. This one is an analysis of Stephen King's It by Rachel Brands. He reads this article for about 4.5 minutes, and Brands is one of many people whose name didn't make it into his dumb fucking credits. I reached out to Brands about her essay being used in this manner, and she told me she'd never been asked permission to use it, but she already knew it happened. You see, she was a fan of Somerton's work, and even supported him financially on Patreon, so she saw this video as soon as it went out, and realized it was copying her. This is so fucked up. A queer writer who supported James financially because she thought he was...
Let's try the reflection VS again.
Discovered she was funding
Okay, now it actually
plagiarism
works.
of work like hers, including literally hers. Brands was never paid by the website she wrote this essay for, since at the time she was writing for exposure, which she definitely didn't get when James didn't even fucking credit her. Somerton makes a lot of money doing this. Tens of thousands of dollars in Patreon income, ad revenue, his many sponsorships, and another massive payday we haven't even gotten to yet. Brands has never been compensated for her contribution to James's financial success, and she's not the only person James plagiarized in the section on Stephen King's It alone. After reading Brands without crediting her for almost 5 minutes, suddenly he starts saying new words.
Childhood trauma looms under the skin of the Losers Club well into adulthood.
Wow, did James write part of his video all by himself? Nope.
Oh, that's not good
It's
either.
from Hollywood
We're gonna go ahead and
Reporter.
set up
This
the one that I know will work,
because on
but it's a little
I'm just gonna
tedious
highlight one
to
of
get
the parts
get
he
right.
changed because it's so funny.
Just pre-skin normals. It's this image right here.
Remain trapped in their
Can I
trauma.
open that
They
as
just found
a?
ways to cope.
Oh wait, right. Yeah, you
Richie
just do
ended up
that.
telling jokes and becoming rich and successful. But always
There's
alone.
an easier way to do it.
Somerton specifically removed mention of a character finding success using other people's material. That probably hit a bit too close to home, huh?
The plagiarism thing, it's not a thing.
After several minutes of stealing Joelle Monique's
no, that's
article, the
all
video
there
still has
is.
a bunch of runtime left to
I'm gonna
talk
go ahead
about.
and
It's
do.
the hate that's unnatural. The hate that is evil.
Oh, for fuck!
When we get into
I'm
the
gonna go ahead
head
and
of
do
Don
this part.
Haggerty, Adrian's boyfriend, and the author
What
lets
to
the
do.
reader know him, he's sympathetic. He's
Yeah,
smart
I won't be able to see
and
chat
loving.
for a bit.
He also sees the town for what it is, sees its evil clearly, and wants to leave it.
The entire 12-minute long It section is copied from 3 different articles, back to back to back, and only one of the 3 authors is even in these shitty credits. Somerton didn't thank Brands or Monique for the articles about Stephen King's It he stole for money. He did, however, take the opportunity to thank Stephen King! I love it when small indie writers finally get the acknowledgement they deserve. It boggles my tiny mind just how much every tiny thing is stolen in this video. He really briefly, like for 30 seconds, discusses the appeal of witchcraft to queer people, and he steals an article for that too.
Witchcraft, on the other hand, offered a spiritual space where queer people could step into their personal power and explore otherness without shame, guilt, or fear. Furthermore, the idea of a coven creates a space for community.
Based on the works of whoever wrote this sentence. Of the 18 authors I found him stealing from, only 9 of them make it into the opening or closing based on credits. So at least half the people he copied didn't even get a bullshit credit. And that's just what I found. I'm pretty sure I missed some. Maybe he reworded some parts better than others, so it's harder to check. But after seeing how much shit he stole for this video, I have no doubt the blank spaces are just someone else I missed. After this video came out, I think he decided he'd gotten away with it, so he stopped using the based on the works of excuse and just went right back to stealing shit. Here's one of his next videos, Code Breakers, Queer Film Theory and Why It Matters.
Let's
This
do
video's
ad
opening credits are
instead.
just James, and the description thanks no one, but it's still full of plagiarism. Replacing the queer agenda with a straight agenda does not mean there is not an agenda. Zinc Hero of YouTube loved this line by Somerton so much. What am I willing to bet he stole this line too? Place your bets! Directly into my pocket, because yeah, obviously, you fucking piece of shit!
It also bears mentioning that if a filmmaker doesn't choose to queer history, that doesn't mean they're telling history like it was. It just means they're straighting history. Replacing the
we
gay
need
agenda with a straight
text
agenda
coordinates
does not
down
mean
here.
There's no agenda.
Somerton's fans praise him
break.
for the quality of his writing, unaware it's not his. Since the true authors' names have been erased from the story, they are prevented from learning who they actually enjoyed and being able to go read more. I find this genuinely sad. James, how do you manage to churn out so many high-quality
1,
videos so
2.
frequently? I know how. At one point, he starts explaining basic film theory. Not
Yes, I can see
basic
it.
by nerd standards.
Make
I mean,
float
it's
free.
like he's just reading Wikipedia. Actually,
Another one of those.
not like.
Today, there are many different schools of film theory. So let's talk about them. The structuralist film theory emphasizes how films convey meaning through
This
the use of
one.
codes and conventions, not dissimilar to the way languages are
Break
used to
out.
construct meaning in communication. An
Float free
example of
components.
this is understanding how the simple combination of
Make
shots can
float
create an
2.
emotional
We're gonna
idea.
need
The blank
3 of
expression on a person's
those.
face, an appetizing meal, and then back to the person's face.
And
While nothing in this sequence literally expresses
to
hunger
be
or
like
desire,
that.
the juxtaposition of the images convey that meaning to the audience. Marxist film theory is one of the oldest forms of film theory. Sergei Eisenstein and many other Soviet filmmakers in the 1920s expressed ideas of Marxism through film. In fact, the Hegelian dialectic was considered best displayed in film editing through the development of the montage, a Russian invention. Eisenstein's solution was to shun narrative structure by eliminating the individual protagonist in favor of telling stories where the action is moved by a group, and the story is told through a clash of one image against the next, whether in composition, motion, or idea. Formalist film theory is a theory of film study that is focused on the formal or technical elements of a film, i.e. the lighting, scoring, sound, set design, use of color,
I think
shot
the best way
composition,
to
and
handle
editing.
this approach.
It's a major theory of film study today. Formalism, at its most general, considers the synthesis or lack of synthesis of the multiple elements of film production, and the effects, emotional and intellectual, of that synthesis and of the individual elements. For example, let's take the single element of editing. A formalist might study how standard Hollywood continuity editing creates a more comforting effect, and non-continuity or jump cut editing might become more disconcerting or volatile.
Cringe. There's no other word for it. This makes me cringe. It's embarrassing. It speaks volumes what James thinks of video essays as a format. To him, reading Wikipedia is equivalent to what everyone else is doing. I don't know why you would make videos like this unless you were just in it for the money. Where's the joy of doing your own research, your own learning, and getting to share it in your own way?
Texture
These videos are a cash grab
sample
with
here.
absolutely zero original thought or soul. I didn't think YouTube videos could have souls, but now I've experienced
Gonna
ones
make
that don't.
texture.
The end credits don't thank any of the people or
Unframed.
wikis who wrote this video, just James and his co-writer Nick. Oh, and he thanks all his patrons who give him thousands of dollars to read
Texture.
Wikipedia to them without telling them. And this puts us onto a related problem with his videos. This might be obvious, but James is a little bit lazy. In Codebreakers, in between the rest of the stealing, he brings up the potential gay overtones in Legend of Korra between Prince Wu and Mako.
Mako's Will They Won't They with Prince Wu.
But I thought the clips from Avatar looked a bit blurry for a video from 2020 when much higher quality sources were available. Did he just Google an old AMV shipping these two characters and download it and slap it in here? No, that would be ridiculous. Yes, of course he did. It was this one. It took 2 minutes to find. He
let's
just
get
added
it.
black bars to the top and bottom because he's trying to
multiply.
pretend this shit is cinema. This is
This
probably
one
the
needs
laziest
to
moment in
be
video essay
called
history. He's
texture
downloaded
scale.
other people's videos to use as
By
backing
default,
for
this one is at
voiceover he
1.
probably didn't write about characters whose names he can't pronounce. It's like staring into a low bitrate abyss, but it doesn't stare back. James stares back. The phrase "by James Summerton" is doing so much heavy lifting he probably stole that from fucking Atlas. There's a section where he just reads the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's explanation of what homosexuality is.
As has been frequently noted, the ancient Greeks did not have terms or concepts that correspond to the contemporary dichotomy of heterosexual and homosexual. Probably the most frequent assumption of sexual orientation.
Okay.
The people who respond erotically to beauty in years, furthermore, the issue of argues that in general had many parallels to ancient Greeks' understanding of same-sex attraction and sexual issues more generally.
He looked up homosexuality in an encyclopedia and pasted it into his fucking script. Oh my god!
Don't crash.
Is a running theme. James
Don't
doesn't
crash.
really care what he's saying and is just googling movie name gay. So the quality of some of the places he's copied.
If this crashes, I'm not resetting this. Or I'm just gonna copy from the.
There's more people I didn't show you yet. It's taken from article 5 terrible movies with awesome hidden meanings. People sometimes compliment James for his
Take a deep breath, Oni. You've made this before. Just
Look, here's the place
take a little sip of juice.
Now it's mine. Whee! see, the opening of Evil Queens, the highest production value part of the whole affair, is just more stuff he bought.
Delicious.
I'm not criticizing him here, this is normal and fine, but it's a little surprising to realize James never did any work of any kind during the video making process. He buys the fancy looking bits and gets the rest from an AMV. Presumably he hired
Let's,
a co-writer so he could
just
stop
do it
pretending
again.
he does any. But that makes the fact they're still full of plagiarism even more shocking. Kat looked at his video about Jeffrey Dahmer and found about 5 places he plagiarized without even checking too hard.
Thus, the term homosexual overkill served to normalize heterosexuality, even heterosexual serial killers, while pathologizing homosexuality.
Look how much effort he put into rewriting the thing he stole to hide it. His dedication to not coming up with his own ideas is almost creepy. This video was a couple
I just realized I think I might have lost the astral.
This is
Or
I can't believe how much he's still stealing. The first words in the fucking video are
yeah, we literally lost everything.
It's very suddenly become one of the most engaging.
Everything that we made in the last like 30 minutes or so is now gone. Oh no, or not. Okay. We got something to work with.
But this is James we're talking about. He stops putting in the effort after the first few sentences.
See here.
Bundy and Dahmer were serial killers who tortured and murdered dozens of people whose families are still alive and can see these tweets and posts on TikTok.
He actually copies the previous section of the article right before, but Kat asked me before I play this part to ask you to pay specific attention to the change he makes here.
Let's go ahead and set this up again.
Made apparent on TikTok and Twitter with hordes of white women droning over how attractive he is.
This change is part of a running theme throughout Summerton's work. Misogyny? In the parts of James's videos that he actually writes himself, or rewrites after stealing, he really doesn't like women. I didn't want to open this can of worms, but the thesis of the stuff he stole for this video gets completely fucked up by his rants about women being attracted to serial killers. He argues women are only attracted to Dahmer because he killed gay men and not women, which makes it easier for them to ignore the brutality of his crimes, and if he'd killed women, they wouldn't be so thirsty.
Despite his cannibalism, despite the decades-long erasure
or maybe that was the right one.
Teenage girls are
yeah, it was okay.
over him. And why not? To our knowledge, Dahmer never killed any teenage girls.
Let me see if this works real quick.
Any women at all, so there's a level of disconnection.
Women are attracted to the wrong serial killer, how terrible. But he couldn't stop himself from also complaining about women being into Ted Bundy, who did murder women. He goes off script from the article he's stealing for that section to complain about it even more.
Navigating the ethics of true crime content is tricky. Critics have begun to question the need for entertainment mediums which sexualize serial killers. In the last 3 years alone, we've seen multiple films of Ted Bundy, with 2 of them coming from Netflix. One of them starring
I don't think we can.
generation of girls fell head over heels for
I don't think we can really get this part to work. We might have to do a freestyle thing.
He had fangirls defending him in the press, and even
Sorry, I'm just eating Pocky here. They're empty now, I don't have any more.
Begged viewers to stop standing Bundy.
He added a whole new bit fantasizing about millennial girls' attraction to a serial killer when, like, no, they were attracted to Zac Efron, the famously attractive celebrity actor. This was a stupid tangent to begin with, but now his own video contains examples of women fancying a serial killer who killed women. So his rant about women loving Dahmer because he didn't kill women makes no sense. Really, he just wanted an excuse to complain women see their gay friends as disposable.
Because unfortunately, to this day, many women still see gay men as nothing more than a fancy accessory. Especially teenage girls who lust for the perfect gay best friend. A boy whose sex life is secret, so you never have to hear about it. But he's always there to tell you if your boyfriend's being a jerk. Gay men and boys as a purse or a fancy iPhone case. Something to show off, but ultimately...
I'm gonna be saving periodically to make sure we don't lose any progress.
James? And why are you inserting fanfiction about her into an article you stole instead of going to therapy? This is the only new stuff he wrote. The rest is stolen. This is all he has to say. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? These insecurities affect how he talks about gay women. The videos are continuously punctuated with tangents about how lesbians have it easier than gay men. In one video, he claims gay women historically saw
break out those 3 components.
His example is made up.
And if you're wondering why this section is so man-centric,
Big
this is because
2.
the vast majority of legal persecution of early queers was focused on men. In the legal case of Radcliffe Hall, she, in her book The Well of Loneliness, depicted World War I ambulance drivers as being primarily lesbians. English courts were really not pleased with this depiction, but women who love women was such an uncomfortable topic for them that they threw her case out of the courts and just let her carry on in her happy life.
Over here in reality, Radcliffe Hall was found guilty of obscenity and all copies of her book were ordered destroyed. He's rewriting history to pretend women had it better. This approach to female queers reaches a territory where he doesn't even accept other people's identities if he has a bone to pick. In one video, while trying to argue queer women have it better than men in Hollywood, he misgenders two showrunners.
So why don't gay men get to represent themselves in media? At least media that's widely accepted by the mainstream.
Right.
Queer women get to represent themselves, at least sometimes.
We need customized UVs are free.
Or She-Ra and the Princesses of Power.
Indy Stevenson and Rebecca Sugar are trans-masculine and non-binary, respectively. But for the purposes of James's point, they count as women. And if he really doesn't like something, he just assumes a straight woman did it.
The
Gonna
only
do
way
another
I can possibly account for anyone
break.
saying that this is straight
Low
is
tree.
a bunch of women and girls are experiencing the most
We need an absolute.
willful ignorance I've ever
And another absolute.
His Yuri on Ice video just guesses anyone who interprets the character
need a
as not being gay
power.
as a dumbass woman. He's shockingly committed to this principle. In a video that just came out, he claims he still gets comments on that video from straight women
Z.
denying the gay anime is gay.
Then again, that video still gets comments from usually straight women, no hating, but still, who incessantly deny that there's any queerness, coded or otherwise, present in that series.
James, how do you know they're straight or women? Did they all say so in their comment? If you don't like something so you assume a woman wrote it, you're doing misogyny. There really isn't another word for this. It's pretty straightforward. Also, I just went through the last year of comments on that video and none exist that make this accusation. He's lying. He just made up straight women to get mad at. As arbiter of gender, James also gets to decide who's queer and who isn't. I don't know who gave him this power, but it means he has a lot of fascinating opinions about Love, Simon. The film is based on a book by Becky Albertalli, a bisexual woman who was not public about her sexuality when the book was published. Albertalli was subsequently harassed for years, accused of writing a book about being gay without being queer.
And this has to be applied into our little thing all the way back here. And this is not going to look correct because we have still not done the final step. But before we do that, I want to make sure I save this.
And then write criticism based on those assumptions. But James didn't get the memo. In 2022, he managed to write a video complaining
pen,
stories about gay
not many. We just need a single pen.
Simon as the only example.
Because their life experiences did not match the experiences about gayness set by straight women.
Free-skinned.
To gay people. You have mass consumption media, which takes gay emotions and removes gay experiences, leaving a husk of empty, just unanswered questions, which feels more like a gambling addiction.
Local position. Okay, they're just called different in this part.
And still accused
Break.
the openly bi author of being a straight pandering to the gays. I'd say I wonder what Becky Albertalli thinks about this, but I know what she thinks because she left a comment on his video explaining how shitty it feels getting lumped in with the straights yet again years after coming out, specifically after being treated poorly by people like James. When this happened,
Look at
this is
this
how he complained
nice
to his
little
fan
beehive.
Discord about her. She isn't happy I included
Okay,
her in the straight female authors section, but I never
now how do
said she
I
was straight.
get the
James is
panner
still
to
sore about
work?
this mild pushback.
I'm
He
gonna
now
push this over
refuses to
here
acknowledge Love Simon by name,
while I
referring
load
to
up
some unspecified incident.
our little characters so we can see what how it looks.
High-profile instances of gay media, specifically one which made waves in 2018, but that I will not explicitly mention for reasons. If you know, you know.
Someone asked what he meant by this in the Discord, and he clarified he meant Love Simon, and in true James fashion made up a story where he didn't do anything wrong. He simply mentioned he wasn't its biggest fan, and the author ripped into
Why
it on
is
Twitter.
the transparency not working anymore? It's because it's because I forgot to combine it.
Except his comments section. He's having to twist the story pretty hard to seem like he didn't do a shitty thing here. He called a bi author a straight with kawaii ideas about gay people, didn't think she would see it, and she criticized him for doing it. So this is the non-stolen work, the stuff he writes himself. Open bitterness about women, lies, and grievances over being criticized for this. I'm gonna regret saying it, but he should have stuck to the plagiarism.
He complained on Twitter about being criticized for being so harsh on the women who thirsted after Dharma,
not realizing he was actually being criticized for a pattern of behavior. These criticisms were valid already, but I would like to supply the context that he stole the words he is saying here and reworded them to be more mad at women specifically. James, what the fuck are you doing? I am trying to maintain focus for once in a video and stick to the plagiarism, but I just can't get away from how this guy fucking sucks. James doesn't get caught stealing as often as he should do because he's cultivated an audience of young queer people who don't read the kinds of stuff he's stealing from and don't recognize open misogyny as long as it's qualified as white women. But on the rare occasion that he is caught,
I think maybe
his
add
solution is to
was all I need to do here.
and re-upload a slightly changed version and hope no one digs into this extremely suspicious behavior.
Let me just
For
check.
example, while I was doing preliminary research late last year, a funny thing happened. Summerton's YouTube community page was wiped.
Okay, it's definitely working, but add is not what I want.
Overnight. At this point,
Let's try multiply.
Summerton had stolen from, and I wondered if maybe one of them had publicly accused him. But after doing some more looking, it turned out no, someone else had independently noticed they'd been plagiarized because there was still more. Seldom Music.
New idea. Instead of
had made a post accusing
having this part here, what if I just
Attack on Titan from 2013.
connect this
And then I thought, wait,
down here?
Doesn't Summerton have a video from September 2022 called, like, Attack on Titan and the Death of Media Literacy? Well, he did. Finding an old link, it was suddenly set to private. Over 1.5 million views had been wiped from his channel. Huh. I already had a copy downloaded because, well, Summerton has deleted inconvenient...
oh, why did it get so bright?
Again. I've been going through his videos chronologically, so I hadn't got to that one yet, but what's kind of funny is I know I would have noticed this plagiarism myself if I had. That blog post has gone viral multiple times. It's one of the main sources for Western...
I think the pattern works.
Authors' right-wing views.
Oh, let me
If you're deep on anti-fascism discourse,
connect
this is
that.
a classic post. I've seen it linked and referenced dozens of times over the years. It would make sense to point to this post
No,
if you
it
were
doesn't
discussing
work,
the
okay.
political implications of Attack on Titan. Or you could
Weird.
even quote it and cite it as a source.
So-
But wouldn't you know it, Summerton doesn't link the post or quote it anywhere or acknowledge its existence, he just copies it.
This outrage should come as no surprise knowing the history between Japan and Korea, but that is exactly what most people may not be aware of. Korea was occupied by Japan from 19...
Does this have to be connected to? Can it be connected to this part maybe? Like, does that work? No, it does not. That's hella cool though. Like, not intended, but holy shit, that is hella cool. I just want to see how that looks real quick.
This site was active briefly in 2013 with a post in
Oh, that is
2016 clarifying the blog was done.
that's the coolest mistake I ever made.
to talk about James stealing their work.
The reluctance to paraphrase the same factual information speaks to a lack of imagination.
There.
Not to mention a lack of research. He should be ashamed of the laziness of copying entire sentences into his script as if he wrote them
Can
himself.
I just
How can you
slap
say a
that into
phantom
there,
lacks
maybe?
accuracy when you can't even conduct your own research or compose your own analysis?
Summerton saw the author call him
That
a
works.
plagiarist and
Okay,
panicked.
we got it, we
The
got
video
it.
deleted all his community posts, so there was nowhere to leave a comment asking what happened this time. He was preparing for his plagiarism to go public and locking everything down. If what Summerton was doing was a defensible artistic choice, he'd be defending it, wouldn't he? He'd say, this is a normal thing to do and I'm going to keep doing it. Instead, he does it secretly and hides the videos when people notice. It's clear he knows what he's doing is wrong and would just rather keep stealing than actually do any work. But while we're talking about the Attack on Titan video, you
Oh,
know
there we
he
go.
didn't
Look how
just
good
steal
that turned
one
out.
thing. The video's an hour long. No self-respecting marketing expert would do all that work himself. In this video,
Let's change the
only
angle
this video,
that
he
it
quotes several
speeds in.
YouTubers, like he has their text on the screen and he reads it out. And he would never normally do that. He would just steal their words and pretend he came up with them. Which means he must be stealing from someone who quoted them. And, yeah.
For a long time, anime fans had no way of knowing what their favorite writers and artists even looked like, let alone what they thought about the world.
3.5 minutes of this video comes from Geeta Jackson at Vice Motherboard. And yeah, when he quotes YouTubers, he's actually quoting Jackson quoting them. I can't believe I fucking called it.
YouTuber Jeff Thu argues, it's because this discussion keeps happening but it's also not. There's some really good criticism of Attack on Titan, and I think it's important to criticize it.
Now, this isn't just an article quoting someone. Jackson reached out to Jeff for his opinion on this topic. There's nowhere else James could have got this quote, and this time he really fucked it up. At one point, he uses a quote Jackson got from historian and scholar Andrea Horbinsky. But remember how he sometimes find and replaces words like gay or trans to queer or LGBT to hide it? He accidentally did that to the quote!
As they put it, these fans insist that feminism and LGBTQ people don't exist in Japan, and that any anime depicting either is woke garbage or
why am I using...
These fans are extremely angry.
I should be using adjective.
Discuss the depictions of female characters in anime as something that could...
Because that gives me the effect without the need of the opacity.
This is the most amateur shit I've ever seen. This is sub-high school level plagiarism hiding. You don't find and replace text in the quotes, James! People in Summerton's official Discord server
no, what I had before was better.
On January the 1st this year, he said the video was coming back up that day and that it had to come down because of a missing source. That's a very strange way of saying someone noticed me plagiarizing them and criticized me for it and I deleted fucking everything. The new version he uploaded is a minute shorter. He just cut out the sections where he directly read the blog post. The video is even more stilted and strangely written than normal. The point Summerton was trying to make here was so important he was willing to steal it from someone else. Now that point is missing and the surrounding conversation makes no sense. The new version opens saying the original had a citation error. But if that was the problem, why didn't he add a citation instead of deleting the section completely? Well, one reason might be he wants the credit for himself, but the other is if he added their name now, anyone who checked would see the author's new post saying he plagiarized them. Summerton's only way out is to hide it and hope no one notices. He doesn't want to stop stealing, he just wants to not get caught doing it. If he thinks he can get away with keeping something in, he
there
does. The 3 minutes of the video
I'm going to
Jackson are still in the new version,
pilot this.
As of recording this video, no one else
that way, when I put on this filter that I'm going to be making, I can tell if it works.
James has done this repeatedly in the past. Several other videos open with text claiming they had
because I want this to have
avoid a mysterious and unexplained copyright issue. One of them was Codebreakers.
Alternate.
At some point, it was taken down, altered to hide some, but
yes,
not all
actually
of
something
the
like
stuff
that. That's
and
exactly
with
what
a
I'm
new
looking
title,
for.
Queering Cinema, by any means necessary. The opening titles still call it Codebreakers though. Every time he re-uploads the video, the name is different. It's very confusing. And his well-meaning fans assume that his constantly taking down of videos and re-uploading with pieces missing is a sign of his integrity. They talk about how much more they respect him every time he re-uploads a video like this. Every time, because he has to do it a lot. The reality is Summerton has had years worth of chances to be the man of integrity his audience wants him to be, and despite this being his full-time job, which he makes thousands and thousands of dollars doing, he would rather keep stealing. By the way, that re-upload of Codebreakers, Queering Cinema, around the time of the Attack on Titan drama, it disappeared again. As far as I can tell, it's still gone nearly a year later. Maybe some authors noticed what he did and said something. Maybe so many pieces had to be taken out there was nothing left. The frequency with which he's had to hide videos to cover this up is staggering. Scrolling up his Discord's video announcement page, you can see right away a shocking amount of stuff that mysteriously went missing without any explanation given. For some reason, Nick wrote a joke on this page about how to tell who wrote what part of each video. It's cute, but I'm going to take it as confirmation that if a section doesn't contain these words, neither of them wrote it. While I was browsing his public fan Discord, I found myself wondering about Nick, his co-writer. Does he know? Nick Hergott, also known as NT Hergott, is a writer, mostly for James's videos, but he does have a self-published young adult novel, so there we go.
No
He's a better writer than James as far as I can tell, in the sense it doesn't look like he steals things. So,
okay, I can see the chat again, sorry. Hey Oni, I see my character change got picked, hope it wasn't too hard to want to work with. No, I figured it out eventually. Sorry, I didn't see a message until now because I was literally covering it up.
Or it will be if they wrote them. Nick showcases
while working.
And as far as
Oops.
I can tell, they're actually
That means click on that.
and they're pretty decent too. And sometimes he shows things James wrote. This is part of the script for a video called How Disney Tore Down the Owl House, and it actually made it into the video. Let me play it to you.
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of multi-billion-dollar corporations go. Disney is, first and foremost, in the business of making money, but unlike almost every other giant corporation, it doesn't want to be seen that way by the general public.
Nick literally says, James wrote this. So at the very least, James Summerton wrote this text Right? Right? No!
Chapek, though, is in a unique position as far as CEOs of
I
multi-billion.
wonder if anyone has tried this. I don't usually like this effect, but it creates a cool. It kind of creates something cool. Majora's Mask, motion blur in Unreal Engine.
James Summerton's Discord thinks your writing is harsh but true. I love any time y'all talk about Disney. Jesus Christ, it wasn't y'all, it was someone else. It was them all.
UE5 after image post process.
Saw the text his boss put in the shared script and assumed he wrote it, because if he didn't, that would be really fucking bad. And it's not just these 2 paragraphs. A solid 4 minutes.
Is this what I'm looking for?
Taken from this article.
The video's not available anymore.
Actually acknowledges
Great.
in the video he has no idea why he went on this tangent.
So, what does all this have to do with the Owl House? Well, I just wanted to point out how big of a tool Bob Chapek is.
He stole a bunch of words for literally no reason. They don't even connect to his point. He just needed to pad his runtime, I guess. Here's another section of a script Nick shared. This is from a draft of the Attack on Titan video. Wait, what's this? Shonan? Okay, shonen is a Japanese word. There's like 5 ways to spell it in English, and this isn't any of them. Here's how we translate Bisatsu Shonen magazine, where Attack on Titan was published. Has he
New
seen a
target
single issue of Shonen
texture.
Jump? This video sucks,
Okay.
by the way. He didn't know anything about the genre he was discussing, and now it turns out he can't even spell it. I hope this section was plagiarized. Then again, maybe this time Nick found something he liked in the script that James actually wrote. Nope. It's also stolen! Again! It comes from culturalreview.com, the website/personal blog of Tyler Hummel, who hopes to bring thoughtful and enjoyable commentary on popular culture and entertainment from a culturally conservative and religious perspective. In case you're wondering what that means, he thinks Batman is too woke. Right before the section James copied into a document and told Nick he wrote all by himself, Hummel complains about Marxism and critical race theory, and then randomly whines about people who criticize
scene
Game of
capture
Thrones'
component.
final season before posting Lindsay Ellis's video
Scene
about it as an
capture
example of
component
people he
2B.
hates. In his quest to seem like he knows what he's talking about, he's willing to
Texture
borrow the
target
words
is
of a guy
this
who
one.
hates him and everything he stands for.
Wait, look at this.
Including Lindsay Ellis, who he credits with getting him into making video essays, another crime Lindsay should pay for. Wait a minute, did he
Let's
film
make it,
himself next to Disney War because Lindsay did? Was he copying that too? Normally I'd think I was overreacting, but he's stolen everything else. I don't know anymore. At least that means he didn't get Shonen wrong. That must have been the nutcase he copied from. No, that's one of the few new words he added to the stolen segment.
Now
James Summerton is the
we gotta
dumbest
see
To be
this
completely
step.
fair, this piece of the script didn't make it
And then
into
there's
the
a
so it seems Summerton thought
use an
better
event
to
tick. I'm
steal
gonna make
from
that
one of the
not
most
be an event
insane
tick.
people in the world. But the fact Nick keeps accidentally
Okay.
showing pieces of the script James stole,
We need a
assuming he did write them, implies even his co-writer has
material.
no idea he's doing this.
Actually, let's keep consistent. Have this in
His trust
the
has clearly been violated.
common material
He's
here.
been made a liar without his knowledge because he trusted his boss and
EP
assumed
Matt
friend.
Astral
That's a messed up
Image.
situation to be in. Seriously, I thought it would be worse if Nick was in on it, but it's the opposite way around, isn't it? It's so violating imagining people work for James and I assume make most of their income from working for him and don't know what they're signing up for. I don't know how I would feel in his position, but not
Okay.
good.
I'll put this over here.
This sucks. Worst of all, I
can
think
have it
James
on the
might be
side
using
while
Nick as a
I
shield. Whenever any
work on
mention
it.
of the old plagiarism stuff comes up, James immediately brings up how Nick actually writes
Hey.
the videos, and there's no way he would plagiarize.
Lerp.
I have a co-writer who came from academia.
Oh, actually, before we do this, let's save.
And academia gets you kicked out of school. Like, it gets you fired.
Scene
Nick
texture.
co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism.
Post process input. Oh, we gotta make this the post process as well. There we go.
Whenever plagiarism comes up, James brings up how great Nick is for writing all the videos.
Make
in a totally
float
not suspicious
4.
way.
Because if it was like somebody accusing me of plagiarism, especially recently, the videos are so heavily written by Nick that they would be accusing Nick of plagiarism, and I will not fucking tolerate that.
Remember, James knows there is plagiarism in his videos. because he
Texture
did. So when he responds
sample.
by saying, no, Nick
It's only gonna
writes the
use
videos,
that
and he would never do that. It's like he's setting
T-
him up to
TR.
fall.
Nick
Oh,
is
RT.
an angel for tolerating me and writing the videos as well, like with his fantastic talent. So That I would just not tolerate.
So either Nick
That's
is
good.
plagiarizing as well,
Looks
and
really good
that's
so
why the new
far.
videos still have a ton of plagiarism,
Um,
or James is doing it, and now when it comes up, he throws Nick under the bus. But James isn't content pretending to make video essays, no. He wants to wipe on a bigger canvas.
Okay. Make float
2022,
2.
James Summerton started an Indiegogo for a film studio he wanted to open
Break
called Telos Pictures,
out.
which intended to produce films focusing on LGBT
2.
characters and stories. His video
We need
pitching
a
included
screen
series of ideas
position.
for miniseries, feature-length movies, and short films.
Where's
For
this?
example, Final
The screen
Girl,
position.
talked about a woman who had survived a typical slasher story. The initial goal of $6,000
This,
was to make 2 of the short films, but with stretch goals for making more. The campaign made enough money to make almost all of them, over 86,000 Canadian dollars, so a bit over 63,000 in USD.
This is
Telos
screen
has been a
position?
runaway
Yeah, screen
financial
position.
success for James.
There's only one.
Today, 18 months after raising
It's only one
over
of them, yeah. Okay.
$64,000, more than 10 times
Multiply.
Telos has made
Add.
nothing. For people who supported
Slap
Telos,
that in
updates on
there.
what's happening have been few and far.
Multiply.
The campaign ended,
The
Final
default.
Girl, one of the short films on the slate, was in pre-production and had been expanded into a full movie, but they were having trouble
0.5.
with casting and were considering relocating to another part of Canada.
1 minus.
Would come 7 months later, with the
Divide.
announcement they moved to Toronto to try to find actors, and they dropped Final Girl and moved on to a new project, one which wasn't on the
Break.
original list people funded, called The Listener. He'd be spending $20,000 to
Float components.
$30,000 of the Telos money on it, and as an apology
Then
for lack of updates, he would be adding
screen
an update page to the Telos
resolution.
website later that week to keep people informed. 10 months later,
There
this
we go.
hasn't happened. The Telos website
Looks good.
does, however, have a working donation page
Okay.
where you can give more
Um,
money for rewards up to and including getting to make requests.
Next
about
step
films.
is to.
What films? Months later, this July, he announced Telos had finally been
Alright.
incorporated.
Just
into
for
the
this test, let's use Eventic.
pricey process. Incorporating in Canada
The reason I don't want to use Eventic is because I like
This was almost 3 months.
what is
Telos'
it?
Twitter account hasn't been updated in
With Eventix, the problem is that you are you're adding like straighteness to it's less optimized basically. I've heard from what I've heard, it's better to use timelines. Another reason is because Eventix is based on the what's it called?
Better get a move on then.
It's based on
Announcing new projects with a new poster to go with consisting of a stock
brain
footage of
function
Telos,
work.
and then
Use a
not
thing
making
that's
it.
called
This one's
talking.
already being used for a real show that exists. He
It's
could
based
play text
on the
himself
frame
over
rate,
and
and I
pretend
don't
it's a
want
real
anything to
film
be
in
based on the frame rate. I
It
want it to
doesn't exactly
actually.
inspire confidence how fast new films
I want it to be
even had a teaser consisting entirely of
properly.
stock footage, only to never be spoken of again. This one isn't even mentioned on the
I want it to be
website.
the same frame no matter what. Now I have used Delta seconds for some stuff, which I have been thinking about changing, but
is a little disconcerting.
for the majority of stuff I try to not use it.
Not really being his, we need to talk about Final Girl, the first project which was cancelled. Final Girl was at one point coming this fall, which at the time was 2022.
Why
The people who funded this film were told to expect it by autumn last year. They got pretty far on this one. In late June, James tweeted the script was done. But then, all of a sudden, James moved on to The Listener and the 5 other films he started since then. But unlike many of James's other announced projects, which still have a poster and a tentative release date on the site, Final Girl disappeared completely. What happened here? He claimed he gave up because it was too specific to Nova Scotia and he had to move to find actors. But there could be another reason. The name and synopsis of Final Girl are extraordinarily close to a book which already exists, The Final Girl Support Group by Grady Hendrix. I wonder if Summerton is aware of the similarity. It would be weird if he wasn't, because it was one of his favorite books of 2021. He started the Indiegogo with this short film idea a few months after making his post. You'll be shocked to discover, but something of James's
go
turned out to be
under
stolen
here.
and evaporated. The 18-month journey of Telos consists of Summerton being paid $65,000 to make a dozen fake movie posters. So far, James has ripped off bloggers, novelists, authors, anyone who writes text for a living, really. Oh, and Wikipedia, and ENVs, because watching Korra for himself was too much effort, apparently. If you're queer and you wrote something good, no you didn't, but now we need to talk about the time he somehow went even further than that. Let's talk about the time he ripped off another gay YouTuber. Remember Unrequited, the video that ripped off the celluloid closet and plagiarized Peter Howell? Before any of the celluloid closet stuff had even been discovered, James had
If I set up
already
the
been
jump to not
working
work.
with someone else with the same video. How are there still more?
Input actual job is right there. Why is it working like it should, like normal? That's also working like it should. None of these buttons are supposed to do anything.
Teen Wolf TV series and Sherlock, whatever that is. But people began to notice these sections were suspiciously similar to one another YouTuber had already made. Alexander Avila, whose channel used to be called Are They Gay, has a series of videos exploring the queer implications between characters in various shows, and he's covered Merlin, Teen Wolf,
yes, I'm working on the last power.
Summerton's video covering Merlin feels like he watched Avila's video and
It's currently giving me a little bit of issue.
really obvious was the footage he used. They weren't just similar,
But
they were exactly the same.
let's do
Avila
this.
had this one part where he fades between several different scenes.
Let's just have them all go into a branch,
The evolving character dynamics.
and
This
then
is
nothing
Avila
else.
using editing and his knowledge of the show to make a point. That same sequence appears exactly in Summerton's video. Avila's video puts text over the footage to explain the character's
There we
thoughts
go.
and justify his interpretation of the show.
The one where
This
this would be
text
different is
still in
why.
there in Summerton's version. This is sloppy even by James
Okay,
standards.
defend. Block is what it's called. Blocking.
In case it wasn't obvious, Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On wasn't in the original show. Avila put that in there for a joke. And you're not gonna believe this.
Probably get on.
Summerton stole Alexander Avila's video essay and reused it, and just recorded his own very similar version of the voiceover and jokes.
It really is like a romantic comedy.
Oh, come on, you've seen a romantic comedy, you know how this works.
This is the worst and laziest example of plagiarism I've ever seen. Reusing other people's work like this is not
Post-process.
right, especially when, you know, you make a
The values
living
are there.
making these videos.
Why is
He
it set
only
to
said
why is it
things
set
about the
to
show Avila also said.
1?
It's extremely clear Summerton hasn't seen Merlin. He just reused
Oh,
the
because it
video.
has because
other
of the
sections covering Teen Wolf and
thing,
Sherlock
right?
also had extremely similar looking sequences. He'd downloaded and reused several of Avila's videos. When this was discovered, Avila tweeted to Summerton about it, asking for proper credit and in the future to ask people permission before doing something like this. He also left a similar comment on the video, which finally got James's attention. The next day, Summerton set Unrequited to private and contacted Avila on Twitter. I reached out to Avila and asked him what they discussed. And he gave me permission
render. No wait.
Summerton
No, yeah,
apologized
render
for
target
material
on
that
camera.
he intended to reach out but forgot to, and he had been in a rush to finish the video before the end of Pride Month. And in this rush, he ended up using a lot more of your content than I ever intended. He then offered to credit Avila in the description of his video. Ah yes, that old trick. He also perplexingly
changed how it
asked
works
Avila to
then.
delete his comment because he put an awful lot of work into his videos and felt discredited by it, which, frankly, is a wild thing to say to someone you just admitted you stole from. You're not the one putting the work in, buddy. Avila said he would rather someone upload a new version that credited him in it directly.
Add render target material to
He also reminded him
camera.
that passing someone else's work off as their own
Wait, I'm fucking stupid. It's a post-process effect. So I need to make it a post-process blendable.
But he had an explanation. He was too busy.
Let's keep the see-through wall thing.
The video was never unprivated. Instead, a few days later, it was
Oh, no,
re-uploaded
actually,
with pieces
let's-
missing, of course. This re-upload was also in 3 parts, saying the video had been edited to remove content owned by other parties. The re-uploads also say which part of 3 they are, except for part 3, which is also called part 2. Summerton had put in about as
Special
much work as
image.
you'd expect from
I don't want it to be
someone
be a second delay. We're gonna do
version, the Merlin
0.5.
section was completely removed. This was the only change, so later parts of the video still refer back
Find
to
references.
Prepare to start the series off on a bad path.
That's not
the
it.
Teen Wolf and Sherlock
That
sections
ain't
were
it.
kept the same, so all the video sequences he got
Not
from
it.
Avila for those parts were still
there.
in. He didn't accidentally use
That.
any obvious parts where Avila's text or
That.
jokes came up, so I guess he decided it was fine to keep it in. The way James treated Alexander, stealing
Go on.
several of his videos,
We
and
have
court offering to hide
thing
the
here.
in the description like that would change what he'd done.
Camera
And then
C.
re-uploading the video with half the stuff he stole still in it is a clear indicator how little he thinks of his fellow queer creators. He does not care about doing right by other
Set
people in his community. He
post-process.
cares about making money, by any means necessary. What makes this even clearer is how publicly he does not admit fault or even pretend he learned anything. To this day, he lies about what happened. When the plagiarism allegations came up on that livestream, he made up a completely new story that contradicts the apology he gave to Alexander. He claims he downloaded a highlight reel of Merlin clips from somewhere else, and that highlight reel stole from Avila's video, so technically he didn't steal from him and it was all just a misunderstanding.
In the original History of Queer Coding video, I
No.
used a highlight
Camera
reel
C.
from the
Vent.
show Arthur that
I want this to just
another
go straight there.
YouTuber had used, and I thought it was just a highlight video, but apparently it actually came from another video from the channel Are They Gay?
He repeats and refines this story throughout the stream.
And there was one where I took a highlight reel in 2020 from a highlight video that happened to be from a video from a YouTube channel.
The only problem with this story is we have receipts.
And I took a highlight reel to highlight the queerness in the Arthur show, Merlin show, and it was pointed out to me that that didn't come from a highlight reel, that came from an actual video, and it had been stolen from that video for the highlight reel that I took it from. Nick co-writes my videos. There is no plagiarism. There was, as
I don't like the effect.
and I will say one more time,
But we gave it a shot.
highlight reel from the show Merlin that I took from a larger highlight reel video that was
Going to,
apparently sourced from a video from the channel Are They Gay?
James admitted directly to Avila that he took from his work on purpose, although he intended to steal less. How considerate of him. James is lying directly to his audience to protect his reputation. He can't even own up to his behavior. He just keeps lying, and he didn't even stop stealing. A little while after the stream where the allegations came up, he made a post on Patreon to try to explain the allegations for people still asking about them. You have to be a patron to see it, so avert your eyes if you're not giving James money. In addition to repeating the lie, he got permission from Sean Griffin to adapt Tinkerbells and Evil Queens before making the video. He again states he got the clips from a highlight reel which got them from Are They Gay? Left to his own devices, James will just make up what happened. And since his paying customers haven't seen the evidence of him admitting he did it, they have no option but to assume it's true. James did this on purpose with multiple videos and is
It's
lying
not
to
there
his backers
anymore.
so they
Force
continue
delete.
to support him financially. James, you've been to business school. You know there's a word for that. And even if I hadn't reached out to Avila and got that woefully hilarious confession, I could still have objectively proven he did it. There's one last missing piece of the puzzle here.
Let's,
Ignore for a second he admitted to Avila he took from more
I
than
forgot
one
I
video.
still have
Ever
it,
since, he's always
closed.
pretended it was just Merlin.
Let's
And somehow
reset
prove
all of
he
these
also used Avila's other videos
to
for
their
those
original
sessions. That
value,
would show
turn
the
them
extent
off.
of the copying and how much he's lying to cover it up. But like I said, the Teen Wolf and Sherlock sections aren't as obvious. He doesn't steal any jokes.
Oh, that's
he
where it
just
was.
very
Never mind.
boringly spouts
Well,
arguments
let's
similar
just
to Avila's while playing
delete
what looks
that.
like the same footage. It's harder to prove he downloaded his video to make this, which is probably
Oh,
why he
that.
feels comfortable pretending he didn't. I was thinking of watching both videos closely side by side and contrasting the clips to show they're all the same, wasting even more of my precious life watching Sherlock than I already have. But then, I was reading James's tweets from when he was making this, and I saw that he posted a picture of him editing this video, with his timeline visible. Forgive me, but the opportunity to do something like this comes once in a lifetime. Jimmy, if you're somehow still watching, I need you to understand just how bad a liar you are. Just how obviously awful and deceitful you look to anyone who's paying attention. Before you'd even uploaded the video, you posted a picture of the Sherlock section of your timeline, and the source footage is clearly labeled, "Are They Gay?" You had proven you plagiarized Avila before the video was even done. Also, delete your channel. Let's get a big picture look at how much stealing James has done. As of making this motion graphic, there are 56 video essays on his YouTube channel dated after October 2018.
Okay.
A minimum of 22 contains some amount of plagiarized material.
That's a
He
problem.
also has 2 essays exclusively to his Vimeo page. According to him, YouTube flagged them not safe for work. These have a ton of plagiarism in them too. Several videos were taken down and then re-uploaded with parts removed, like Attack on Titan and a few others. I don't know how I should account for re-uploads.
Oh yeah,
on
it's
this list,
amazing.
but
I
we
love
should
it.
At least include videos which were deleted and never came back, like Codebreakers. And hey, welcome back, Unrequited. He took that re-upload down too at some point. I wonder why. And let me be clear, this is just the plagiarism we know of. We could have easily missed the stuff in the other videos, or there could be more deleted ones we don't even know about. That's a minimum of 26 videos that steal stuff. Like James said, there's not 3 or 4 examples, there's hours of examples. An entire channel's worth of examples. This isn't a one-off mistake, or a misunderstanding, or a citation error. This is a pattern with no sign of stopping. There's no fixing this, and there's no undoing the damage he's done, directly and indirectly, by using so many people's work without credit for money.
We have a problem. You cannot see the character. Behind.
People have been burned by James, not just in terms of having their writing or videos stolen, one even giving him money to find out he was stealing from them, but on a basic level, liking someone's work and funding them only to realize you're funding plagiarism is humiliating. James has become one of the biggest LGBT YouTubers in the room.
I could just have it be like this.
Support and attention that would have otherwise
This still
gone to people
works.
who actually do work. Other gay video essayists have to come up with their own opinions and actually write them. They can't compete on volume with a guy who's willing to rip off dozens and dozens of other people. Many of the people he's copied were paid very little, and in some cases not at all, for their original material when they wrote it. They were hoping their writing would be recognized and result in future work and more of a career. And in a way, their good work was recognized, but only by James. How much recognition do you think they got when James read their words without crediting them? And on the other hand, how much money has James made from them? How much money has he made in fundraising to start a film studio on the back of this career he got from them, while making no films? Gay writers are already poorly recognized for their work and contributions. It's a common problem. James should know about this. In Codebreakers or Queering Cinema or whatever it'll be called next time, James has a surprisingly eloquent section about how gay people keep going missing from history and being forgotten. This part was stolen too.
So as we start out on our lifelong personal journeys, how do we discover our queer identity if we don't know much about those who came before us?
Stephen Spinks's column is extremely moving to read and genuinely important. And no one watching James's video had the chance to learn his name. James made a lot of money repeatedly re-uploading a video about the erasure of queer people, and he did it by erasing queer people.
Okay.
I guess when he renamed it,
let's get rid of this, by the way. We don't need that anymore. There's a brooch can be scrapped.
The credits get longer. The list of people he's conned grows. The works he's stealing from aren't doing quite so well. This column was written in 2019 for Midlands Zone magazine.
I'm gonna make one change to this.
Due to the impact of the pandemic, Midlands Zone ceased production in 2020.
I'm going because I said I was going to keep the
archive of articles like this one. Googling the words
gravity scale. I'm gonna make the gravity scale just slightly lower, so that if you are to fall down, that happens.
And easy to lose. It becomes even
This one
None of the money he makes
should not have the tag. That way, the slime should not notice us.
To criticize, while James takes all the oxygen for himself to promote only
Shouldn't be able to take damage either.
As a crusader for real representation, while giving a speech he stole about how gay people keep going missing from the story.
I don't
wonder
need
how that happened.
these cubes.
And meaningful question, I think.
What is the real
Overlap.
tangible impact of gay erasure?
There is something a little bit soul-crushing about watching a man be paid thousands and thousands of dollars to literally plagiarize the phrase, "What is the real, tangible impact of gay erasure?"
Bitch, you're not supposed to get hurt.
This is the impact. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. I don't even know if I should be making.
Hey, why don't you just make these
I was just
have
trying
no
to
collision?
double-check 2 or 3 old plagiarism accusations.
There you go.
And
Problem
I ended
solved.
up finding a whole bunch more, and I have functionally made a drama video about some guy. And worse, if this video goes up and is monetized and gets views, I have been paid, financially rewarded for making this. I don't find that acceptable. Especially not when the story is really about people who were never compensated for their work being stolen. So to make sure I have no financial incentive to make a video like this again, I'm going to be dividing any of the ad revenue this video makes among the creators.
I know there's a way
I'll be
to.
conducting a thorough examination of every video James has posted,
Hello.
including the many he has deleted that I can find archives of, and contact everyone I can. At least the stuff he got from that weird right.
It's going all right. I'm trying to get an effect to look like good for the acid reaction.
Something that really got to me
Oh yeah,
researching this
I've
video
been
was
saving
the
often.
pitch himself
Like this is what I have so far. And I think I'm having like a blend from nothing into color here, so we get like you don't see the feet. But right now you cannot see them from behind here, and that's a problem. I need to figure out how to get that working. Think the effect looks good? Thank you. It's nearly perfect.
I think it looks really good.
Thank you.
I mean, imagine seeing that
when he says there's no one else doing what he does. It's a
Yeah, like that. You could not get that in Ocarina of Time.
Exactly.
Which usually goes against what I try to do, but you could get it in other games, so it's fine.
I mean, you're
someone else they could watch and support.
Yeah.
Madborm is a brilliant creator.
I am.
To put it
But I'm trying to think. Let's see here. UE5.
His videos are entertaining.
Transparent.
He doesn't need to steal from books to discuss the evil
Material.
He writes his own books.
See-through. No.
His video about
Outline.
and a palate cleanser
Wall.
after watching someone reconstitute other people's observations into smug hamburger. Khadija Mbawe's ability to be energetic and funny when handling sensitive topics is incredibly refreshing, and instantly makes the conversation at hand so much more useful. Their video about the politics of coming out, the evolution of the concept.
You can take another one.
Too much on what it's come to mean in modern
No, there are. Take another one. It's okay.
for me, but the one about Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy explores the history of 2 of DC Canon's most important characters and why they make such an engaging couple in stories. I recommend it, especially
Yeah,
if you've
I'll
not
be
seen
fine.
any of the good stuff coming out of DC lately, which does exist, like Teen Titans Go. Or the Snyder Cut. Chanspier covers a broad range of issues from AI to Lolita, but their video about
Yeah, I thought they were good. Of course, but you should be able to eat them as well, not just me.
Chanspier asks, why are we fascinated with true crime, with real curiosity rather than judgment? They don't even make up any white women.
I'm going to open
Ricky Hirsch has made a ton
this.
of videos about media and gender over the years. Kat only found her by searching queer horror on YouTube and scrolling down for several minutes to see what was buried under the huge pile of James Somerton and X and Y.
I'll be taking a break soon, so I'll get my own.
Oh, right,
Once this video is over, I'll be taking a break.
I just found out about Verity Richie and their channel Verily Bitchy, good one, but their videos with the help of co-writer Ada are really entertaining. I should recommend the video about the lesbian gays just to offset all the baggage I had to experience making this, but the one about Doctor Who and women is great and also deals with gayness, so it counts. And after all this, I'd be amiss not to recommend Alexander Avila, whose latest videos have been real bangers. The type of content he makes has evolved in the last year or or so from funny queer-oriented media analysis to funny queer-oriented life analysis. TikTok gave me autism is really good, and I'd plagiarize it if I could get away with it at this point. There's a ton more queer creators out there covering the topics James pretends to, and they manage to do it with their own words, even without his massive budget. Linked in the description is a playlist with these and more video essays on queer media, or history, or politics, or philosophy, or queer anything really, from creators you should consider giving a look if you haven't. It's been reassuring putting this part of the video together and getting to fully realize there's plenty of us out there, and most of them are very cool. James was the exception to a group of entertaining, thoughtful, and kind human beings. I'm proud of us. Yeah, I guess that's the word, isn't it? Anyway, let's try to pull a rabbit out of this bloody mess of a hat. I'm gonna put my wall back up and try to come to a wider conclusion about plagiarism real quick. One second. Rachel, you haven't even held the camera. Can you help me with this at least?
Hidden shadow.
That's right, she's real.
That's not doing it. Just need death.
It's on! Thanks for that.
It's in rendering, okay.
We've talked a lot today about what plagiarism is, but we should also talk a little bit about what it isn't. It's completely fine to be inspired by someone or build on ideas you got from somewhere else, especially if you're open about it. Famous big boy YouTuber Ludwig has a thing he calls the yoink and twist, where he gets ideas from existing videos and openly broadcasts he's
owner
doing
no
his own spin on
see.
it. In his video about that one guy copying the capsule hotel video, he happily says where he got the stuff he drew on for his own work.
This is me trying silly chess ideas, and look at all the tweets beside me with your ideas suck. Genius thumbnail. I got it from Fundy. I got it from Fundy. I made your dumb ideas in Minecraft, and then he has a bunch of tweets next to him.
It's hard for anyone to feel ripped off when he's open about where he got the ideas. I'm old enough now that when I was yay high, I was here for the first time this conversation happened on YouTube. It's easy to get rose-tinted about the early days, the 240p wiki wild west before anyone had sponsorships or even qualified for ad revenue. There was no money in it, so people just made what they liked making. Things were better, more original then. This was never the case. There wasn't capital, but there was social capital, and that spends almost as good. The AVGN, one of the subjects of this video, had dozens of knockoffs vying for his spot. The Irate Gamer, the Game Dude, the Sega Kid, Urinating Tree, Armake21, Acoustic Rocker, Undercover Filmer, the Pissed Off
That worked.
Gamer Man.
Nintendo shit cube.
Fixed it.
Before there
Alright.
was any money in it, we were drowning
Now,
in people competing to be
let's
the guy
let's put this back to what we had.
But even back then, you could draw a line between people who cynically want to be the guy and people who wanted to be themselves.
Oh, he's still
but
she's still there.
and informed by ideas they liked. Second-generation critics like the Spoony One are open about drawing inspiration from Armake21, one of the better angry reviewers. And how many people claim inspiration from Spoony One today? Too many. Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who, unlike everyone I just mentioned, is still around today because he developed his own new ideas, started out by taking inspiration from all these people and then deliberately doing the opposite, with the happy video game nerd, being positive about games he liked. Now that's a yoink and twist. YouTube is a beautiful cesspool of inspiration, remixing, drawing on existing ideas is a great way of making something new and
Custom
unique.
def.
It's only wrong when you add nothing.
Show
Try to pretend it was
hidden
yours in the first place.
objects.
And you don't have to cite your sources like a rocket scientist either. Sonic Law YouTuber Cybershell frequently uses information and images he got from websites like The Cutting Room Floor and just explains where he's getting it from and often asks permission to use it. A coward would hide their source in a paste bin and not mention it anywhere else, but his videos are great because he shows you where you could learn more, and maybe even makes fun of you for not reading the website yourself in the first place, while explaining the topic in his own way. This is why Kat is forcing me to tell you his Chow video is objectively the best thing on YouTube. Thanks a lot, Kat. Fittingly, when Cybershell inspires someone, they're equally open about it. When one of his videos led Alan Pan to invent a device to steal soda from Universal Studios, he tells you right at the start he found out about the original from Cybershell's video. This is the community spirit I love to see on this website. It's kind of beautiful watching a wider story unfold. One generation.
These are not transparent models. those, I could tell.
To the next. If you're honest about it, there's not even anything
Well,
wrong
one
with
of them is, but not the ones that actually matter.
Found on Wikipedia. Different people like getting information in different ways. Wikipedia lets people record and upload readings of pages so you can learn about Bhutanese passports through audio, and they do it for a reason.
Bhutanese passport.
Some people might even prefer a video version. It would practically be an accessibility feature. Making video adaptations of interesting books or mental floss articles is an idea with potential. It's a way of spreading writing and ideas to a new audience, and all you have to do is be honest about it. That also forces you to be accountable. You'd have to ask permission and get the approval of the people who wrote what you're adapting, which clears up any potential criticisms or infringement on the existing work. Speaking of adaptation, what about different languages? This is another way of sneaking plagiarism under the radar.
You might be wondering why I am subtitled in Portuguese.
A few years back, Jeff Thu, the guy James quoted someone quoting, covered how a Brazilian YouTuber had been stealing dozens of videos from him and other English-speaking creators, but in Portuguese, so us cadelas would never notice. This sucks, but it also points to one of the core barriers to accessibility for creators. Most videos are trapped in their mother tongue, making them hard to watch in other languages, and therefore easier to steal. This is why some clever creators very smartly let their producer trick him into paying people to do proper captions for the vaccines video in Portuguese, Spanish, and French so more people could engage with the facts of the story, and pathologic into Russian because I know who watches that video. Translation is a big part of video discovery.
Hold on, I just had an idea.
For Spoonie fans, a lot of his old videos used to be missing, as non-YouTube
Let's do masked instead.
Make the jump. Many of his videos weren't viewable on
This is
YouTube,
not gonna look
written
good.
for the Spoonie
Like
roast.
this
A
will.
Russian fan of Spoonie re-uploaded his videos with Russian subtitles.
It
And
literally
some of
did not
these were the
work.
only
That's how
versions
bad
of
it's gonna
those
look.
videos that existed on the net, at least for a while. Subtitling his videos didn't just make him accessible to a new language, but to the original
see
language
here.
too. That's pretty cool. But you can go deeper than sub. You can dub.
This is a cool effect, actually. Hold on, let me see that.
Counter-Strike tuber 3Clicks Philip dubbed two other Russian creators' videos about mods they made into English, with permission of course. It's very cool that a video about game development got to cross the language barrier for us sukas to enjoy. There might actually be a market in adapting videos like this. I'm sure some of my videos would do very well if someone translated them into English. I think a lot of people are inclined to protect creators they like on the grounds that plagiarism is a very
I have an idea.
sounding problem.
I have an
Something
idea.
that happens in research papers or journalism, not something that
I'm gonna
you
create
do in a
two
silly video
textures.
made for entertainment purposes. Why are we holding YouTubers to standards? That would be like expecting accurate history from someone whose name has
Scroll
historian.
texture,
Because
character,
YouTubers often project a sense
trends.
of being scrappy, do-it-yourself amateurs, it feels almost wrong to expect them to be professional. But a lot of them are professionals, regardless how authentic their persona might be. YouTubers are now among the most recognizable faces on the planet and have become immensely wealthy doing this. Some are so influential, we literally call them influencers. Maybe it's a good idea to have some standards for not stealing. Maybe. In current discourse, YouTubers simultaneously present as the forefront of a new medium, creative voices that need to be taken seriously as part of the next generation of media, and also ooh small beans little babies who shouldn't be taken seriously when they rip someone off and make tens of thousands of dollars doing it. But on the opposite end, YouTubers who act like serious documentarians gain a shroud of professionalism which then masks the deeply unprofessional things they do. We just saw that with James. I think he's partially got away with what he's doing for so long because he acts so professional about it, so people assume there's no way he could just be stealing shit, so they don't check. And on top of that, a lot of James's videos contain obvious
Transparency
mistakes and
priority, you are the
we haven't
one.
even had the time to get into in this video. But because they're often presented next to well-researched stuff he stole,
Get it, man, that
no
doesn't
one
matter.
questions it. I've seen
Let's
James
look at
repeat
this.
a lie in his videos, and then other people claim it's true and link his video as the proof. He has helped to solidify misinformation by seeming like he's doing his diligence. To quote the great philosopher Danil Dankovsky, truth does not do as much good in the world as the appearance of truth does evil. Just kidding, he actually stole that from Francois de la Rochefoucauld. Cite your sources, bachelor! This becomes extremely glaring once you've seen how the other side lives. At the last VidCon I went to, like 4 years ago, I was taking an Uber and a bunch of people came in it with me because we were all going to the same place. A bunch of big YouTubers who I don't know super well, including really massive one, like way more important than me, you know? And we were all just making
Also,
small
I
talk.
forgot, I never opened a calendar.
Quite funny about
First
the
day
topic
8.
we were talking about. And this big YouTuber, she laughed
There it is.
and took out a phone and tweeted it. She heard
Got
my
it.
joke and just casually went,
Is that a
"Oh,
shoe with
and
the
it
presses
became
in
her
it?
joke. She just took
Yeah,
it.
it is.
People
It's a
really
shoe with a
liked
person
the
inside
too,
it.
which felt
Cool.
kind of good,
Oh.
but not really. What are you gonna do? Complain inside a massive
Or boot
public
should be
fight
more
with someone
exact.
extremely famous and get smashed into dust by thousands of fans? No thanks. And that was my Uber too. I paid money to have one of my jokes stolen by a
I'm glad I could remind you.
When people hit a certain level of celebrity, they start to think the world actually revolves around them, and they can just take something if they want and say it's theirs. I don't have a clever analysis here. Some people are just
I'm gonna
fucking weak.
just
I'm not
search
smart enough to know what we're supposed to do
astral
about plagiarism.
projection
I think trying to fix it in
and
a
see
systemic way could risk making
what
it worse.
we
Let's
get.
imagine YouTube introduced some kind of plagiarism claim system. We'd be expecting someone at YouTube to be able to decide whether something is plagiarism or not. And I don't like the idea of YouTube having any more power than they already have. If there was a system for handling plagiarism, the authorities of the world
space.
wouldn't stop. They'd find ways around it. We've seen in this very video how easy it is to get away with copyright infringement. Just blur the logos and slap a filter over it. These systems are so untrustworthy, when Internet Historian correctly got copyright claimed for stealing an entire article, people automatically assumed it was some kind of mistake, because YouTube is quite fairly viewed as bad at handling this. Just as likely to shut down perfectly fair use work as it is actual infringement of copyright. A system like this would
I
also
want to make sure I
allow
use a
bad
free
actors
one.
to falsely accuse people, which would create a lot of problems for their targets. People falsely copyright claim videos they don't like all the time already. It's happened to me. I almost had to give a Nazi my home address so that a video would go back up. I'm half expecting some of the people this video was about to try it with this one. Maybe let's not give YouTube any more easily exploitable features. I want my joke back, but I can live without it if it means not giving the bad guys another toy. Simply being able to talk about plagiarism and bring attention to it and let people decide if something is and who they want to support going forward, that's good enough for now. But don't take my word for it on this. I'm certainly not. Someone smarter than me might come up with a better idea, so let's keep our eyes stranger and more complex. The hot new tool in the Stealing Tools box is generative AI, like ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, or Midjourney, which can produce new art or words on command using a process known as
They're sheeping
stealing.
out on different ones?
Sorry, that's
Damn.
an oversimplification. The process is
That,
called
that sucks to hear.
complicated stealing. Theoretically, generative AI works by training on a large dataset of existing material to figure out how to make new things. Before we even ask whether stuff generated by this counts as original, we have to ask, how did they get all that material? Well, by taking a lot of stuff without its creator's consent. ChatGPT has intricate knowledge of copyrighted works it shouldn't legally have access to, and when you ask it to write something original, it's just smushing all the stolen data together and using pattern recognition to try to guess the next word. It can't actually intuit things based on context. Here's what ChatGPT thinks I'd say about ChatGPT. It's like having your own personal tutor, therapist, and fact-checker rolled into one. So whether you're here for the knowledge, the banter, or just to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, buckle up. It knows I say buckle up. I'll give you that. None of the people whose stuff was stolen to create this were asked permission or compensated. I certainly wasn't, but you bet they're charging you a monthly subscription for the privilege of using Theft Machine 4.0. When you look into what a large language model actually does, it boils down to a slightly more advanced version
Think
of
to do this properly.
text button on your phone, which makes it especially
I
dangerous
should
when
be
it comes to writing
starting with
reliable information. AI frequently hallucinates
one
imaginary
section.
people, books, and historical events because it doesn't actually know any facts, just what facts look like. It's like asking James who came up with Disney Gay Days. You can't trust it. They had to put "Don't trust me" at the bottom so they don't get in trouble for inventing a machine that makes up lies. But because it has copied a lot of text and can guess a lot of new ways of saying it, the power this tool brings specifically to thieves is tremendous. ChatGPT's one truly impressive feature is how well it enables plagiarism. You could just paste a bunch of stolen stuff you got from Wikipedia or someone else's video in there and tell it to rewrite it so it sounds different. I wouldn't be surprised if James's videos suddenly stop having easily detectable plagiarism in them right around the time computers become able to launder this type of theft. Now it's a machine accidentally changing the quotes. Some creators have found people copying their work using this exact method, feeding their videos transcripts into a GPT, asking for a different sounding version, and using it as the basis for a new video. While it's scary to consider a world where machines crank out videos copying your work and replace you, the plagiarism is extremely obvious. It's just someone's script reworded badly. The thumbnails are just a thesaurus version of the originals that doesn't even make sense, and the videos themselves actively demonstrate they're using footage from the original video. It's sloppy. The videos are unwatchably bad, so no one watched them. When someone finally did, they were caught immediately. Not to downplay the chance for these to be successful, or the possibility of a more sophisticated version in the future, but it's heartening to recognize that these aren't even really AI. A person had to make these videos. It's still just people doing the stealing here. Pointing out AI was involved is almost a misdirection. A human being stole a video and made his own. All the AI did was speed up the process of making a shitty, obviously stolen video by doing the bad rewriting for them. People have been ripping each other off long before AI happened, and for now, it's still people. So, why do people plagiarize? We've talked a lot of superficials in this video, wanting money or prestige or clout or to get one over on your enemies by jacking their stuff, but these are small things. There's other ways of getting those. The reason humans copy like this, I think, goes a bit deeper. We don't exactly live in a world built for humans, do we? There's no guidebook for happiness or success or a sense of place in the world. And the people claiming to have one for you are really just trying to sell you something. We spend most of our little lives struggling to make these feelings fade away, or find something to placate them. It's either ennui, or being ennuied. I know it's a little pretentious, but we're all searching for a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, and those things are hard to come by. There's a little bit of nothing in all of us, and we'd like to fill it with something. Opening your web browser and seeing someone who seems to have it figured out, making you feel better and entertaining you, and seeming to attract an audience on this roulette wheel of a planet, that's powerful. There's someone who seems to understand what they're supposed to be doing, and it's working. That's all anyone really wants. Sure, in retrospect, a bunch of people wanting to be exactly like the AVGN sounds silly, but he knew who he was. He was the angriest gamer you've ever heard. We can laugh, in fact, you're supposed to, but that's a human being with purpose. There's someone who's not anxious about their place in the world anymore. It's very difficult not to want that completeness for yourself, not to just be like someone, but to be them, to attain that sense of knowing. In real life, James Rolfe is a human being with all sorts of problems and fears, but that doesn't stop people from wanting to be like the person he seems, someone who knows their place in the world. I know this is getting a bit pretentious and heavy for a video about plagiarism, but I do worry there are people out there who will never get the chance to become who they are because they're too busy trying to be like someone else who, at best, has it figured out for themselves just a little bit. I feel like I know who I am and how to live my life, and that makes me feel happy and somewhat complete. And I don't think I'd have ever found myself if I was trying to chase someone else's sense of completeness. Basically, no one knows how to live your life, and you might not either, but the only person who's going to figure it out is you. And you won't find that by trying to be the next that person. You can only be the first of whoever it is that you are. Other people help in small ways, though. They give you pointers to who you could be. And I think what makes me happiest in the world is feeling like I might have helped some people with that. People take inspiration from my work sometimes, and that is very cool. It's the ultimate flattery, and let's be honest, the closest I'll ever come to having children. If you find any happiness or success making something creatively, and you think I helped, thank you. Feeling like I can do that for someone makes me happy in a way I can't describe. And if you find a lot of success doing it, give me all of your money. Wow, the boom mic is still out of frame. Oh, the light literally just went off right now, went out of battery. Pretty good timing that they went off just like then. I'm just gonna leave it off. Thanks very much for making it all the way through this video. And a big thank you to my patrons, whose names should be going past the screen right now in some form, for keeping the lights on and allowing me to keep making stuff like this. Not literally this, though. This shouldn't have happened. I have good videos coming that I've also been working on. Those are happening as well. I didn't just make this for 10 months, I promise. I have a video about Myst that's 90 minutes long and is just up for patrons. Check it out. That video was actually good.
Okay, we're gonna go back to what we had before. It looked better. Now I just need to get it to the same color.
You know the review in Film Comment of 28 Days Later that was ripped off in the Cinematica section? I knocked it over. The Film Comment website claims that that was printed in the physical magazine. Film Comment has an actual magazine edition. So obviously I thought, well, if I could get a
I'm gonna add a fresh note.
that would be great for some footage. I should get some shots of it for the video. So I painstakingly tracked down a copy of a 20-year-old magazine, which I just knocked on the floor. 1 second. Here we are. And I have footage of me opening this to get the shot of the review, and it's not in it. I thought, oh, maybe they messed up which issue of the magazine it was in on the website. But then before I did any more searching for ancient magazines, I emailed Professor Syed and just asked if it was ever printed, and she said no, it wasn't. So I wasted a lot of time trying to get a shot that I ended up not getting. And that's why videos like this take this long. Imagine something like that happening once a week. This is why people steal things. Doing your own research is life-ruining. Tune in next time when I make a donut. That's not a joke, that happens in the next video. Bye.
Oh wait, this is not the one I wanted to do this on. I wanted to do it on the actual thing that has our little effect. That's this one. What I'm doing right now is, oh well, hold on, let me get you guys a new in-flight movie.
Although at this point, if Tommy confessed... If you've consumed any media in the last 70 years, there's a good chance you've heard this voice. This sound, man being eaten by alligator, was recorded for Distant Drums in 1951 for a scene where a guy randomly drowns all by himself. This recording then became part of the library of sound effects people at Super Warneo Brothers used. Another scream from that recording then appeared in 1953's The Charge at Feather River, where a certain Private Wilhelm gets shot by an arrow. They also use it like 2 more times in the same movie. Sound designer Ben Burt noticed this reuse and started reusing it himself in student films because he thought it was funny. As a silly little joke, he hid it in the background of a B-movie he was hired to work on. Oops, looks like culture's been changed forever. Burt had accidentally started a career-long running joke.
looks better, but it's not accurate to how it would look in
he gets killed by an OSHA violating guardrail.
in like a real
Then other
game
people started using it too, and now it's
on the
everywhere.
in the S4. So we're not going to use this approach.
Getting in on someone else's in-joke kind of risks ruining it, but I wouldn't know anything about that. And there's a bunch of other iconic screams like this.
I think we're just gonna go with this. I don't know how I'm gonna get the floating effect to work. So
Sounds are usually well documented. That scream comes from a popular sound effects library. And while we're ruining things, those sheep/goats screaming like a human videos you love so much? Yeah, they're all fake. That's just a sound that comes free with Apple software. You're welcome. But for over a decade, one sound's original source was unknown. This one.
right, I forgot. That's not the one. This is the one.
Where's it from? Most people under a certain age are yelling Roblox at the screen right now. Roblox is a free online game/platform people can make additional content and games for, and they can even monetize what they make for a pittance. According to YouTube journalists People Make Games, Roblox developers receive less than 25% of the money from sales of content they make. This has led to the Roblox Corporation attaining a net worth of roughly $7 quadrillion. One of, if not the, most iconic things about this game is its death sound effect, also known as the Roblox oof. Videos of just this sound get millions upon millions of views. It has its own separate existence as a meme across thousands of videos, and one video claiming to be its origin has 117 million views, shockingly close to the lifetime
I'm gonna go
views
BRB
of
for a
my
bit.
entire channel.
I'm gonna quickly make our little in-flight movie.
But it's not from Roblox.
Why did I mute myself while I was talking? I'm gonna go BRB for a bit. I'm gonna make our little in-flight movie be just the main screen for a bit. So, and we're also gonna take a food break. I don't see that many people. Most people are lurking in chat, so we're probably not gonna do words on stream this time. But we have our little H bomber guy. So let me pop that up and hide that, and then slap this over here, and do that. And all right, I'll be right back.
And this child is a liar. Now, I haven't played Roblox. I play mature games for grown-ups, like Fortnite. When I was the age Roblox would have definitely controlled my life, it was instead being controlled by stop-motion animation, and then later by Garry's Mod, a game which did not monetize its content in increasingly horrifying ways, transforming its community into a digital sweatshop, but I'm sure the new way is fine too. So no, I haven't played Roblox, but I have played Messiah. Messiah was released in the year 2000 and developed by Shiny Entertainment. They made Path of Neo, so they're insane and I love them. You play as a cute little cherub named Bob, who gets blasted down to Earth to help out. This is the best opening cutscene ever. Bob has no combat abilities whatsoever. Instead, though, he can possess other people. I'm a cop. You know, in real life, a huge portion of the angels who come to Earth end up in the bodies of police officers. It's true, Google 40% cops. Bob can possess basically any living thing, including rats when the developers feel like making you save scum. The player is constantly switching bodies, using their different abilities, credentials, and weapons. The pacing is breakneck, because doing so doesn't slow you down. I played Messiah in the mid-2000s when I found it in a Christian charity shop. I assume they didn't see the words sex, religion, possession, death on the cover, and then I threw it away. I bought this copy on eBay to use as a prop.
I have to get this out for the rest of the video now.
Then a decade passes, and in a random YouTube video, I hear a familiar sound. People tell me it's from Roblox, but I swear I've heard it somewhere else. Obviously, I immediately forgot about it and moved on with my life until 2019 when someone else figured it out. User Plasma Node on Reddit was watching the ending cinematic on YouTube for some reason and noticed a very familiar sound. He posted his discovery on Reddit along with a clip from the ending. Someone stole and reposted his clip on Twitter. A large Roblox YouTuber made a video about that tweet, and then journalists started picking up on it. Although the articles do credit the wrong person with the discovery because their one source is a video that got it wrong. Why did the sound get so popular anyway? Well, if TV has taught me anything, children being injured is just universally funny. Let's not think about what that says about us. Here's an interesting fact, which I hope justifies me playing the entire game in preparation for this video. Everyone involved seems to think the sound effect is specifically in the ending, but it's actually all over the game. You can fly around and flap your little wings to float, and whenever you slam into a wall, Bob makes a noise, and that's one of the noises. It's also in the opening cutscene too. It's kind of funny it was discovered in the ending, the last possible place you would hear it if you played the game. Interestingly enough, there was proof in Roblox the sound was from Messiah all along, and no one thought to check. You see, sound files have this thing in them called metadata. It's extra information that comes with a file, you know, album art, list of the artists and people who worked on it, and so on. You know those pirated Weird Al Yankovic albums your friend gave you when you were 14? That's why the album art was in there. It was in the metadata. I think that anecdote might be a bit too specific. The oof sound in Roblox's game files, .wav, has metadata in it saying it was made in 1999 while Messiah was being made, with the engineer listed as Joey Kouros. Joey Kouros is an extremely prolific video game sound designer. He's worked on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Spider-Man, Gears of War, and even Fortnite. That clip I showed earlier, that wasn't just me showing off my sick skills, that was a clever setup for this bit. No, it wasn't actually. I wrote a Fortnite joke and then it turned out he'd worked on Fortnite, but still. And here's Joey on page XXXVI of Messiah's manual as one of the sound effects guys. See, look, see? I don't have a camera person this time, so I'll have to cut to a close-up that I shot later. Rachel stopped responding when she found out what the video was about. So there we go. We know where the sound effect was from. We even have a good idea who might have made it. Mystery solved. We can all go home to our families. Just kidding, there's more. That's only the beginning of the story, you worm. I can't say that. We haven't even talked about who owns the sound effect yet. It doesn't belong to Joey. It belongs to the company he was working for when it was made, Tommy Tallarico Studios, along with its owner, Tommy I don't need to say his name. He named his studio after himself.
Are you ready? Yeah!
Tommy Tallarico is a veritable video game industry icon, according to the first line of his biography on his website. I wouldn't personally go that far, but he was a fairly well-known musician and composer for video games in the 90s and 2000s. His most notable soundtracks include Earthworm Jim, MDK, and Advent Rising. His company was involved with the sound effects on lots of other games from this period too. That's why if you're my age or older, this is burned into your brain.
Tommy Tallarico Studios.
He was also on TV on the shows Electric Playground and Judgment Day, some of the earliest shows about video games, reviewing new releases and interviewing developers. If you were around for a certain era of game history, you remember Tommy from TV or played something his company worked on. He also co-founded Video Games Live, which produced symphony performances of popular video game soundtracks. VGL is universally recognized among gamers as a thing they think they remember hearing about that seems nice. Through royalties from his company's work over the years, Tommy's doing pretty well for himself, and he's spent his money on living in a very interesting house. It has themed rooms, a Spider-Man room full of all the original comics.
Probably have about $50,000 in your hands right there.
Giant statues of Lara Croft and the Fifth Element Lady, an ancient Egypt-themed dining room. The list goes on.
The first thing I built in my house when I bought this was a 7-foot waterfall, but it kind of sucks because at night sometimes I have to go to the bathroom.
And Tommy is proud of his insane mansion, that's why I've got so much footage of it. He's given numerous tours of the place over the years, and it was even on MTV's Cribs. He's so proud of that, he re-uploaded it to his own YouTube channel years later. He's very happy about the fact he was specifically on MTV's Cribs. He says it a lot in interviews, and that's what he calls the video he uploaded onto his own channel, and there's no way he would tell an obvious lie like that. Would he? Foreshadowing is a literary device in which he also re-uploaded an old UK show where the presenter clearly hates his house.
This is absolutely hideous. You've got to sort yourself out, Tommy. You've got too much money. This is silly. It's not right, Tommy.
No, but it is.
There's children starving.
And if you're the sort of person who's impressed by Guinness World Records, Tommy has a huge stack of them leaning up against a cabinet in the corner of his awards/Indiana Jones nook. The big one is person who has worked on the most video video games in their lifetime.
I actually have the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
He's such a big deal, he was handpicked by Shigeru Miyamoto to work on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. I worked with him for many years.
And he was also the first American to work
Thank
on
you for the hydrate, Ruby. And yes, I saw your messages. I'll do my best.
On the Sonic franchise.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Do you really believe that? Tommy's been kind of resting on his laurels doing video games live for a while now. He hasn't done much new music for games since the late 2000s. One of the last things he did was donate music to Super Tofu Boy, a game made by Peter. It's a really bad Super Meat Boy clone interspersed with quite good music and interesting meat facts. Listen, Peter, I've eaten a lot of tofu, but meat doesn't scream either. If it did, people would probably stop eating it. Tommy is a vocal Peter supporter, doing an interview for them in the Egyptian wing of his house about cruelty to animals, and put out a statement on Facebook responding to criticism of his involvement with Tofu Boy. It's the only press release I've ever read that has emoticons in it. We can't really talk about Tommy without talking about what he was doing while the OOF was being discovered. Tommy is most well known nowadays for what has become known as the Amico disaster. In 2018, Tommy acquired the rights to Intellivision, a game company from the 70s and 80s, and announced he was making a brand new console, the Intellivision Amico. Amico aimed to be a truly family-friendly games console, with low age ratings on its games, and the bonus selling point of, not having online play. Apparently to get people playing in the same room together? Together again. Oh, some people would tell you online play is one of the best features of modern gaming and a nice option for people who can't easily be physically next to each other, and to that, Tommy's reply was, no.
When I was growing up in the 70s, 80s, and even when I was working in the game industries in the 90s, you know, we didn't have the internet, right?
With this pitch in hand, how did the Amico do? It didn't. It was delayed, supposedly due to the global pandemic, but then it was delayed many more times, and it still isn't out 2 years after the intended launch. It seems less like unfortunate supply chain issues and more like management underestimated how hard it is to make a new game console from scratch. As CEO, Tommy made the decision to open 2 company offices, in Irvine, California and Salt Lake City, Utah, 2 really expensive places to open offices in the middle of the pandemic. In his video tours, the large, expensive spaces are mostly empty and unused, with the money guy in the back looking like he's working overtime trying to keep this operation afloat without a finished product.
This is where the magic is. Tommy wants money. This is in this box is where it all happens.
As the money started to run out, they turned to crowdfunding investment website Fig. Tommy produced a video in his Spider-Man room, with other company leadership in his Egypt room and Tomb Raider-themed movie theater room, claiming the console just needs a bit more money to get going and release is just around the corner.
The rocket ship has been built. We are on the launch pad, and we just need the fuel to take off. So strap yourself in, because it's going to be one hell of a ride.
They raised $7 million more and the Amico still didn't come out. So they tried again, turning to second crowdfunding investment website, Republic. They even used the same pitch video. Come on guys, the rocket ship just needs a couple more $1 million.
Strap yourself in.
They raised over $11.5 million more.
Ruby, no, you can't use that. Tom Tarico will sue me.
On a weird, shady investor website that pretends to be a live stream but is clearly pre-recorded.
The rocket ship is built, folks. We are on the launch pad. We just need a little more fuel.
And then they turned to yet another crowdfunding website.
Ruby, no! Don't do it! Tom Tarico might be listening. Unless he's too busy selling his house. Oh, no!
Hardware was cheap, old, and rubbish. Tommy threatened people who reported on it with legal action, and when another journalist asked what the reporters had done wrong reporting publicly available information, he deleted all the tweets. The Amico's difficult non-launch, gleeful tossing of investor money into 2 large holes.
There's not too many people here in the office yet.
And its CEO's increasingly aggressive behavior towards people trying to report what was happening netted the company and Tommy some criticisms. Tommy did the responsible thing and started messaging people to call them names. He defended the Amico on internet forums, calling detractors morons, idiots, mentally unstable, narcissists, and cowards, comparing criticism of his business decisions to racism, eventually settling on calling his detractors gaming racists, the funniest term I've ever heard.
But these elitists, they're racists. They're literally gaming racists.
He did this while following a bunch of actual racists, white supremacists, and far-right personalities on Twitter. This caused people to check for his other hot takes and discover his opinion on people who kneel for the national anthem. Apparently racism is bad, but protesting it is for douchebags.
Somebody just said, I sound like a social justice warrior. You couldn't be farther from the truth, and I'm the most unpolitically correct person on the planet.
Don't call me an SJW. You have no idea how racist I am.
People are saying I got triggered. No, I'm just having fun and being passionate. The folks in there that are peeing their pants right now.
Things just got worse from there. It hit the point where Tommy, the CEO of a family-friendly games console company in desperate need of investment, would only give interviews with an ever-dwindling group of die-hard fans who completely agreed with this behavior. The kind of normal person who wear a serial killer mask while they interview you.
My wife told me to cancel my Amico, and I still did not.
This is one of the last people Tommy was willing to speak to.
And then if you want to hear me pwn some noobs and punch back at some haters, follow me on Twitter, Tommy Tellerico, and I don't mind punching back to some of these losers. So.
He has since stepped down as CEO, with his replacement announcing the company is entering a quiet period, which is a hell of a subtweet if I've ever seen one. The Amico still isn't out, and a lot of people want their money back. In the middle of all this, right before the first big delay, before things got super bad, back when Tommy had a reputation to burn, the OOF discovery was made. Due to his contract with Shiny Entertainment, Tommy Tallarico Studios owns all the sound effects he and his employees made for the game. Shiny could use them in Messiah, but they belong to Tommy, and he can use them again or sell them if he wishes. And when Tommy found out a sound effect he owned was being used in Roblox, oh boy, did the butter begin to churn. Tommy stepped up to the plate and did a stream on YouTube called Talking About the Roblox OOF Sound and Controversy. It's hard going back to this stream because he spends a good chunk of it pitching a soon-to-be-released game console that still doesn't exist.
We're actually coming out with a brand new video game machine. It's called the Intellivision Amico. We actually don't allow online play.
It's weirdly anxiety-inducing watching a man in January 2020, right before a global pandemic, pitching a console whose central feature is trapping people in a room together.
Everybody can kind of come together and play in the same room together.
But when he wasn't pitching his scam-adjacent business venture, Tommy was demanding Roblox give him $100 million.
Tommy wants money.
I'm done eating.
I'd like to specify that
We're going to turn this back into our little in-flight movie.
He didn't say how much he wanted. Almost like he was embarrassed to. Tommy made it.
Now Ruby gave me a tip to not get too set in stone with mechanics, as tomorrow we are getting the genre prefix. So I think, I mean, I'm still gonna get stuff done with what I currently have. But yeah, we'll see if we're gonna have to change our approach.
Very funny. Allow me to pretend I understand it for a few minutes. A key point here is
The problem here is that I don't really have any assets I can work on. Even the dungeon needs the current mechanics to work.
If this is true, they used the sound with the reasonable belief they had the right to do so at the time. Whoever took the sound out of Messiah and sold it on a CD could be in trouble.
I'm just gonna go ahead and
who started Roblox in 2006
continue where we're at.
Apart from create Roblox. Okay, I've spoken to a couple of lawyers after filming this bit, should have done beforehand really, and they clarified something I think I should add here about them not doing anything wrong. They did still technically do copyright infringement. If you use a sound effect you bought from someone and it turns out they stole it and lied to you, you're still guilty of copyright infringement. However, if this actually went to court, there is something called the innocent infringer defense. If an infringer can demonstrate they had no reason to believe they had committed copyright infringement, and it looks like Roblox might be able to do that, the court can reduce the statutory damages to as low as $200 per infringement. There are
I'm going to
actual damages, the losses
create
by the owner as a result of the infringement.
Astral Idol, and we're going to create Astral
Roblox directly told Tommy they don't think
walk,
they
but I'm
own
gonna
it.
use
So it sounds like they think they have a
I'm
good
gonna use
defense
this
against
part of
of
the
course. In this first
mistransform
few
to
days
do the
before
walk.
stream, Tommy seems a bit annoyed that no one owes him money.
MC
although in his version, Roblox feel
Astral
like they owe
Walk.
everything, which is a strange way of describing a large corporation. I think what Tommy means is Roblox's lawyers know what the law is, but he still would like to have some money. All Roblox are required to do in this situation is remove the sound, and Tommy could send a cease and desist and trigger that happening whenever he wanted.
I could have sent a letter, very easy. Cease and desist, stop using the sound, it's mine, you don't have permission to use it, take it out of your game.
But Tommy isn't doing that because he doesn't want it taken out.
Tommy wants money.
If he can get them to keep it in and pay him a license fee to use it or just buy the sound off him outright, he could make a lot of money.
Yeah, I'd rather them just pay me and them own the sound forever so that it stays in the game.
Tommy cannot stress enough how much he doesn't want Roblox to remove the sound, because that's how he makes money from this.
I never asked Roblox to remove the sound. I don't want it to be removed. I haven't told them to take the sound out of the game. I want to keep the sound in the game, so...
And Roblox probably want to keep the immensely popular sound in their game. However, they are a business. Their ultimate goal is to keep as much of their money as possible. A majority of Roblox's income comes from underpaying the people who actually make the game's content. How much do you think they're willing to pay for 0.3 seconds of a child saying ow, especially when they could replace it for free?
Roblox could remove the sound tomorrow if they wanted to.
So when Tommy approached them asking for money, Roblox offered him less.
We approached Roblox, we said, hey, there's a situation, and we're gonna ask for this much. Roblox said, we think you should get this much. so, you know, this much is what we think.
Just to put it in plain English, the purpose of this stream is for Tommy to complain that Roblox will not offer him enough money to buy a sound effect they don't need.
I think they're nuts and disrespectful. To me,
this is an all-time classic Tallarico moment right here. Complaining about respect while calling someone nuts and asking them for more money. It's just incredible.
I'm hoping that we can come together, I don't know, maybe somewhere in the middle, to make everyone happy.
One question really starts to stand out in this 90-minute stream. How much money does he want? He's very careful to never say how much he thinks the sound effect is worth, how much he asked for, or how much they offered him.
And I can't tell. People are going to say, well, how much did you ask for? Look, you have to understand that it is not professional of me to go around stating how much money I'm asking and how much they are offering.
Just to be clear, unless there's some kind of non-disclosure agreement, which he probably would have said if there was, there isn't anything actually stopping Tommy from saying how much he wants for the sound effect. The Amico saga has proven irrefutably that Tommy does not care in the slightest about appearing professional. That excuse doesn't work. He's choosing not to say it, and getting increasingly defensive as viewers keep asking, and he runs out of explanations.
To be honest, none of your damn business. No. How much did you say for them to pay for the oops sound? Okay, well, I've already gone over that I can't talk about that.
To an outside observer, and the chat whose questions he was dodging, it started to feel like Tommy just wanted a embarrassingly large amount of money for a single sound effect, and knew that it would make him look really greedy if he said it.
People are never gonna know, what it is, and there
was
doesn't
good.
need to be that knowledge.
He's in the fascinating.
And we're just gonna use the same one for Astral Idol. We're gonna make it slightly different, because there's something cool you can do.
Professional to talk about that, but I think I did describe that it's a lot more than what they were offering, which was barely anything.
Whee!
I think it's worth asking how much barely anything is to a millionaire with a dedicated Spider-Man room and an indoor waterfall in his mansion.
Everyone should have a 7-foot waterfall, I think, installed in your room. But the thing that's kind of bad about it is that at night, I always have to go to the bathroom.
Wait a minute, didn't he already make that joke? Later in the stream, he started taking questions, and someone asked him to give the ratio how different the counteroffer was.
Tommy, percentage-wise, how far is Roblox offer compared to what you ask for? At least 100 times less So that, you know,
His mother's very proud of him. Wow, is she? Well, he's gotta be a good person.
If they offered me $1,000, that means I'm asking for $100,000, right? So that's how far it is off.
I find it very curious that he will say how much he asked for, but only in the form of a riddle. Even more curiously, he uses very small amounts of money as examples. He chooses not to say, for example, if they offered me 50 grand, that means I asked for $5 million. Or if they offered me 100 grand, okay, I can see why he didn't.
And I hope they come to their senses. And I know they're probably watching. I don't know, maybe they're not. It's Saturday morning.
So that was the situation in January
Well,
2020.
I hope she's proud of him then.
100 times more money than they were offering, and if things didn't go his way, he was threatening to take things to court.
You know, I have attorneys that I have teams of attorneys. I easily have about 20 different lawyers. It's just a difference of opinion on whether or not I help to bring millions of people to their game or not, and what that is worth.
That last thing is, I think, why Tommy thinks he can ask for whatever massive amount of money he won't say. In his mind, this one sound effect single-handedly launched the Roblox franchise.
But the idea is that this is a sound that helped to create the franchise, right? Some may say even that the reason Roblox is as popular as it is now may be because of the fact that so many people shared this oof sound. So
some may say, Tommy, you don't need to launder your arguments like that. You are the one saying that right now.
This is something that helped to create the franchise itself. It's made the game Roblox
Oh yeah,
supersonic.
100% stole money as well.
How many millions of people found out about
Thank you, Ruby.
Roblox because of a meme because of the sound, right? We think we're asking for something extremely fair considering what it has done for the franchise.
These claims are hilarious, exaggerated, but most of all, wrong. Take the sound effects from Minecraft that are really popular and people use a lot in videos too. They have a huge presence online as well, but they didn't make Minecraft popular. They're popular because they're in a game millions of children have played. The Roblox oof took off in mid-2017, when Roblox was already a pretty mainstream thing. The cause and effect is completely backwards here. While it might not be entirely impossible for a single sound effect to make a game very popular, I would like to remind everyone that this sound effect was already in a game, and that game was such a massive critical and commercial failure that no one noticed a sound effect had been stolen for 20 fucking years. Come on, bud. Roblox didn't become a multi-billion-dollar company because of a sound effect. They got there by being evil. Speaking of evil, Roblox eventually worked with Tommy to turn all of this into a whole new way of monetizing their empire of nightmares. Instead of paying Tommy for the sound, they're making the players pay for it. In November 2020, Roblox announced the oof sound was going to be removed, but they were updating their developer marketplace so players could purchase sounds to use in their games. And once this update was complete, the oof sound could be purchased and used through there. I assume Tommy would get a cut from this. Simultaneously, Tommy announced he had produced a sound effects pack for creators to use in their Roblox games, including the oof.
I have done a brand new sound design library just for Roblox.
Creators could buy a range of sound effects packs costing from $10 to $250 and use these in the games they make. Roblox and Tommy agreed to keep the sound in the game as is for a while, so the sound marketplace had time to get up and running and no one had to go oofless in the meantime. But this functionality still hasn't been added a year and a half later. Eventually, in July this year, Roblox, citing a licensing issue, removed the sound and replaced it with this one. Which is rubbish, frankly. But it might be bad on purpose to incentivize paying to replace it once they get the marketplace up. So, clever move, I guess. You bags of scum. Tommy also got to make some official oof merch, so that was nice for him, I suppose.
I've created an oof t-shirt.
It doesn't look like he got the massive payday he wanted, especially since the audio marketplace hasn't manifested yet, but at least he got something out of it. So, there we go. Wasn't that an interesting story? That's the end of the video essay. Don't look at the runtime. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you came here to find the origins of a sound effect, you can go. Subscribe on the way out if you'd like, but take care. Go play Roblox or something.
I'm gonna
Tommy,
change
I know you're
this
watching.
foot
I've seen you
to.
arguing with people in the comments of videos with 100 views. You can go as well. Go do whatever it is you do in your fun house. I'm just chilling out. See ya. Okay, I think they're gone. This video is being filmed in an undisclosed location to avoid being traced. Also, Mum went on holiday and she locked the garage so I can't get to my set. And no, I have no idea why the back wall of this room is also green. The last guy who lived here had terrible taste. Anyway, I think he's gone. Okay, we need to talk about Tommy. This is where the video was supposed to finish. So I was writing up the script and doing a bit more research, and then I re-watched Tommy's E3 2021 pitch for the Amico, and I realized something. He takes credit for creating the oof in a very particular way.
I'm even the guy who did the oof sound for Roblox.
He made the sound for Roblox? I thought I misheard him, or maybe he misspoke, but no, that's how he says it.
The thing that you might know me the most from is the guy who created the beloved oof sound for Roblox. That's right.
The sound wasn't made for Roblox, it was made for another game and reused by mistake. That's what this whole thing was about, Tommy. He said that one in the commercial for his sound design kits he's selling to put it back in the game. Why is he saying it like that? Well, obviously the idea he made it for Roblox, this massive important corporation, is slightly more prestigious than the truth, isn't it? So he's slightly altering the story to give himself a bit more credit. And that's fine, like whatever, who cares? But then I thought, you know, for a sound with another guy's name on it, he seems pretty happy to say he personally made it. For Roblox. From an outsider's perspective, it looks a bit like Tommy is taking credit for something someone who worked for him did decades later. And yeah, sure, my script was almost done, but I couldn't let that possibility sit unexplored. So I tried to figure out who actually made the sound, and what I discovered was interesting. And then a bunch more other shit happened, and now the video is this long. I'm so sorry. Yes, Joey's name is on the file, but that doesn't necessarily mean he created it. If he did the final exporting of the sounds Tallarico Studios made for Messiah, his audio program would put his name on them regardless of who recorded, edited, or mastered them. Instead, let's look at how Tommy talks about who made it. Let's rewind the clock a little. Back in 2019, Tommy quote tweeted that one video that was a repost of the thing Plasmonode put on Reddit. He indicates that his company created and owns the sounds used for Messiah, and that the sound effects was created by my lead sound designer Joey Kouros. Notice that he specifically doesn't say that he made it. He says his company created and owns it, and then specifically credits Joey, implying little to no direct personal involvement. I believe this version of Tommy's story is true. However, soon after writing this, to put it bluntly, it looks like Tommy realized how popular the sound was. He said in many places, including the live stream, that he didn't really know that much about Roblox
Export
until he found out what
FBX,
the sound was. So on a
date
timeline,
modified.
it looks like he wrote that tweet and then started looking at the sound's presence online. In his next tweet, he says he's surprised to discover the sound has tens of millions of views online. And then all of a sudden, it's a sound we created. And then, and he adds this in parenthesis, like he's trying to sneak it into the story at the last minute, and I myself recorded. This is a bit of a change, isn't it? It's also just a weird way of talking about something you created. Like, if you found out something you had made, you, was in a huge game, you would go, hey, I made that. You wouldn't go, as you can see, my company created and owns that. It was made by someone who worked for me decades ago. Oh wait, the sound's really popular. I mean, we made it, and I myself recorded it. And to his credit, I think Tommy noticed how this sounds too, because 13 minutes later, he tried again.
Astral activate.
This time it's a sound he created, Joey edited, and he owns. Note that he specifically used the word created, so he got his story straight in the end, at least. Good for him. But that does mean
Astral
that
end.
Embarrassing, isn't it? Now, you tell me, what one thing would make Tommy look more like he was trying to rewrite the history after the fact here? Deleting the tweet, right? From my perspective, that would be a very stupid thing to do. But I must be missing something because he did delete it. It's gone. I am not accusing famous industry veteran Tommy Tallarico of lying about who made a sound here. I don't know for sure who did what on this sound. But Tommy should. And if he's telling the truth, why did the truth change when he was surprised by how popular the sound was? In a very short span of time, Tommy's version of history went from Joey created it, to we created it, to I created it, and then later an attempt to delete the fact he said Joey created it. I know how it sounds. It would be weird to assume someone just wants to brag about making this one sound effect this badly. But he does brag about it. He put it in his Twitter handle, it's part of his pitch for the Amico. It seems very important to Tommy that he doesn't just own the sound, that he personally created it. To most people younger than me, that sound effect could be the most well-known thing on his resume, which is a bit depressing, really. And when he tries to describe the process of creating the sound, things get even weirder. In the OOF livestream, Tommy's happy to say he made the sound, but then he tries to go into detail about how it was made.
I thought what first I would do is talk about how the OOF sound was created.
When he talks
I'm
about
looking
the
at the
work that
boobs.
went into making the
There you
sound,
go.
he doesn't say he did anything. He says we.
Then what we did is we went through, you know, all the different lines. We did a
No
whole
like.
bunch of other stuff to it as well. So after we pitch shifted it down, and then
Sometimes he accidentally says I and then corrects himself.
I wanted to let folks know how I created the sound, how we created the sound, myself and my sound designer Joey
something
Curtis.
called
It just keeps going like this.
We start to
Astral
pick the sound,
Start
each individual
Activate.
sound.
Let's just keep
Then
it consistent.
We might have spent, you know, a half hour trying to figure out exactly which way we should have pitched it down and what thing we would have taken and this and that.
This is a strange way to describe something you did. Far from being a sound he created and Joey merely edited, whenever he has to describe any specifics, all of a sudden it was done by committee. Tommy isn't lying about who did what here, quite the opposite really. He's specifically avoiding lying by being as vague as possible about something it would be easy to talk about if he actually made the sound himself.
So I took this little girl's, we took the clip, right? And then what we did is we edited it and we kept the length of the sound.
He struggles to come up with anything he actually did. Like his knowledge helped?
And
Here.
we'll say
On activate, that is what
I want to say this right. I mean,
gets these
it
to
took
work.
a lot of my knowledge of audio to create this sound and make it sound unique. Now that people know about me, they know about how I created the Roblox sound.
After seeing a guy specifically avoid saying I and say we dozens of times and then finish the story by saying, so that's how I made the sound? It just comes off really disingenuous. One quick indicator of what he could mean by we is, at one point he uses it to describe the act of exporting the sound out of the program.
You know, compressing it and making it all, EQing it, and doing
Timeline.
things to it before we ended up saving it out. So
When he says we here, he just means Joey. It only takes one
Astral
person to
timeline.
save on a file, and that's the one thing we know for sure Joey did. Like with the money situation,
Start.
it's hard not to read into why Tommy is talking strangely. It starts to sound like Joey did most of the work, but then that would mean someone else deserves the credit for creating the sound. So all of a sudden, this 0.3 second sound effect becomes a team effort. That's Tommy's version of how the sound was made. He says we, but sometimes when he says
can't they just
we,
make an
just
array?
means Joey. So, what's Joey's version? Joey's been pretty quiet about all this.
Make
and
array.
good for him. His career's still going
Oh, I'm a
strong.
fucking genius. This is way
Joey
faster.
has better things to do than litigate who made an ancient sound effect. Unlike me, who apparently has plenty of time for that shit. However, Kuras does have a website where he maintains credits for every game he's worked on since 1993.
Alright, so here's what we're gonna do.
He's still updating it today.
Save
Next
some
to the
time.
side, Joey puts design of all sound effects. After witnessing
Then promote a
someone claim
variable,
Joey did it, change their
dynamic
mind, delete the story, and
material.
make very vague turns about
instances.
what. Seeing someone just say, "I designed all the sound effects," is like a breath of fresh air. This is another reason why I find Tommy's
Let me
first
see if
version of the
this
story unbelievable.
works
Not
real
only is it
quick.
untainted by his later discovery how popular the sound was,
Get
it's also
this.
what the
Can I
other
drag it
person
into
who
here?
worked on the game said.
Yes,
So
it
this
works.
really
Okay, this is gonna
not
save us a lot of
taking
time.
credit from someone else who worked for it. It was just a
And it
hunch,
also makes
but
it so
now
that this only
I don't
happens
know.
once.
And here's when the fun, easy video about the Roblox oof I was trying to make ended, and the horror of my new life began. Because while I was on Joey's page, I noticed something else.
Let's,
Designable sound effects for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. This was very confusing to read, because Tommy spent the last several decades saying he worked on Pro Skater.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team. I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
I'm not saying Tommy didn't work on it, it's just some places seem to disagree with him. Places like the credits of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. According to them, someone else did the in-game sound effects. I'll give you 3 guesses.
I can keep this for the bath because the bath removes the extra. So it will do create new dynamic instances anyway.
He personally did it again.
But,
I'm starting to feel a bit bad for Joey. Just to kind of add to the mystery, he talks about how small the development team was at the time, to kind of add to the exclusivity of it, I guess.
You know, being a part of the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, you know, there's only about maybe 10 or 12 of us.
This means very
Let me
few
try
people
this real quick,
exist
see
who
if it
could
works.
possibly contradict him. How convenient. It does make it even weirder though for such a
Hell yeah, it works. Oh, it looks good. It looks really good. Okay, now we can remove these.
Tallarico Studios. So, who is responsible for the sounds in Pro Skater?
Let's
The guy
do.
credited for it, or his boss who says he did it now? In an older interview
How do I
/house
do it?
tour,
Because I
Tommy
want
got
what
specific.
happens.
He said he'd buy
Be that.
skateboards. Oh, sorry, I mean we'd buy skateboards.
Okay, so just a
And then Tommy would help this
color track.
mysterious other person record the sounds. He says one of the paint sound effects, ironically also a kind of oof, is his actual voice.
The actual sound in Tony Hawk.
Well, I want to
When the guy falls off the skateboard and cracks
see the
his head
animation real
open.
quick. Astral
That's me
activate.
falling off, cracking my head.
So, Tommy might have helped with some of the sounds.
Okay.
Or at least at some point, Joey recorded him.
It has to
falling
be
off the
from,
skateboard.
first of all,
While he
you
says
need
he
to
was
be
on the
pure
Pro
white.
Skater team nowadays, at the time,
And
things were very different. You see, as I mentioned
5.
earlier, Tommy was on a TV show
Blam.
about games while Pro Skater was being made. A thing about journalism is, it's usually frowned upon to cover or review a product you helped create without disclosing you worked on it. And, to his credit, Tommy's very good at this. When he and co-host Victor cover games he was involved with, they make sure to say it. Take Advent Rising, a game he composed a ton of music for.
Advent Rising.
I'm not gonna comment on any of the music in the game because I am completely biased.
This is, and I mean this unironically, ethical gaming journalism. Also, you might have noticed, but Tommy kind of likes to brag about games he's worked on. One time they reviewed an Aladdin game, and they brought up that Tommy worked on a different Aladdin game's music 8 years before.
It was a great throwback to the 16-bit platformer days, and I know you worked on the original Aladdin game, so you must have felt like you were coming
Deja
home a little
vu.
bit. Yeah.
Tommy not only understands disclosure, he loves doing it. If Tommy worked on a game, or a game similar to the one being reviewed, you hear about it on this show. So, what does it mean when Tommy doesn't say he worked on a game? While Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was being made, it was featured on the show. Tommy interviewed one of the developers. Later, when it came out, Tommy and Victor reviewed it, and both gave it a 9.5 out of 10. If Tommy worked on this game's sound effects, he would have said so, wouldn't he? Well, he doesn't. At no point whatsoever in the coverage does Tommy disclose he worked on the game. Tommy behaves like a TV guy interviewing a game developer, which would be a bit weird if he was also on that development team, right? I can only think of a few reasons why Tommy wouldn't mention he worked on the game when he goes out of his way to do so normally.
Say
One
what
is
I have
he
so far.
randomly decided not to take credit for
I think I
something
need
which seems out of
a
character and
float
pretty
as
dishonest
well.
considering how hard he promoted the game, and he seems to know better than that. The alternative is, while he had helped Joey out a little, Tommy, at the time, didn't consider whatever input he gave big enough to justify telling people he was involved. Which is fascinating to me. There is potentially a past version of Tommy who, if he honestly thought about it, would choose not to say he worked on Pro Skater. Which is cool of him. However, then Pro Skater went on to be a really famous
Yeah, I need
franchise,
to
and
do
it became very cool to say
these
he
two.
worked on it.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
And over the years, Tommy's story has grown a bit from helping with some of the sounds to doing all of them.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, so I did all those sounds, audio director on that.
Wait, now he's saying he was the audio director? He's not even in the credit! Let's quickly look at who did what on games Tallarico Studios worked on. On the vast majority, Tommy is often credited for music, but he doesn't do sound effects much. Sound effects, or sound design as it was later called, is usually done by Joey. A game Tallarico Studios worked on almost always has music by Tommy, sound effects by Joey in the credits. Basically, when Tommy and Joey work on games together, it's pretty clear who did what. In fact, in the early 2000s, Tallarico Studios put out a sound effects library you could buy and use in your own projects, with over 19,500 sound effects in it. Tommy's the executive producer, so I'm sure he was involved in some capacity, but 3 other recorders and editors are credited, along with the sound designer. I wonder who it could be. It's Joey. It's always Joey. Joey credits himself as the lead sound designer at Tallarico Studios.
See, this looks good.
The thing he did was sound effects. Even on Electric Playground, Tommy's show, Joey is credited for additional sound effects. So maybe Tommy didn't say he did the sound effects on Pro Skater because he knew Joey would see it. Given Tommy's tendency to take games his sound effects guy is credited for and say he did all the sounds, what does that sort of thing mean for his later claims about Messiah and making the oof? Well, wouldn't it be funny if Tommy also reviewed Messiah on TV, and when he did, he again did not mention he worked on the game? Wouldn't that be very, very funny? Yeah, it is funny. That is what happened. Even funnier, on that same episode, they also reviewed the Dreamcast version of Pro Skater, giving Tommy yet another opportunity to say he worked on it. Which he didn't. There's starting to be a precedent for Joey doing things, being the one credited for it, Tommy reviewing it and not mentioning he worked on it, and then years later deciding he did. Coming back to how he talks on the stream, we could mean we both worked on this sound, but to be cynical, it can also mean Joey did it while working for me. Messiah is one of the 2 or so games I could find that Tallarico Studios made where they are both credited for the sound effects at once.
I need the color to activate even if
So our candidates are a guy who mostly did music and not sound effects, reviewed the game on
definitely needs to
say he worked on it, and when he later
lie even if
he did and he made this sound, carefully avoided taking credit for anything specific, or the guy credited for sound effects on almost every other game, who says he did it, who Tommy said did it before he changed his mind the first time, and whose name is on the file. In conclusion, who knows? Could have been either of them. Maybe it was both. Art is really a collaborative process. Okay, that was written as a joke about how heavily the deck is stacked here. But let's be serious, I haven't found any definitive proof here. I think it's interesting just how much Joey is credited for sound effects everywhere else, and I think it's weird that Tommy didn't really have any specifics to say about what he did on the sound, and I think if he did work on the game that closely, he should have said so when he reviewed the game on television.
There we go.
But none of that is specific proof of who recorded or mastered a specific sound effect. However, given all of this additional context and information, I can say at least for myself that I have some trouble believing Tommy when he says he made the sound. But when you decide something a well-known industry figure like him has said is suspect, you start to ask, well, what else has he said? This guy's been around for decades and he's said a lot of things. I started investigating some of his other claims. I did it mostly to prove to myself I was just being silly so I could believe him when he said that he made the sound. I wanted to be able to put this to bed and move on with my life. I just couldn't accept that the first American to ever work on Sonic would lie like that. Hey, wait a second! Yes, Tommy has repeatedly said he's the first American to ever work on Sonic.
In fact, I was the very first American to ever be hired by the Sonic team back in the day.
Are you serious?
Very first American to be hired. One of the first Americans to ever be hired by Sega of Japan for the Sonic team. I was the first American to ever be hired to work on the Sonic the Hedgehog series.
But if you don't take Tommy's word for it and do your own research, by which I mean basically Google Sonic for 2 seconds, you start to see red flags. Sonic was being developed in America as early as 1992, when Sonic 2 was being made in California. Americans are all over Sonic's game development since almost the beginning. Which game did Tommy work on anyway?
Sonic, or one of the Sonic games, Black Knight, that might have been in the 2000s.
So Tommy was about 20 years late to the party of Americans working on Sonic. Okay, let's be charitable. Maybe he means first American to do music for the series? But if he thinks that, Tommy's been crushing too many 40s. That was terrible. I promise to live and learn from the... Oh, fuck.
But this first American stuff gets even deeper. There are layers to this shit. One particular American musician, Michael Jackson, was rumored for decades to have worked on Sonic 3. This was seemingly confirmed by Yuji Naka earlier this year, actually. This would make Jackson the first American to do a Sonic soundtrack. Maybe there are some Americans who worked on one earlier. I'm not sure. I'm not deep into Sonic lore. I'm no Heriton Splimby. Now you could say, well, sure. Maybe that means Tommy is wrong about being the first American. But there's no way he could have known that. We only found out for sure recently. And yeah, to be fair, that would be true. Were it not for the fact Tommy has also been bragging about knowing back in the 90s that Jackson worked on Sonic.
So I was really close with the Sega folks back in the early 90s. I don't know if it was ever confirmed or not, but I can tell you that he did do the music for Sonic 3.
This was at a con in 2014, before he started saying he was the first American. So either he knew he was lying when he started saying that, or he made this shit up too. Which one is the lie? At this point, why not both? I don't trust this story about knowing about Jackson either, frankly. I think he just made up a story to seem involved with another important piece of history. That seems to be his MO at this point. This is just one example of what we could charitably call exaggeration, but realistically we call lies. The more I tried to check things Tommy said to prove to myself that any of it was true, the more it all came apart.
Okay, so what about the Metroid Prime thing? He said in a bunch of places, including the OOF stream, that he worked on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. Worked on that for a couple of years. And I worked with him on Metroid Prime, the first one. And we worked together for about, gosh, I want to say 4 or 5 years. Metroid Prime, I worked with that with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years. Wow. I worked with Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario and Zelda. Worked with him for 5 years on Metroid Prime.
He doesn't just say he worked on it, actually. He says Shigeru Miyamoto was a personal huge fan of his work and always wanted to work on a game with him.
We always talked about working together. We're like, oh man, I really love all your Mario stuff. And he'd say, oh man, I love all your stuff that you do. Like, oh, we got to work together sometime, you know?
I don't know if that part of the story is true, but Tallarico Studios was contracted to work on Prime. Not music, by the way. Prime already had a composer. They just did sound effects. That might turn out to be important later. But early in development, Retro cancelled all their other projects to focus on Prime, and suddenly didn't need outside help to get the audio done, and his contract wasn't renewed. Tommy will confirm this part of the story himself.
My contract was coming to an end was around the same time that Retro's projects were all getting canceled except for Metroid, and they had an internal audio department.
So he did work on it, briefly, but again with the exaggeration. For him to be dropped so easily implies Miyamoto wasn't as invested in working with Tommy as he says. Tommy doesn't just say he worked on Prime sound effects for a bit.
What the hell is my
Miyamoto was a huge fan though. His story gets way more exotic. He tells people Miyamoto didn't give him any direction or visuals or animations to make sound effects to. He told him to just make what he thought was cool, and the development team designed the weapons and animations around his sounds.
Give us a bunch of epic weapon sounds, and then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give those to my artists, and then they are gonna be inspired by the sounds that you make, and we're gonna inspire the art in the thing. Wow, so cool.
This is an unprecedented amount of control for an external audio contractor to have over a project. Plus, it just doesn't mix very well with the fact he left really early in development. Did Miyamoto change his mind? Why didn't he make Retro keep him on board if he had such an important job? It also doesn't mix with other stories from Retro Studios' actual audio department. He did an interview for Shinesparkers where he told this story about Miyamoto letting him design the weapon sounds first. However, Shinesparkers then went on to interview Clive Clark Wen, Prime's audio lead, who came on board after the other games were cancelled and Tommy was gone. Wen is well respected in the game audio industry. He's worked on a bunch of stuff, including Tony Hawk games, interestingly enough. According to him, they did sound effects the normal way, basing their work off the art and animations. There's something amazing about reading an interview with Tommy where Miyamoto blessed the project with a radical new technique where the sound designer had massive creative control over the game, and then going to the interview with Wen where they say, "We interviewed Tommy and he said you did this," and he goes, "That sounds cool, but no." Wen says 1 or 2 weapon sound effects were done when he got there, and he left them mostly untouched. So, a few of the sounds in the game are done by Tallarico Studios, and they might have been done the way Tommy said, but his overall involvement with the game was very small. How small? He left so early in development, they forgot he had worked on it by the time the game was done, and forgot to put his name in the credits. A bunch of other audio contractors made it in, though. They must have kept contracting people after he left and not got him back. Weird, I wonder why. After seeing Tommy repeatedly take credit for the work of people under him, it's kind of cathartic seeing a bunch of other people get credited and for him to be forgotten. However, he's not the only one. Someone's missing from Tommy's version of the story again.
Why is it spawning over there?
Deleted page on his website,
Like the actor tries, like this is. Hold on, am I looking at the? Yeah, this is the best.
Still claims he did a lot of the main sound design somehow. Funnily enough, he doesn't say I too much. He says we. I wonder who the other it's Joey! It's always Joey! He shared a recent email from Retro's new audio manager to prove he worked on it, and he compliments the work Tallarico Studios did, but he says it like this. "My hat is off to you, Tommy. And Joey? It's always Joey!" What makes the story even funnier is how, you know, Tommy was on a TV show that reviewed games when Prime came out. Tommy didn't mention he worked on it, which makes sense, he was barely involved. But one fascinating thing that hasn't come up yet is Tommy just has
Why is...
JoJo's Bizarre
And why am I not controlling it?
incredibly stupid.
He complained about Prime's backtracking and scanning
Did I just set the instigator?
about the game, and absolutely refused to let Victor get a word in edgewise.
I had to scan every little
There's
thing.
a great
and every
story in
row,
there as well.
And that's a problem for me. But
I enjoyed all of that.
The worst problem about this game is that
he gave it a 7.5, which according to Metacritic would be the absolute lowest score any remotely professional critic gave it at the time. Even less than the 8 the guy who wrote the text reviews for EP gave it. Tommy was not the biggest fan of this game, but now it's universally recognized as a masterpiece. He can't wait to tell you he was a huge part of it. It's kind of fascinating how these two supposed industry professionals each talk about their work. Joey doesn't mention Prime at all on his site. Presumably, he doesn't consider his work a large enough part of the finished game to go on a resume. Meanwhile, Tommy talks like he worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years on Metroid Prime. Oh, come on, H1, be reasonable. He doesn't say it like that. No, he says it like that.
I worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years.
Can you picture how hard it is for you to talk about his work when Thomas says he done all it? Yeah. Like it's gotta really suck.
He knows he's not telling the truth when he says this. Okay, look, maybe I'm just a gaming racist, but is it okay at this point to call this an obvious lie? It must be very difficult to work hand in hand with someone on a game they famously did not work on very much. Retro Studios is based in Texas. Miyamoto was a distant producer who occasionally gave notes. Several former Retro employees have even suggested he gave Metroid to a new company in America that hadn't made any games yet because he didn't like Metroid that much. Some insinuating he didn't really get Metroid's type of gameplay. Miyamoto pawned off IPs like this repeatedly, actually. He visited Rare one day and made them turn a game they were making into a Star Fox game because he had no idea what else to do with Star Fox. And we all know how that turned out. It's actually pretty good, people are just mean. Prime is great, but it happened because Miyamoto outsourced an IP he didn't like to a bunch of Americans so he didn't have to think about it, which gives very different implications to Miyamoto asking Tommy to do the sound effects. So now almost every game he's bragged about working on has turned out to be a gross exaggeration. The only other games he talks about are Earthworm Jim and Aladdin. I guess there's one more, Guitar Hero.
Why is...
Guitar Hero.
So how do I make it work here?
Did some work on some of the first 3 Guitar Hero games. You know, like some of the games I've worked on. Disney's Aladdin, Earthworm Jim, Guitar Hero.
Any of his songs on the soundtrack? No. Did he do sound effects? It doesn't look like it. Is he credited on any of the games? On one of them, yeah. According to a Joystick interview, rest in peace, comrade, he helped them get an Aerosmith song on too because his cousin is Steven Tyler of Aerosmith.
I'm just gonna
He's
copy
in
this one instead.
Too in the industry thanks section. His involvement seems, I don't know, kinda small. It's mostly people who championed the first Guitar Hero when it came out. You know, game journalists and celebrities. And Will Wheaton. Interestingly, alongside Brad Shoemaker, Ryan Davis, and of course Jeff Gershman, also in these credits is Patrick Klepek, who 15 years later would go on to make him delete a legal threat by asking him a basic question. This is the total extent I can find of Tommy's involvement with the Guitar Hero games. But I must be missing something.
Neat.
The way he brings it up, you'd think he was massively involved.
I worked on the Guitar Hero games, the first
The ones?
three. The third one was Guitar Hero Aerosmith.
That's probably that's probably what's happening.
Tommy was joking there, but at this
Just
point,
constantly spawning one more every time. That's probably the mistake I did.
Statements of credit, his use of "we" to mean Joey. The more you see it, it starts to take over your mind. You start to ask yourself if even the stuff you could
Never
have
mind.
been lying about is a lie. Like, okay, are those Guinness World Records real? I assumed even if everything else was fake, they would be real at least. There's no way anyone could get away with such an obvious lie. It would be too easy to check. But it turns out if
That
something
works.
is easy to check, no one actually does.
So why didn't the collision? Oh, that's why. I need to point out that Thomas' most ridiculous lie is the 5 years on Metro Prime, because Metro Prime was not even developed for longer than 2.5 at most.
I hold the Guinness World Record for the
That's so fucking true, though.
video games in their life. My mother's very proud. The person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud for the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime. So that was pretty cool. My mother's very proud for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime, which is kind of crazy, kind of a cool honor. My mother's very proud. The person who's worked on the most video games in their life.
Why is it not working?
My mother is very proud.
There's
Like, what's going on? Like, yeah, they're over there.
Worked on keeps expanding.
Main character Astral.
By the time of his first Guinness World Record in 2008,
Why don't I have any control over them?
Games. Around this time, he stopped doing music for games and started focusing on video games live.
Video games live takes up such a huge part of your.
Okay, now they're moving. I can't type.
Have you ever considered going back to like full-time video game composing?
No.
There was this period in the early 2010s where the last game he'd officially worked on outside of Super Tofu Boy was Sonic and the Black Knight.
The last game I composed for was actually a Sonic game, and that was a couple years ago, but yeah.
But somehow, 2 years later, he had a record with over 300 games on it. In October 2017, he said he'd worked on over 300 games.
In fact, I have a Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime, over 300 games.
But by the time of the OOF stream in January 2020, just over 2 years later, it was over 350.
And I've worked on over 350 video games.
He had a busy couple of years there.
I read today 300 video games you've had your hands in. That can't be a real number.
Yeah, that's actually 350. Yeah, it's up to 350 now. That I know a lot of people in the industry. I've worked on 350 games in my career.
Okay, Tommy seems a little confused himself how many he's done. So, you know, just for his sake, we should probably double check how many. So, is there a list somewhere? His Wikipedia page lists far less games than he says he's worked on. Fewer, goddammit. I used Wikipedia for that visual earlier, showing the games he'd worked on in the early 2010s. Let's show everything else he did afterwards. Nothing. He cameoed in Retro City Rampage, and that's it, according to Wikipedia. His IMDb splits his credits into a dozen different categories, but not games, television, and movies, because it's a horrible website. And the composer and sound department credits have a bunch of games repeated in both. Wow, he's credited for some of them 3 times. Even Messiah's in there twice. Earthworm Jim 2's in there 4 times? But even adding literally all the video game credits together, including all the duplicates, you get less than half the number he said he'd done 15 years ago. What the fuck is happening? His Moby Games page lists about 100. It's 6:13 a.m. right now, and my eyes went a bit blurry while I was counting. It could be like 98. Either way, it's a lot less than 350, and I'm not recounting this shit. And that's counting a bunch he's just in the thanks for, like Guitar Hero 2. It doesn't list Pro Skater because he's not in the credits for that, even though Moby Games appear to have copy-pasted the official biography from his website, which claims he did. They somehow managed to get Pro Skater to link to the correct game page, but not to get the spelling right. Okay, none of these websites can be trusted. Thankfully, Tommy has taken it upon himself to make his own list of games on his website. This list is larger, and I mean a lot larger than the others, and since Tommy wrote it, there's some dubious names on here. Pro Skater and Guitar Hero are on there, and so is Metroid Prime. Obviously, he personally held hands with the development team while they made it, but so is Prime 2, a game I've never seen any mention of him touching anyone's hands on. Did they reuse some sounds him/Joey made, so that counts as working on both?
And I guess I can now add Roblox to that list of games.
If Tommy thinks he can put Roblox on the list of games he has worked on, imagine what justifications other games are on this list for.
One of Tommy's actually interesting contributions to game history is early PlayStation 1 models came with a demo disc to show what the console could do, and some of his music is in the menus and titles. The first sounds ever made by some early PlayStations would be music made by Tommy. This is kind of neat and cool, and it's also weird seeing PlayStation demo disc in a list of games composed for. In general, this list has quite a bit of what we call padding. Tellurico Studios did additional music for the first Blood Rain, so that's one game worked on, right? Well, it's on Tommy's list 5 times, as each console version along with PC and Mac. I'm not sure why you'd want to give Blood Rain such a strong presence on your resume, but each to their own. He also did the music for Earthworm Jim 1 and 2. An Earthworm Jim game is on his list 18 times! Super Tofu Boy, a free Flash game Peter made he donated music to, is on here twice! You can run Flash games on the Mac too? Wow, that's an extra game worked on! Fuck you, Tommy. But even counting all of this, all the games he wasn't credited for but still puts on his list, the multiple times the same game is counted across many different consoles or computers, or demo discs as specific games worked on, it's still a lot less than the number he says. If you decide to be a bit mean and remove all the repeat games, you get around 175, almost 100 less than his first Guinness World Record said 15 years ago. So either he stopped updating his website, and IMDb, Moby Games, Wikipedia, and everywhere else also stopped tracking the games he worked on, or, Bob, forgive me, the first American to ever work on Sonic is exaggerating again. In an interview in 2010, he said he worked on 280 video games, which is a Guinness World Record, actually inside the Guinness book as the person who worked on the most video games in their life. This sentence almost made me cut my fucking head off. Tommy isn't actually inside the Guinness Book of World Records he's talking about here. Trust me,
you're welcome. I just helped Trifle out with Veilguard.
The Gamers Edition is full of more games.
Why is this happening?
Notice that it's also much smaller and the print quality is much worse, and generally it's a lot less prestigious than being in the actual book. My producer, Kat,
is because I need to unpossess the original.
It's a bit like saying you gave a TED talk when really you just gave a TEDx talk, not realizing how fucking funny she was being, because Tommy has done a TEDx talk.
My mother's very proud.
When his biography on his website
Is that what I need to do, maybe?
No,
I didn't do that for the back.
She is so cool.
Why?
Tommy is at least featured in the Gamers Edition.
Why is that happening?
About his career and video games
Wait.
live. At the beginning of the interview, the author claims Tommy has worked on more game soundtracks than anyone else.
They don't say how they verified this or provide the list of games. It seems a bit like Tommy just told the interviewer this in the interview and they repeated it as a factoid, assuming it was true, because why would someone tell such an obvious lie? Whatever evidence he has backing up his claim is becoming difficult to find.
I don't get
Hopefully
it.
this wasn't too expensive on eBay. Supplies are quite low, but the demand...
Because I have to make it a separate actor
to leave in Airbnbs he stays in, like a sort of
to work
gamer
the way I want it to.
So if they seem more expensive now, it's because he's artificially inflated the price. Speaking of artificial inflation, even if the amount of games Tommy says he's worked on was completely true, there are still people who've worked on way more games. The record is just wrong. Even Guinness at some point recognized this. They actually changed the wording of the record at some point after he first got it. It's not person who has worked on the most games in a lifetime anymore, it's most prolific composer of game soundtracks. The Guinness website says that now, and the updated versions of Tommy's plaque say that too. So Guinness have done their best to correct this mistake. Tommy, however, has continued using the original name anyway for over a decade.
In fact, I own the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud.
Another one of those sweet little lies we've become accustomed to Tommy using. Although I can kind of understand this one, because the new name is even more obviously a lie. I know for a fact Tommy has not made 280 video game soundtracks. We need to acknowledge just how bonkers this clip is. He's saying most video games in a lifetime while showing footage of the new record with a different name. Bonus points for the fact the record says more than 300 games, but then it cuts to a list he wrote with less than 300 games on it. And just in case it needs to be said, no, Guinness are not a real record-keeping organization. They're a novelty book company. It's already a pretty common joke that most of their records are just silly stuff someone made up so they can have a record. Like, most baseball bats broken in 1 minute. That's a silly one I just made up now. Just kidding, it's real. I don't really mind if Guinness track a bunch of silly records. It's just a bit of fun, really. But they are an utterly for-profit organization, not just in terms of sales of books, but also sales of records. Guinness has an entire subsection on their website dedicated to business marketing solutions, promising they can help with PR and marketing campaigns, complete with a case studies section showing over a dozen pages of companies they got attention for by helping them come up with a new record to break, like Canon with its longest digitally printed photograph. If you have the money, you can pay them to help you break a record. I have my suspicions a lot of the silly record holders are independently wealthy people. You know, some people just want a record to call their own, to give empty lives a sense of meaning. Guinness aren't purposefully keeping track of who's broken the most bats or wasted the most money on a Pokemon card. Having a Guinness adjudicator on site to verify and give out the award on the day is super expensive, at minimum $10,000 plus transport and hotel costs. This stuff gets expensive fast. They aren't a neutral party tracking human achievements, they are a paid service, and many of their record holders are basically just customers.
Print string.
When it became clear someone else should have the record for most games made in a lifetime,
Print string.
Someone else the record.
Give me the transform so I can see if it actually is the right value.
They charge for this service. Guinness's record search function claims Tommy
That is the right value.
These are for video games live.
So where are you placed now?
They are most video game concerts performed and largest audience for a live video game music concert. Let's quickly appreciate how sneaky these records are. VGL haven't come close to performing the most concerts,
Wait, what?
but most video game concerts, now that's a record. And it's highly specific, so no one can challenge it. In fact, you literally can't challenge it. The Guinness website
This doesn't make any sense. Why does the
active submissions. This is a
Why does the
special
actor
record
go all the way over
only
there?
Tommy can get. And wouldn't you believe it? At his 357th concert, one of those prohibitively expensive adjudicators turned up to hand him the latest version of these two records. But let's look closer at largest audience for a live video game music concert for a second.
The biggest symphony show ever seen live. Over
Is it this fucker?
752,000 people watching us live in Beijing, China.
This would be pretty impressive. Would you be shocked if
I don't fucking get what's going on.
All of those 752,000 people were watching in person in Beijing. Some of them were watching it digitally on a live stream on a Chinese video website.
Biggest symphony show ever seen live. 752,000 people watching me live on stage. That was in Beijing.
It's a bit deceptive to say they were watching you live on stage when they were nowhere near the stage. How many people were actually there?
The famous Bird's Nest National Olympic Stadium. We played there, 130,000 people inside, 600,000 people outside.
I love that he says outside when he means we're watching a live stream. Like, is he trying to imply hundreds of thousands of people stood outside just to hear his show?
It's actually moving.
Attending a concert is still a lot. Still a lie, though! You know, I couldn't help but overhear what venue he said this took place at.
Bird's Nest National Olympic Stadium.
The Bird's Nest is a beautiful stadium, and it must be amazing to play in front of 130,000 people.
I don't get it! Why is this happening?
Allow me to read you the beginning of its Wikipedia page.
What do you mean you have multiple values?
You don't have anything better to do. The National Stadium, also known as the Bird's Nest, is an 80,000 capacity stadium in Beijing. I think I might have noticed a very small discrepancy. During the 2008 Olympics, it hit its record attendance of 89,000 people. Tommy is claiming he got better attendance than the Olympics and can fold space. But because it's Tommy, there are layers of mistruth happening here. You see, Tommy has the name of the venue wrong.
Guinness has an article about this record, and they say it was set at the Beijing Exhibition Theatre, which is a different place. At first I thought this was just a one-off mistake. VGL have played both venues, but the thing is though, he always says it's the Bird's Nest.
There was the Bird's Nest in China, Beijing National Olympic Stadium, 750,000 people.
Nah, he was not saying anything around that point.
Although it is a bit weird to forget where you set your Guinness World Record, but whatever. But is there maybe a reason he says the name of this theatre while claiming he played to hundreds of thousands of people? Well, there's one. It would be even more impossible to play to 130,000 people at a theatre with only 2,700 seats. The Guinness article also happens to mention the actual number of people
I can see
at the concert,
where things messed up.
So even when Guinness has the numbers,
when there's a skeleton mesh extra one,
what are you doing? I don't trust that many
this one breaks. Why does that break?
There's no easily obtainable record of the live
That doesn't make any sense. What?
So we,
okay.
Apparently also Guinness, just have
No.
to take Tommy's word for it.
Don't you fucking dare break my bat.
People watched this live, and considering we just caught him live,
Did you just fucking break the bat by doing that?
my doubts. Even though he has a record with a specific number written on
We gotta do something here.
keeps changing. In an interview in the
Just gotta do a very small little change.
The Gamers Edition, of course, he directly claims over 1 million people saw that show live. I cannot stress this enough.
Fuck this goddamn mesh component to hell. We're going to break it. Now it's broken.
That's all
Gonna
five
hide
of the
it.
records Guinness appears to have on file for Tommy Tallarico.
After
Tommy
that,
seems
we're
to
going
know
to
better.
reset it
His
and
list
reset
of
that.
awards on his website says he has
None.
4. The fourth one being most video game concerts in a year, a record I cannot find anywhere other than his list of awards and other interviews with Tommy. So I don't know, maybe he has 4. Well, his biography says he currently
New
holds
skeletal
5,
mesh.
so I don't know, the numbers just keep going up. Can he at least get the record straight on the number of records? Okay, to be fair, he has recently updated it. Lately, he started saying he has 7.
I have seven Guinness World Records for different things.
So what are all the others? You know, for a guy who, let's be frank, fucking loves bragging about all the shit he's done.
I've worked with everybody. I was the first American.
Tommy is uncharacteristically modest about saying what these other 4 records are. In a Reddit AMA a few years back, he said he has 7, but just to avoid wasting people's time, he only listed 3 of them. Would you like to guess which 3? When someone directly asks him to list the records, he sheepishly adds most game concerts in a year, but that's it. The others are like ghosts.
Tommy, how many Guinness World Records do you have?
So I have 7. One of the ones I have is the most symphony shows in a single year. But I would say there's 3 big ones. The 3 big ones are most shows, biggest live show ever seen, and then the most video games. So I have a total of 7, but there's 3 big ones.
He doesn't even have a riddle prepared for this one. He just refuses to tell people. He's so shy. All of a sudden. Luckily for us, in Tommy's investor videos for the Amico, we can see at least 5 of them. So let's just take a look and find out for ourselves. In the center we have most prolific.
Yeah, like you're right, Tiki. Like he literally had no credit at all.
Those are the 3 we know he has. Now for the mystery ones. To the right we have the record for the most video game concerts This is the same record. This is the previous version. This one's from 2014 with 293 shows. What about the one on the left? The longest video games live, which has performed 260. These are the same 3 records. It's starting to look like there's a good reason the other 4 records don't get mentioned much. In one house tour he gave in 2017, he has them all laid out on the floor, where they appear to have sat for 5 years now. Look at that dust bunny. And Tommy calls them 7 different Guinness World Records.
There's 7.
Why is this broken?
7 different Guinness World Records. So
I'm not sure how these can be 7 different records if when you pause the video and look,
I don't get
are
it.
the same. And I think when people get too up close and personal with his records, they start to notice this.
Why does
too.
that happen?
In this clip, he talks about 2 of them, ones we know.
Why does that happen?
Cut happens.
That was the first one.
That was the first
one. Yep. And then for the shows, and then
Where's he?
Be jealous.
I didn't edit that in, I swear. I'd love to know what happened between these two clips. Here's yet another fun fact. Guinness
Let me
charges
save
separately for the award
and
certificate
reset
and the
the
product
Unreal
that comes
Engine.
in. They have a unique design they don't change very often, and they're pretty expensive. When Tommy got these two in 2014, it looks like he just bought 2 picture frames from a store. I guess when you have so many versions of the same record already, you get sick of paying full price for them. I'm not just bringing this up to make fun of him, although I am, but it's actually really useful data. You know how I mentioned Guinness renamed his most games record? In this one tour with the super awkward edit, another funny thing happens. Tommy reads out that record, right?
This is the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime.
Wow.
But because he got a shitty frame for this one, we can check and see the record he's reading from says something else.
For the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime.
Wow.
Tommy refuses to acknowledge the new title and pretends it has the old wrong name because it's a bit more prestigious. He's lying about the text of a record he is literally holding in his hands and pretending to read from. This guy's a fucking genius.
I do not have time for you fucking fake bots at the moment.
You know how the concert records say video game concerts? If you've been paying attention, you'll notice Tommy always says it's for symphony concerts or symphonic concerts.
Biggest symphony show ever seen live. The most symphony shows ever done. The biggest symphony show ever seen live. Biggest symphony show ever seen live.
Tommy knows his video game concert record is extremely stupid, and out of embarrassment he calls it something else. Oh, maybe it's not deliberate, maybe he just got the name wrong. No, I can prove it. Here's a time he does that while pointing at it and pretending to read it.
Here's one.
Largest audience.
Largest audience ever to see a symphonic concert live. 752,000 people.
We can see what the record says in the previous
Okay.
shot, Tommy. Okay, let's wrap this up.
Did
How
that fix
many
it?
records does Tommy have? Through
Yes,
a list
it
of
did.
games that cannot be found but keeps exploding, and by making up new definitions of
Okay,
concert, it looks
so
like Tommy has about 30.
resetting
He
fixed it.
owns
Great.
7 plaques of them, so he tells
Good
me
to
he
know.
has 7 different Guinness World Records. And maybe he does have a most video game concerts in a year one, and it's just never visible in shots of his records. Guinness only has 3 records in their search, though. Well, had. I was going to move on from Guinness at this point, but then there was a new development in the search for Tommy's list of games. After looking everywhere for the list of 350 plus games Tommy's supposedly worked on, or I guess composed for now, we realized there was one place that would definitely have one. Guinness themselves. So, we emailed them. And by we, I mean Kat did it for me, she did all the work. That's what people mean when they say we, they mean someone else did it for me. We worked on the oof sound. Yeah, right, I know this trick, Tommy. We, Kat, asked them what evidence was provided for the record and how it was verified. Guinness were really polite and
Good.
got back to us very
It works
quickly.
now.
Here was their response. The record title in question is one of our consultant records, which are not open to standard applications. They are confirmed by specialist consultants that we approve. Expert external consultants that we use for records of this kind often have professional links to the field in question, i.e. video games. These titles are research-based rather than evidence-based. Thanks. First off, this email provides me the
I
incredible
want to create
quote that the
a
record is
event.
not evidence-based, which is just fantastic. Thank you very much for that. This is one of the situations where if you did the research, you would have the evidence.
Custom
This
event.
doesn't require specialist consultation. It's a list of games. On top of that, this
here.
implies Guinness have never seen a list either. The record was verified by a consultant, so someone, somewhere, says Tommy has worked on
I'll
this
need that in a
many
moment.
games, and Guinness believes them. But then, something even stranger happened. Previously, when you typed Tommy's name into Guinness's record search, that record came up. One of the other VGL records came up because he's mentioned by name on that record, the other one doesn't. So those are the ones that came up. This is a screenshot I took in early September. Anyway,
Let me find
after
the
we emailed
damage
them asking
taken.
how they verified it, I realized I needed to take another screenshot because I'd scribbled all over one of them. So I went back, and the record didn't come up. Just the other one did. Right after we emailed
Get
them asking
forward
them where
vector.
their evidence was, and they said they didn't
Get
have it, the record disappeared.
Station.
Did we just get one of Tommy's records deleted? Oh no! I didn't mean to do this. I just wanted to see a list of games. Tommy, if you're watching this, it wasn't me, it was Kat. Please don't. So now the brakes have come off and this video is spiraling out of my control. I've lost all hope of figuring out what Tommy is doing or why. Doing the early research before this all happened, it got kind of nostalgic going back and rewatching ancient episodes of Electric Playground and Reviews on the Run, and watching Tommy do his wacky boobery and yell at Victor when he says normal things like Metroid Prime is fun. I was trying to remember if I ever found Tommy funny or if I was always just laughing at him, you know?
You know what I gotta say to you? I don't care what you think.
Even doing that level of research,
That's good. It looks good so far. Okay.
As a kid and
It's like Tommy's Records and I don't trust Guinness at all. They rename it to list people's record if they're wrong, like Billy Mitchell. Yeah. Like just don't trust anything that is said by Guinness is essentially the rule.
Podcast there. I remember watching this on my iPod Nano on the bus.
Now we're in another strange room.
This was shot just as Smash Bros. Brawl had come out, and the gang made fun of his old review as well.
Smash Brothers
I want a little more power in it, so I'm gonna make a timeline.
Favorite game series of all time.
There's this awful rumor on the internet, as there always is, that I gave Smash Brothers like a 2.5 or something. And so the reality is that we never actually reviewed Smash Brothers ever on G4. So people on the internet who say that I gave Smash Brothers a low score, bite him.
Tommy is pointing to the giant model dinosaur he has in his garden. Anyway, it's clear this rumor really gets to him. In an IGN thread about his Mario Galaxy review, this comes up, and Tommy T shows up to defend himself, because he Googles his name and has nothing better to do. He claims it's not true, but refuses to say what the real score was, because he thinks it's fun watching people spout nonsense. So, Tommy never gave Melee a 2.5, that's just a rumor, leave him alone. Here's Tommy's review of Smash Bros. Melee.
What do you think about Super Smash Bros. Melee for the Nintendo GameCube?
Well, you know, I gotta tell you, it's another GameCube letdown, another GameCube disappointment in my book.
3 out of 10.
I give it a 2.5.
He said this on TV. People saw him. The footage exists. This isn't speculation. When Tommy does something people criticize,
Grand friction. Let's turn that down to 3.
Defending like a video game opinion. He just lies and says he never did it. Like, why would you lie about something so stupid and easy to check? I'm reaching the point where if Tommy says something, it's easier to assume he made it up. His website used to have a page of famous people seen wearing Tallarico Studios t-shirts, which is a weird thing to document in the first place. But the thing is though, every single picture on it is photoshopped. Like, what was his goal here? What is he even trying to do? Tommy's stratospheric levels of clout chasing have hit a point where I literally can't tell if he's joking. He has a gallery page with pictures of him performing and in magazines and so on, and there's a celebrities section showing off all the cool people he's stood next to. Wow, he's really proud of some of them because he keeps reposting them. This Jamie Lee Curtis picture pops up on his Twitter when she's in the news or it's her birthday. She's a wonderful, kind, and talented human being and a fan of my video games live show. But one of the pictures on here is really strange. This one is of the Dalai Lama, apparently. Before the Amico situation deteriorated to the point he stepped down, he used to post on the Atari Age forums, and people were discussing
Let's put the speed back to normal.
He made up, by the way.
I'm gonna make a
someone referenced the Dalai Lama, so of course he reposted that
APB for the
he liked his music.
Astral form.
This later turned out to be a wax statue of the Dalai Lama from the Madame Tussauds in London. This is an example of what I've decided to call the Tallarico event horizon. Tommy has lied so much about so many things, I can't even tell if this is meant to be a joke. Is he doing a bit? Is Tommy Tallarico a CIA experiment to see how far you can get in the liberal games industry by just making shit up? Is Tommy Tallarico just a shadow on the wall of a cave? I started making this video because I thought a sound effect was funny. I can't tell if he's joking or if he genuinely wants to convince people he met the Dalai Lama. Like I said, this was in a conversation about an Amico feature it turned out he made up.
We have something that's called a Karma Gaming Engine. And what that means is that everybody, no matter
right now, I really only need
can feel
this.
Like you have a chance and that you're in the game.
Only need the speed part of this.
Using the Karma Gaming Engine. Where did that come from?
Okay, so the Karma Gaming Engine is just some shit we made up.
Like he literally made it up to get people to invest and admitted it later. Everywhere you look, Tommy is trying to build more prestige in ways that make no sense. Once Tommy had fled the Atari Age forums after calling everyone a gaming racist, people started posting about how weird he was being, and a guy told a story there about how he ran a display at the Houston Arcade Expo in 2018 showing off old Intellivision stuff right when the Amico had just been announced. so he asked Tommy if he wanted him to put out some business cards advertising the Amico, which he did. His display won an award at the show, and when he mentioned this to Tommy, he allegedly asked him to mail him the award. If this story is true, Tommy just assumed that this award belonged to him. This is just an allegation. Normally I wouldn't bother putting this in the video, but the problem is it tracks so well with a lifetime of taking credit for things he didn't do and making up awards. I find this story too believable not to mention. Still, this doesn't mean Tommy hasn't done good work in the industry or had any legitimate achievements. To properly recognize the good work he's done, we ought to talk about GANG. The Game Audio Network Guild is a group of industry professionals dedicated to improving the craft, helping people network, and recognizing people's achievements with awards. Tommy has won a lot of awards from the guild over the years, at least 16 by my count, and he's clearly very proud of them because he puts them all up next to his Guinness World Records. Tommy Tallarico is also the founder of GANG.
Recently, I founded a nonprofit organization called the Game Audio Network Guild, or GANG.
It's really funny seeing Tommy give tours of his house in his GANG t-shirt and of his office with his GANG desktop background, and then going to his website and seeing 16 awards from the group he founded and was on the board of directors of at the time.
Okay, next step. For video games, also the president of the Game Audio Network Guild, also known as GANG.
GANG even gave an award for Best Sound Library to that sound pack he made.
We need one more thing. We need a Astral Begin animation.
These are award-winning sound effects.
At least we know the sounds in the Roblox kit really are award-winning. Like, at this point, research for a video that was supposed to be about the Roblox oof has gone so far off course that I needed, like, something that was baseline obviously true to hang on to so I could return to sanity. So I asked myself what I thought would be the most obvious question. Was Tommy even on Cribs?
On YouTube, like I said, there's videos of house and
MTV Cribs I was on.
It's awesome, right?
Astral Appear.
Yeah. Yeah, they tour my house.
Didn't you have an episode of MTV Cribs back in the day?
Yeah.
Like, he tells people it was Cribs. He uploaded a video to his YouTube channel saying it was Cribs. So was it? No! Cribs is, you know, a TV show. It has lists of episodes. You can just check. It was obviously a lie the entire time. I don't know how no one
Keep forgetting that I use 0, so there's an extra
successful musicians like
frame.
and Maroon 5, or other really big celebrities like Tony fucking Hawk. They did not go to the home of the guy who might have made some of the skateboard sounds for his game. Absolutely no normal person watching MTV in the mid-2000s is gonna know who Thomas the Tallarico Engine even is. He did the soundtrack to Earthworm Jim. He's not a celebrity. Nobody gives a shit about his fucking fountain.
A waterfall here, which makes me want to pee at night.
I think I'm overusing my multitask. I think I'm overusing my multitask. Watching 3 streams of the video you're in yours at the same time.
Using the same visual. This video just has a wall of text. MTV had a very specific vibe with its backing tracks. This thing uses easily identifiable stock music. So identifiable YouTube flagged it. But if it wasn't Cribs, then what was it? Someone in the comments says they saw this on a disc that came with a gaming magazine back in the day, but I think they're thinking of the other times he did that. Because Tommy's a massive narcissist, his website has a video section with a meticulous collection of his appearances, and links to them on YouTube, some of which he uploaded himself. He links this one and calls it MTV Cribs here too, along with 2 of his PlayStation Magazine appearances. But here's the thing, Tommy's website is ancient and has several much older versions preserved on the Internet Archive. On the version from 2004, before YouTube was a thing, he would just put the videos on his own site. Many of the videos on the old site ended up as links to YouTube videos on the new one. The PlayStation Magazine house tour and interviews are here, along with this Around the World in 80 Games thing. There doesn't seem to be a Cribs video on the old version of the site, which is a bit of a red flag. Additionally, there's one house tour that didn't seem to make it to the new one, done by Gamer TV. The video itself on Tommy's site wasn't archived, but Gamer.tv was a show from the UK about gaming hosted by Sam Delaney. One episode had a feature on ways to make money in the game industry, professional gamers, voice actors, and of course, a certain composer.
Hey, I'm Tommy Tallarico, composer and sound designer for video games.
Hey, wait a second.
Hey, I'm Tommy Tallarico, composer and sound designer for video games.
So this episode is using a cut down version of the footage we saw in Tommy's video. So now we know who really shot this footage. Gamer.tv used to have a website, Gamer.tv. Oh, that's clever. It's down now, but in archives it's clear the site used to have a video section with extra stuff. One of the extra videos appears to be about a gamer with a Ferrari and a luxury home. I think Gamer.tv met Tommy and toured his house, used clips from this in their show, and uploaded the entire house tour as a bonus feature to their website. The video linked here is sadly not archived either, at least not directly. It was preserved if, say, Tommy downloaded it and put it on his own website, and then later moved his video archive to YouTube. This is a kind of cool act of video preservation, except for the part where it somehow ended up being called MTV Cribs. How did that happen? I mean, the file on his website was named correctly. This would be a difficult thing to get wrong unless he did it on purpose.
MTV Cribs I was on.
It's awesome, right?
Is Tommy just, like, a pathological liar? Does he have to lie to sound more interesting no matter what? Like how he went from saying he did some sounds for Prime to saying he worked on it with Miyamoto for 5 years? Or how he went from being one of the voices in Pro Skater to the audio director? Or how he went from doing 3 songs for Sonic and the Black Knight in 2009 to being the first American to ever get to kiss Sonic on his little mouth? Every time something comes up again, the lie has to get bigger. In that newer house tour I showed, the guy asks Tommy about if it was featured on Cribs, and he says it was on there more than once.
Tommy Tellerico has invited me to his MTV Crib, which this hasn't been on the MTV Cribs, right?
A couple times.
Yeah.
Why is he like this? Why are you like this? I know you're still watching, Tommy. Explain yourself. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing? So, yeah, maybe every single thing Tommy has ever said is a lie. Maybe some of it is true, but bear in mind that even if Tommy has lied, that isn't like a crime. You can just lie to people. Watch, I am a trained helicopter pilot. See, you can just say things. No one can stop you. However, there are times when lying does become a crime. And Tommy would know this intimately because it cost him $100,000. In 2009, after putting on a video games live event in Brazil, Tommy returned to America with over $100,000 in cash on his person. When you enter America with more than $10,000, you have to declare it for money laundering and trafficking reasons. Tommy knew he had to do this, but for some reason he didn't. His business associate, who was also his brother, filed a customs declaration on their common behalf, denying they were bringing that much money into the country. Tommy knew this was false. When he was caught at a TSA checkpoint with a bag with $100 grand in it, there were some serious questions. He quickly made up a story to explain himself. He told them he didn't need to declare the money because he had distributed it among his band members during the flight in amounts less than $10,000, and then took the money back once they were through customs, so no one needed to declare anything. Tommy thought he was being clever, but he had just accidentally confessed to the crime of structuring, where you deliberately avoid regulations by pulling stunts like this.
Oh shit, I forgot that you guys can't see the video now. Hold on, I'll fix it.
Later he came clean and told investigators he lied and made up that story, and actually he just took the money over the border himself. So when I call Tommy a liar, that's not just my opinion. There is also a legal document signed by him admitting to it. Looking deeper into United States v. Tallarico, that's its name, Tommy pled guilty, was placed on probation for a year, forfeited the $102,000 seized by customs, and had to pay a $1,000 fine, plus a $25 assessment fee. America. There's a really interesting lesson here. In the game industry, you can just lie about what games you worked on, what sounds you made, and whether you worked on Cribs, and the only real repercussion is people finding you unpleasant. But if you try that with the TSA while carrying a large unexplained bag of money, there can be consequences. There are other ways lying can be a crime too. For example, if you lie to potential investors to get their money. During one of Tommy's many attempts to find investors for the Amico,
oh, that's so cool! Oh, that's so cool! I gotta see it again.
From him, but in a situation where doing so can get you in serious trouble.
I gotta see that again.
In February 2021, he recorded this video.
That looks so fucking cool.
Lists the team of so-called Avengers working at Intellivision, one of whom was Kara Acker, a former marketing manager at Mattel on Disney Princesses and especially Frozen, which would be a great find for the company, and thinking she was on board might well have helped convince investors to part with their money. If we scroll slightly higher on her LinkedIn though, we can see she actually left Intellivision in 2020. But here's Tommy telling people in 2021, after she was gone, he has her on board, so you should definitely invest.
Our VP of Global Marketing used to work at Mattel as one of the global brand managers over there, right? And she was in charge of the Disney brand within Mattel, so that's a double bonus there.
Is there a word for lying to people? For money? If this convinced people to invest, they have grounds to say they were lied to about the status of the company.
Come on, I
You
wonder.
can't just pretend people still work for you. On their Republic crowdfunding campaign, which raised $11.5 million, the pitch video for these investors featured Akka heavily in Tommy's disgusting Egypt room as VP of Global Marketing. She was front and center as one of the intended draws to investors. She was basically the company's pharaoh. She's also still shown on the list of team members, including, ironically, a link to her LinkedIn, which will tell you she's actually gone. This crowdfunding campaign ended in 2021. There was a period of 4 months minimum where people were investing based on a video and information which was not accurate at the time and never corrected. The Intellivision website listed Akka as VP of Global Marketing as late as July 2021 according to the Internet Archive. Did the guy who ran the website quit too? Investors using this website as a source of information would have a hard time confirming who was actually at the company.
I'm at the point where I just like, yeah, I just want to try stuff.
No. I certainly hope there's some facts I missed here. People gave this company millions of dollars. Like seriously, I hope for Intellivision's sake, Akka just put the wrong date on her LinkedIn, or there's going to be some questions. In fact,
Get actor location.
On the Intellivision website, it takes you to the same video with Akka still in it.
You know the Avengers, right? Marvel Avengers, you know, they're the super team of superheroes ready to save the world.
Also on Tommy's list of Avengers was Jay Allard, the co-founder of the Xbox and Xbox Live. This would make the company look like it was on the right track and had some really good minds attached to it. However, Allard decided he wasn't a good fit and left the company.
Let me make this visible so I can see it.
How about the guy
So I had a really cool idea.
created the Xbox, right?
When Tommy was saying Allard was on the team in this footage, to get people's money, Allard was already gone. He was gone to such an extent he didn't just change his LinkedIn to say he wasn't at the company anymore, he removed it from his page completely. Allard unworked at Intellivision. And after this happened, Tommy was shooting a new video telling people he was in the Amico Avengers.
I mean, this guy doesn't even need to work anymore, but he loves our idea and concept so much that he joined the team and has been making huge contributions.
This particular comment is incredible, because on another investment platform, remember Fig? Tommy had previously bragged about Allard's involvement in that investor video too.
No,
he
I
was
just wanted
actually
to be
at the
attached there.
company when this one was made at least, and Intellivision's share offering documents on Fig also claimed Allard was involved and that he was the global managing director. A while after Allard had left, the SEC noticed Intellivision's Fig was still advertising he was there. Investors were technically being deceived. Also, a major member of staff
Hydrate. Oh, I actually don't have water. Let me go get some.
Causing problems with making the product they were promising to investors, you know? So they asked Fig what was going on. Orally, someone at a government agency physically asked someone at Fig what the hell was happening at Intellivision. Fig asked Intellivision to clarify. Intellivision panicked and said they would change the documents, and product development was unaffected by his leaving because, to quote Fig, quoting Intellivision, he has not played a material role in product development considering his contributions.
He joined the team and has been making huge contributions.
This is footage of a CEO right before his company tells a major government agency Allard hadn't made meaningful contributions, telling people he's on the team and has been
Great game design.
to get their money. I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a helicopter pilot, but I don't think it gets worse than this.
I took a couple of hydrate shots there because I haven't drank that much water. So gotta catch up.
I have the best team.
I've been a winner in this industry my whole career. I don't lose. And what I've done is packed our
I don't know, I feel like you've lost a lot, Tommy.
Several of his key
where was I?
Working there anymore.
Right, the spline.
From his LinkedIn. I don't think this is giving potential investors an accurate impression of what they're buying into. This is the exact kind of thing Tommy normally does, but in this context, it's really bad. And this brings us to the real question at the center of
spline.
The big thing we've been avoiding for the last hour while we circle the drain, but we can't avoid it anymore. Did Tommy make the funny baby sound effect?
Remember when that was the point of the video? When we look at the sum collective of all of his claims, the Tallarico totality, if you will, and we put it in context with reality, when Tommy says
an
he
actor.
created the oof,
EP blind
but
actor.
I don't believe him. Although at this point, if Tommy confessed to a murder, I would assume he was just trying to be cool. I'm sure if I was a more reasonable person, I could say the evidence is all inconclusive and Tommy could have worked on the sound, maybe. But right now, all I know is Tommy is a huge liar and I hate him, and he made me forget what this video is about.
Before you launch the character.
I promise you, when I started making this
Spawn
video, my
actor
goal
from
was to make
class.
something short for once. Take a break from my longer
On
projects to make a
the
quick video quickly so people knew I
blind
was alive.
actor.
I did not expect while I was doing research for a rabbit hole to
Get
open
actor
up
transform.
Wile E. Coyote style into an abyss of lies and madness and seemingly getting one of his Guinness World Records sent to the fucking Shadow Realm. I didn't choose this. This happened to me, and I'm not happy about it. I wanted this to be a story about how, in our modern age, we don't take ownership of artists' work seriously enough, through the lens of a sound effect that have been reused without credit for over a decade. But the people not being credited in this story are the hard-working folks under Tommy, who he has taken credit from over the years, and the original voice actor, none of whom will see any of the money Tommy makes from selling their sound today. It is incredibly easy for hard work to be exploited by corporations, and one of those corporations happens to be called Tommy Tallarico Studios Incorporated. But that's really a structural problem, and we already all know capitalism is bad. Statistically, your most formative memories are of a global
Let's do a quick thing
You
here.
don't need that lecture from me. I think the unique lesson
promote
of
the
this story
variable.
is about, well, records in multiple senses of the word. What's really
Old
at stake here is
location.
how these events and people will be remembered. Tommy has cultivated such a reputation that when I asked about the origins of a famous punch sound effect on Twitter, someone independently brought him up and said they assume he must have done it. He seems to have done everything. At least he says he has. The man has successfully inserted himself into conversations about sound effects he didn't even make, while the people who did the work attributed to him evaporate into namelessness. No one knows who Joey Kuras is, and he made the sound effects people think Tommy did. He worked on fucking Fortnite. I've
Equal
heard his sound effects as
with,
they blast my Silver Surfer into dust. It's not right for him and people like him to be forgotten. Games have always had problems crediting authors correctly.
I know.
Early games
This
received
one-
products first and creative works second.
Yeah, it
so
has
credit wasn't taken
that by
seriously.
default.
Creators used to not be
Let's
allowed to
do,
put their name on the game and had to hide them in
10.
Easter eggs. Mark Cerny, ironically another good candidate for first American to work on Sonic, wasn't allowed to keep any of his work or design documents when he was working at Atari, and his games were considered Atari creations, not his. His source code, notes, and documentation were only
This
preserved
way.
because someone got them out of a dumpster when Atari closed the office and threw it all out. This problem has especially contributed to the perception of women working in games.
Shouldn't
Yoko
be
Shimomura,
spawning
one of the most well-known video game music
anything.
composers today, a veritable industry icon, one might say, composed all but 3 of the tracks on the original arcade version.
I just died
Due
trying to do the
Capcom's
test.
crediting policy at the time, she was credited via a pseudonym. For her music's appearance on console releases and updated versions of the game, she was not credited for her compositions at all. All credit was given to the people who translated them to the new formats. Her
There we go.
contributions to game music history are only recognized properly decades afterwards, because her early career was rendered invisible, music she wrote often being credited to someone else. This was widespread at the company. The Capcom sound team throughout the 80s and early 90s was almost entirely women. Just think about that for a second. An extremely influential group of female early game composers, all credited through pseudonyms, or sometimes not at all, and with the ports of music they composed credited to someone else. Maybe one of the reasons game development is perceived as a male-dominated industry is because all the women who've always been here keep getting left out of the history they wrote. If you're interested in the topic, I recommend The Street Fighter Lady and Female Credit by Andy Lemon and Hillegonda Rietveld. I've linked them in the description and plagiarized them heavily in this section of the video, but even when people are credited, the recognition can easily be minimized. Joey did some of the music for the Terminator Sega CD game, but as you can imagine, this information has been rendered obscure thanks to a much larger musician making sure his name is remembered first. The official CD release of the soundtrack has Tommy V. Tallarico stamped on the front. Its booklet says composed, produced, and performed by Tommy Tallarico, and calls Tommy a veritable video game industry
Return.
The half a
dozen people who collaborated with him and wrote the other half of the songs only appear on the back of the case at the bottom as footnotes with stars corresponding to which songs they actually made, so their names don't get noticed quite as much. Joey's song was so good, Tommy saw fit to put it on another album with his name and face on it, Tommy Tallarico Virgin Games Greatest Hits. Joey's name is even smaller on the back of this one. It's not difficult to see why Joey's contributions to game history are being forgotten. Re-uploads of the full Terminator CD soundtrack onto YouTube just say composed by Tommy. There's a re-upload of specifically Joey's song too. The uploader, who understandably missed the tiny note on the back of the CD case, credits it to Tommy. The top comment is a guy called Joey Kouros, explaining that he actually made it, but also thanking people for their kind words. We're at the point the actual composers have to explain they made the song in the comments of
First of all, let me
just
do this over here.
misattributed to their old boss. This extends back into the regular music
I'm pressing
industry as a whole,
Y.
of course, but also into material.
Want you to-
Michael Jackson's long-rumored, now semi-confirmed work on Sonic 3 isn't all it's cracked up to be either.
How do I,
Like a certain other composer, Michael had people who worked for him. According to Brad Buxer, an American keyboardist and composer who did a lot of work with Jackson and actually
How do I do
is
this stuff
credited on
again?
Sonic 3, Jackson basically made him do most
If I
of it.
make
Once you're well enough
character
established,
follow
it's easier to exploit
spline.
lots of people working for you and build up your own status on the back of something you made someone else do. The industry is still constructed
just
in a
be
way
a
that
very
treats individual creators, usually the biggest names on the project, as the true authors, attributing a game's success to them and not the many people who did the work. Things are so bad,
Okay.
even the recipients of this praise have called it.
Timeline.
To quote one of the worst articles ever written, there's a tendency among the press to attribute the creation of the game to a single person, says Warren Spector, creator of Thief and Deus Ex. The journalistic attitude to credit in gaming used to be so awful, it's not even clear who wrote this. The article is credited to IGN staff. Basically all success and appreciation pours directly into selected industry figureheads, even when they're actively trying to stop it from happening. And a lot of them aren't, because even if it's a problem that benefits them. You can tell a lot about an industry by how it treats the people who actually do the work. In terms of the scope of time, the
What's the thing
average
called
game
again?
developer is fucked.
Get local
The
listed.
hundreds and sometimes thousands of people who work on games now throw away years of their lives, and so many of them go completely unappreciated. Meanwhile, the most assholish men in the industry continue to promote themselves off the back of the efforts of the people working for them. Imagine making great sound effects for years and years, only for your boss to tell some guy in a Halloween mask on a live stream with 100 views that he did it. We don't recognize the work and achievements of people who make games. We
I don't think I need a
recognize the people who
rotation. I think I
exploited
can
that
just do
work
this.
best. It's so easy for history and credit to get wiped away. Case in point, we could have never learned that the oof was from Messiah and assumed Roblox made it forever. But it's not even the Roblox oof. In my household, we call it the Messiah oof. There are thousands of people whose good work on games will never be properly credited, who we might have already forgotten about. Gaming is still a young medium, but already the sands of our history are spilling through our Monster Energy sodden fingers. Entire games are at risk of being forgotten.
No,
never mind
I
the
want to
human
do
beings
this.
who created them. The most valuable contribution
And I
Tommy has
want
made to the
to
story is
debug
mentioning that the voice actress was the daughter of someone who worked at Shiny Entertainment at the time.
Her father worked at Shiny Entertainment.
The girl whose voice was the oof would be close to 30 now. She might even have heard it and not even known it was her. She might not even remember recording it. The people who know who this was, and the parent who worked on the game, those people aren't going to be around forever. We have a limited time to learn who this was. The thing about history is, it happens, and then it's gone. If we don't work to preserve it, eventually it becomes impossible. To quote a famous Nintendo quit screen, everything not saved will be lost. And just as a kicker how hard it is to remember things accurately, the popularized version of the quote is wrong. It's actually anything not saved. I'm not trying to be a pedant for once. It's kind of poignant how easy it is for things to shift like that. If we don't set a precedent of taking people's work and the accuracy of records of who did what seriously, we leave it to the liars and opportunists of the world to make up that history, to the spin-off of a beer company to tell us who did what. And it honestly, on a spiritual level, fills me with immense grief thinking about the people who made the things I care about dying unrecognized for what they did and being forgotten. Gaming is just old enough that we're losing that first generation. Tommy got the rights to Intellivision because he bought them from the estate of its last president when he passed away. The name, the branding, it's his now. The original Intellivision YouTube channel, with some of the final appearances of its former
sorry.
president, one of the world's first
didn't mean
ever
to do
game
that.
designers, along with the original Intellivision website with its beautiful Web 1.0 history of the company, are now relegated to obscurity under another name, while Tommy continues to use that name to advertise a product that doesn't even exist. The damage to a history people are at real risk of forgetting, whose main characters are dying, might already have been done. What history will look like 20, 30, 100 years in the future is being decided now. Now is the time to decide if Tommy Tallarico made the oof for Roblox, or if Joey Kouros made it for Messiah. And Tommy has already put his finger on the scale, decided how he wants all this to be remembered. If you buy his new sound pack, the metadata in the Roblox oof has been changed to say Tommy Tallarico. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. That's a quote commonly attributed to Winston Churchill, but he was actually probably paraphrasing George Santayana. That was me being a pedant. Old habits die hard. But here's a corollary I came up with all by myself. Those who let hucksters write the history they're trying to learn from are doomed in some other horrible way. And, for one, I don't think history gets to be written by a guy who wasn't even on Cribs. It wasn't even Cribs!
Okay.
Oh, hello there. Thank you for watching this 30-minute video and accompanying feature-length meltdown. The boom mic is slowly peeking into frame. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching all of this. And I hope you had a good time, and I hope to see you again soon. For once.
It just snaps there instead of traveling. Print string. Print the string instead. Let me look at this. It is working. Hold on, let's try set world location for.
When I bought this Gamers Edition on eBay, you know, when I was flipping through it, a bookmark fell out. This is a bookmark for Alexander. Well done for all your hard work in year 2 this year. From Miss Dunn, goodbye. So Alexander, I have no idea who you are or where you are now or if you'll ever watch this video. I hope you made Miss Dunn proud. I have no idea how old you are now. This book came out in like 2008. I'm not going to do the maths on that. But if you want your bookmark back, email me and I'll happily send it to you. Please do email me, in fact, because I can't throw this out. Like, that would be wrong. So this is just going to be in my life forever until...
Let's find one last video here. Let's go to One Short Eye. No, this is this one. Let's take this video.
How do I torture? I know. I said the same thing before I started the stream. I swear to God, I said like something very similar. I'm like, why am I doing this?
First time I played King's Quest 6, I must have been 7 or 8 years old. Everything about the game was so good. The sounds, the voices, the music, the story, the characters. Just fell in love with that immediately.
I'll never forget the garden full of puns is my favorite place. I swear to God, in like any video game.
The first time I remember playing it takes a little bit to get installed. Then the opening music plays, and I'm just like, you have my full attention. And I was like, I'm going to remember this game forever. But when you have to play a flute,
do localist work. If I do world, then it does actually bring me back to there.
The catacombs.
That means the problem is here.
Someone gave me the advice that you should speedrun your favorite game, right? Because then you know you'll be committed to it and you'll work really hard on it. So I was like, well, my favorite game is King's Quest 6. I wonder if anyone has ever done it before.
Point-and-click adventure games aren't the most obvious choice for a speedrun. After all, once you know the story and the solutions to the puzzles, what more is there to do? I'm One Short Eye, and today I want to help answer that question by sharing with you one of my favorite games, and the quest to finish it is quick.
Why is it going back to the beginning?
Released in 1992, King's Quest VI puts you in the shoes of Prince Alexander of Daventry, who sails to the land of the Green Isles in pursuit of Princess Cassima, a love interest he met for 30 seconds at the end of the previous game. When he arrives, he finds Cassima's parents have died, and the very obviously evil advisor, Abdul al-Hazred, has locked up the princess with plans to marry her. Undaunted, Alex sets out to rescue Cassima and defeat al-Hazred, unraveling the Isle's mysteries along the way. In October of 2007, runner The Cybercat posted a run of King's Quest VI to the Adventure Speedruns website. They completed in a little over an hour, getting all 231 points, which you receive by talking to characters, solving puzzles, and picking up everything that isn't nailed down. 3 years later, a runner named Seppel would make this post explaining their route. About half of the puzzles in the game are completely optional because there are 2 branching paths. The Cybercat took the longer path, gathering materials for magic spells, venturing through the underworld, and challenging Death himself to release the souls of Princess Cassima's parents, who assist you in the endgame. Seppel takes the short path, disguising Alex as a peasant serving girl and infiltrating the castle that way. This means not having to get as many items and skipping the underworld sequence altogether. The embedded videos in the post are no longer available, and Seppel doesn't list a time for their speedrun, but the next runner, Sambrea, completed the game in a little over 36 minutes by using the short path. Sambrea never submitted their run to any leaderboards, so a year later, when Bill Bull tried his hand at the game, he was unaware of it and started from scratch.
Rereading old forum posts.
No, I didn't want to do that.
Didn't know how to beat the game using the short route before I did the speedrun. Never really explored that. So I remember getting into the castle and then getting stuck because I didn't have the Mockingbird. You can't leave, so you have to reload an old save. A little bit later, oh, I didn't grab the peppermint from the cave, so I can't kill the genie at the very end of the game. For me, the challenge was just trying to figure out what exactly triggers these events to occur. What can I cut out? What can I skip?
Bill would earn a 25-55 in the any percent category and put the game down after that.
For me, it was more about just figuring out the route. That's always been the thing that's interested me about speedrunning games. I really don't care about execution that much. Once I have what I think at the time is a good route, I very quickly move away from that game. So there's still tons of stuff that I still miss because one person will never find everything by themselves. Everything we do is built on other people's work, and at the time there just wasn't
No,
any other work.
we'll just snap back there.
In December of 2014, Ethan Wolfcat would get a world record in the 100% category, earning all points in a little over 51 minutes. This time would be beaten by Korzik 3 months later. So far, all the runs have essentially been efficient Let's Plays, the kind of thing you would see if you played the game with a walkthrough and skipped all the dialogue. It doesn't seem like a very interesting speed game, but that would soon change.
Okay, so let's try again.
I was doing logic grid puzzles when I was like 6 or 7, and I just loved them. So back when I was, really young and playing this game, it was really kind of like the first outlet I had that was like a story plus this type of problem
it just goes
solving
back
puzzle.
to
And that just kind of gave it this very full life character story to these puzzles. And that connection is just something that I think King's Quest 6 does better, honestly, than any game I have ever played.
Aha!
It honestly felt a lot like I was exploring the Wild West. The little bit of like glitch hunting that I did was trying to just test out all the different versions. And I happened to notice that when I tried the GOG version, it's so weird. He walks so much faster across the screen randomly.
Jackie had unlocked the most powerful movement tech in the game, what she called glitchy fast walks, but have since come to be known as zips. So why does this happen? For that, let's talk to an expert.
I'm Sluicebox, and I'm a member of the ScumVM project, and I work mostly on the SCI engine, and that's the part of ScumVM that runs Sierra games like King's Quest 6. Alex's speed is determined by the speed slider. Speeds 1 through 16, those are tethered to time. So each one of those represents a delay in ticks or 60ths of a second that would occur between each movement advancement. And so if you lower the slider, that number gets bigger, you've got bigger delays. So you go slower. But then the top one is special. That's speed 0. And when you want to go faster than a 60th of a second, what you have to do is just abandon time altogether. But then as time goes on and computers get faster, it's going to be the year 2000 and suddenly speed 0 is really, really fast because now it's about how many game cycles can we throw at your computer.
Good time.
So why doesn't Alex move at top speed all the time? When Alex completes a turn and faces a non-diagonal direction, there's code that suppresses his speed by 2 levels.
And our assumption is that they noticed that it just looked a little more natural if they did that, because they went to a lot of work to
That's not going to work, is it?
What you get is that on
That's
a fast
not going to work at all.
do a lot of game cycles really quickly.
Yeah, of course it's not going to
Turning
work.
and then facing a diagonal direction will put you in speed 0, and now you can go really fast.
So why didn't we see this in Bill's run? Bill, and others before him, were running the game using ScumVM, a program that can run old adventure games. ScumVM throttles the speed of King's Quest 6 to make it more stable. Jackie had bought the game from GOG, which, at the time, distributed the game with DOSBox, a popular DOS emulator. DOSBox allows you to adjust the cycles, which are, roughly, how fast the emulator is running. At higher cycles, the zip effect is more pronounced. These increased cycles make Alex move fast, but they do have a few downsides. First, Alex needs to scale the cliffs of the Sacred Mountain. We call them the Cliffs of Copy Protection because each screen has a puzzle solvable only by consulting the game's manual. The player needs to click on each stone, and a single misclick means... So, you want your clicks to be precise. You also want them to be fast because if you stand still, there's a random chance for Alex to lose his balance.
Whoa, wait a minute.
These whoa wait a minutes are really annoying because they break your rhythm and take a moment to recover from.
Whoa, wait a minute.
On higher emulation cycles, they happen more and more frequently.
Hmm.
The second downside to higher cycles?
A group of
Crashing like that, just as I say it. Frick.
Like, I did a ton of research into how to fix this
How
crash.
quick
At one point, I
can be
even
speedrun.
reached out
People
to
got really
Bob
good at things.
directly, to
Yeah,
the
it's
customer
amazing.
service team. Couldn't find anything with that, but I honestly thought that the crash was, you know, somehow linked to the fast walk. So eventually, I kind of gave up on trying to figure out how to get rid of the crash, because I kind of figured it would get rid of the fast walks as well.
Despite having to restart the emulator and sit through the opening loading sequence, she still manages to beat out Bill Bull's time with a 25:24.
Oh god!
3 days later, she would push the record down even further. This time she's routed in a better place to save and restart the game herself instead of waiting for the game to crash. At the castle, Jackie demonstrates another challenging part of the run.
One thing that happened a lot when I first started running the game was getting caught by the guard dogs.
Hey, who the... Hello there.
So I went and tested it, and I found that about 20% of the time I would get caught by the guard dogs. So in my head, I was like, okay, this is a 20% bad RNG. And I think initially what I did was I would just wait a cycle. So I would wait for the guard dogs to first walk down, then turn around, then I would place the Nightingale, because that was like always 100% successful. But after a while, I was like, screw it, let's just YOLO it.
Yeah! That was awesome!
Jackie would also find something intriguing on the Isle of the Beast.
Okay, that works. That works.
When you pick up that brick that's on the screen, because of a problem or an oversight in the
this real
game's
quick.
scripting language, they don't lock your cursor movement.
Sequence.
You still have control of your cursor.
You
when
need
pick up an
to
item,
stop this
you
thing
no
from
longer
happening.
Walk anywhere, grab anything, or do anything.
I'm
You
going
just have
to
wait.
do one last
Jackie
at
aptly
this
called
blind
this
point
the
before anything else happens.
And I remember being so excited because it finally opened up to, oh my gosh, maybe there are glitches in this game.
Let's try
Torque
this
had
out
actually
now.
discovered this a year earlier, but this knowledge was buried in a Speed Demos archive post
That works.
and found in his 100% run, which Jackie hadn't seen because she wasn't running that category. Jackie also mentions the possibility of submitting to Awesome Games Done Quick.
I don't know if I'll submit to AGDQ period. I don't know if this is interesting enough.
I mean, GDQ is just like the Everest, right? It is like the one thing that anyone that casually understands speedruns knows about. When you run a game at GDQ, there's just, you know, this huge potential that people will see it, you know, that people will see it, that people will get it, and that people will appreciate all of the time and energy that you've spent in it. So it was always kind of like the zenith of like, if I could get King's Quest 6 into GDQ, then that's just like the goal, right?
Jackie would end up not submitting the game, thinking the run too simplistic and not interesting enough for the big stage. She would take a break from King's Quest 6 speedrunning for the next year or so.
So I was getting in the middle of a divorce, and I was moving to a brand new city. I moved to New York City with nothing, basically. I sold my car to pay for my first year's worth of rent here, and I didn't have a job lined up. So it was like a pretty risky thing to do. But at the same time, I was also started running The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
She would return to the game in January of 2017, becoming more adept at the game's controls and having overall better execution. Later that year, she would attend AGDQ, but as a spectator and not a runner.
It was right before AGDQ. That would have been, I think, 2017. We had a friend from Germany come and stay with us named Silier.
I think it all started with like me meeting Jackie, and we just like came across in the Majora's Mask community.
And I convinced him while he was staying with us that he should learn King's Quest 6.
I watched a couple of runs and I thought, yeah, that is a weird game. I should play it at some point. eventually, when I came back to Germany, I was like, yeah, okay, that King's Quest route looks cool, and it looks like you could like probably save like a minute or two on that.
He was able to beat my time very quickly and found a lot of new strats that I was completely unaware of. So that was awesome.
I mean, it was all kind of precise, and it's a fast-paced game. You know, you don't have like cutscenes or anything, so constantly like planning ahead, and that you have to be like constantly aware of everything. The maze was like super slow back in the days, so that was like my major point of improvement where I looked at. And somewhat later, we found this like that you can hold enter, right, to press like constantly left click. So like that shaved off like 20 seconds of clips of logic, I think, or a ridiculous amount of time, and it made it like super easy.
Oh, there's been on personal file. It would take me over 2 days straight to get close to beating it.
Placing the cursor just
Damn.
right, runners were now
You
able
know,
to
I've
get
only
input
speedrun a
time
few
on the
games
first
personally.
Still, there are ways to die on almost
I would like to
every
speedrun
screen,
more at some
and
point,
knowing
but
when to hold enter and when to let
time
go becomes a
can
delicate
be
and deadly balancing act.
time is
For
usually the
example,
reason
at
why
this
I
tile puzzle
don't.
in the catacombs, Alex has to step on the correct tiles in the correct order to pass through unscathed. Step on the wrong tiles?
Alexander feels the tile he's standing on shift beneath his feet. Uh-oh!
At some point, I just sat in a dark room and I tried this like maze for like 3 hours. And eventually I found out that like holding enter actually works if you just practice it enough.
Oh, that was one of the faster puzzles.
Though still hindered by the crash and the guard dogs, Silier would eventually grind his time in any percent down to 20 minutes and 22 seconds and set 37 minutes and 40 seconds as the 100% world record.
I think that's something I'm kind of good at, like trying to grind down some like technique to like make them faster, basically, or like to save time. I've never been like that much into finding new routes or like rerouting stuff.
Silier would enter a sort of retirement at that point, and the summer of 2018 would find new runners entering the speedrunning scene.
When Chuck Grody came along also, I remember hanging out in his Twitch stream. He was doing all of the King's Quest games, which blew my mind. I was like, holy cow, that's insane. And Lumophile as well. He came around about the same time, if I remember correctly, also doing all of the King's Quest games, which was incredible to me.
The first game I started speedrunning actually was Donkey Kong Country 3. So I ran that for a while, then I ran DKC 1 for a while, and then one day I decided, 12-hour challenge is coming up, maybe maybe I'll give it a shot, see what I can do, and that's how I ended up doing the whole 7 series run.
One of my favorite adventure game of all time, ironically it's not King's Quest, but it is Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. It's a game I remember playing with my father way back in the day. So I'd play that just game religiously, constantly, all the time. And eventually I was just like, does anybody ever speedrun this? From there, I had been approached by Jackie Joe one time on stream, really randomly, playing King's Quest 1 SCI, and she's like, you should join the Discord. You should, it's a speedrun Discord and a community I put together for it. And I was like, really? Huh, I thought I was the only monkey doing this.
The influx of new runners brought fresh ideas to the game. For instance, Lumophile and Bill started using a new strategy in the castle. After clicking walk on the stairs, go into inventory and grab the Nightingale. Hold enter, and Alex will place the Nightingale on the first possible frame. In addition to saving time, this prompted Jackie to re-examine the guard dogs.
I was like, okay, so this is a better strat, so I should check again. And so I did another 100 tests, and I think it failed like 2% of the time was bad, right? And I was like, well, that's great. This is barely a thing at all.
The runners would continue to improve the route, finding new zips and saving even more time.
I will admit, I had to learn the route how it was being done before without the zips, and I was doing it, and I was like, it's just slow. I'm like, they're not taking advantage of this fast movement Alex does on this angle. I remember being on stream and just finishing a few runs, sitting back and being like, I'm gonna try to route some of these in. I'm gonna really try put this together.
It really just became like finding the right pixel, finding some line in the sand or in the floor or whatever. Me and Chuck, we were brothers in arms, right? Trying to find the fastest zips and find the right routing.
It's just literally click this pixel. Oh, that didn't work. Click this one. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, this worked. One to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. And God, it was a pain in the butt.
The crux of the runs is hitting all the zips right, because they could save so much time. And then Urquan just blew us out of the water when he joined. So he got really good, really fast. I mean, the guy just has insane mouse accuracy and speed. It's crazy.
It was around this time that Jackie brought up her frustrations with the crash and offered a bounty of home-baked cookies to whomever could fix it. It appears that was all the motivation that Urquan needed, because 4 days later, he would announce the fix, a change to a single line in the DOSBox config file, along with a brand new world record.
I remember because it just popped up in Discord, and he added everybody and was just like, crash is fixed, EMS equals false. And I just looked at it and go, oh my God, this changes everything.
Urquan could have been satisfied at that point, but he wasn't the type to settle.
He felt like a run
I
was.
want to learn some speedrun tricks or something for just be able to do suspicious like the healing one or the mock ball. The mock ball is something I learned, but I don't know if I can do it today. It's fun though.
Beating this number.
I've never done the healing thing, but like I'm don't. Actually, have I? I can't remember, but I know it's a thing you can do.
Urquan's 1859 was the most bonkers thing I had ever seen.
Honestly, it was just hard to believe.
So I remember reviewing it and looking at it.
He was just faster in everything.
And just being mesmerized by the level of skill.
I'm struggling to get below 20, and he's like, yeah, sub 19, let's go, what's next?
It was.
I need a duplicate.
Just too perfect. Like literally too perfect.
This one needs to be set
It was very
at
humbling as well, but also really exciting to, have other runners for
Astral
this game
End.
that I loved so much and was so desperate for other people to run it, to finally have somebody really kind of like take the reins and turn this from like my silly little point and click side hustle thing into like a very legitimate, skillful speed run. Urquan made the difference there.
call this.
He made it real.
After getting his perfect run, Urquan shifted focus to a side project, a version of ScumVM tailored for speedrunners. The goal of the official ScumVM project is to create a
Turn
stable
end.
gaming experience. In the case of King's Quest VI, that meant throttling the game speed, which is why we don't use it for speedrunning. But what if it were possible to take ScumVM's advantages and turn the speed throttling off? Just compare the zip speed of DOSBox and ScumVM unthrottled, and the difference is striking. Urquan would continue to develop his version, as well as running Speedy Adventures, a speedrunning marathon for point-and-click adventure games. But this would leave no time for Urquan to actually speedrun himself. By January of 2019, there were still no contenders to beat Urquan's any percent world record, though not for lack of trying.
I'd run 6 so many times trying to beat Urquan's world record, trying to get anywhere near close to him. And I just couldn't do it.
Instead of focusing on the any percent run, Chuck would re-examine the 100% category.
I looked at the Hundo route and I saw Silier's run, and I was like, looking at it like, oh, this is good. But this guy will not stop talking about this crash.
For some reason, it's a little faster to save and quit here than...
Silier had completed his last runs almost a full year before Urquan's crash fix. Chuck also had the benefit of Urquan's ScumVM, which, in addition to not crashing, was faster than DOSBox.
Literally, I remember saying, this is the best category. This is great. I love this. You get to see the rest of the game. You get to go to the Land of the Dead, go back to the Isle of Mist, and see all these other scenes. So yeah, it felt great. I felt like I could finally just enjoy the game as I remembered it. And grinding for the world record was fun.
Chuck's hard work would pay off on January 16th, 2019, with a run of 36 minutes and 3 seconds. And it was about this time that I started running the game.
Hey, One Short Eye, how you doing? There's a full-on...
I think I saw you doing speedruns of Sanitarium on Twitch very early on, and then invited you to join one of the Discord servers. Was very impressed and had a lot of fun watching you do runs and push the time down.
Just Shorty coming on the scene at all.
So my idea is that
was
she like picks
so
up her
exciting.
body
Again, because
and then
I'm
merges
always just so
merges
desperate
into
for new
it.
people to take up this game. So any new runner, even if their times are awful, I'm ecstatic about.
Let's see. I'm very hungry for the sub 20. We're like almost there. We're gonna get there. I hope it's today.
But a new runner coming in that is excellent and that you can see is just getting better and better and better so quickly is just so exciting.
Yes, that's it. Sub 20. By early March, I had earned a 1929. I felt like I could no longer pay attention to chat and the game at the same time, so I started doing attempts offline. You know, we'll kind of see what happens here. We're just going to chill, sit back, watch some old runs, see how that works.
The whole thing was almost like a happening because he was turning it into a history of the world record progression to this point.
This is where the records stand today.
The anticipation is building. I'm like, oh, what did you do? You did a thing. What kind of thing did you do?
At the end of it, he showcased his run and he was like, I beat it. I beat the 1859. I was like, what? No way. And he did it. He showed the run. It was great.
For the longest time, Urquan was just a level above everybody else. So I thought that level of execution was just insurmountable. And then other people came along and proved me wrong.
Before that, it was really, okay, Urquan can do it. This superhuman, amazing runner can do it. But can anybody else? And it really kind of took, this King's Quest community into that next step and that next era of like, okay, we're here. We have new runners. We have people that are able to improve upon things and lower the time.
The way I think of it, I'm not playing Quan, I'm not playing Chuck, I'm not playing any of you guys. I am trying to beat the game. And the more people that beat this game back, the more people who drop this game lower and lower again, the more that we win. And the game cannot win because the game is hard. The game cannot defeat us. We will defeat the game because that is our proper place in the gaming hierarchy. In April, Jackie was relearning the 100% route after I had found a few small optimizations. She was using Urquan's ScumVM for the first time, and there were issues.
Oh, I do have a pretty fast PC. I wonder if that's what's causing it.
We didn't know why, but on
She is returning to her body.
Urquan's ScumVM would result in near constant whoa, wait a minute, making it impossible to get competitive times.
So I think what was happening was it was just running too fast, and he'd start wobbling. It just sucked to feel like
have a little
having
bit
this
of
really nice computer was actually like a detriment to me, right?
weight to it.
We discussed banning ScumVM or possibly having separate leaderboard subcategories, but didn't take any action immediately. You might be wondering what Urquan had to say. This was his baby, after all. A week before I revealed my world record, Urquan had hosted a Speedy Adventures marathon. He made a few Discord posts here and there, and then Urquan vanished. Messages went unanswered, and by the time Jackie was stumbling on the cliffs, we weren't sure if we would ever hear from him again. After much discussion, Chuck and I agreed to remove our ScumVM runs from the leaderboards and ban the application for King's Quest VI. This meant Chuck's 100% world record was gone, and my second place run, completed in DOSBox, became the new world record. And all of my any percent runs were invalidated, including the historic 1855.
There was nothing we could really do about it because Quan had already disappeared and he was the only one who had the source to his version of the emulator. It was a little disheartening. It was a little frustrating, but I knew that the community would persevere.
Like console games, everyone gets, a Super Nintendo or whatever, and they all have basically the same hardware that they're working on. Everyone's on, an even playing field to begin with. And that's so much harder to implement, especially with like these older games.
The same week that we removed the Scum VM runs, Lumophile jumped back in and got second place. He would continue that streak of success in the summer with a collection run at the North American Speedrunner Assembly. Afterwards, he would take a break from King's Quest speedrunning.
I just wanted to, go back to other stuff because it'd been only King's Quest for a long time. It felt like a nice achievement to get it into a marathon, and I would have loved to run it at GDQ. I actually submitted it to GDQ twice, but they didn't want me, they didn't have me, and that's their loss, but whatever.
I started slowly climbing my way back up, this time using DOSBox. I was getting low 19-minute runs by mid-July. I had also tightened up my 100% run, getting a 36:19. Still, my heart was set on catching back up to Urquan. By the end of July, I was extremely close to getting affiliate status on Twitch. On July 30th, I fired up King's Quest VI Any%, thinking I would just stream for a few hours to meet the requirement for the number of days streamed. Everyone else in my house was asleep, and I was streaming without microphone or camera. Maybe it was the stillness of the night, maybe the fact that I wasn't putting any pressure on myself. But not too long into the stream, I got the run. $18.57. I had beaten Urquan again, but this time on the same level playing field, using the same emulator. After that, I felt like I had done all that I could with Any%. Activity in the game would mostly slow down until mid-2020. I had been living with family during a divorce for the first half of the year, but by June, I was back in my own place with a better internet connection and feeling homesick for King's Quest VI. I had also been accepted to Complete-a-thon, a speedrun event for completionist runs, and I was scheduled to run the 100% category on June 20th. Not too long into my de-rust and practice, I was shocked to get a new 100% world record by over a minute. A week later, one day before the marathon, I was doing last-minute practice. The first few attempts were less than stellar, with 2 runs lost to a crash and a soft lock. What? No, what? Look at it, he's doing the animation? And then I pulled off this run. Y'all ready to see a sub 35? Complete-a-thon went off wonderfully, with Chuck and Jackie commentating. I then returned to the Any% category, trying to get back into competitive form. At the same time, a new runner was climbing the ranks, someone who would shock all of us and change the face of the game.
I saw Chuck, do these King's Quest runs on speedrun.com, and I would watch some of his Twitch streams too. I watched Jackie from time to time, and she was doing kind of the same thing. And just all these people, playing a game that I grew up with and loved to death. I'm just like, this is amazing. I loved watching speedruns. I love the King's Quest series. I would go over to my sister's house, and she had it on her computer, so I would play it for a little bit. And it was her and my brother-in-law that were like, you should really start grinding this and getting competitive at it.
When he first started running was hilarious because I guess he had a really bad internet connection. So his runs were always really funny to watch because there was no camera or anything and the quality was just so poor. But you could tell that his skills were so good. And you're like, okay, this is one of the ones, he's gonna do all the stuff.
Shrek is just another insanely talented runner. It's amazing how quickly he's risen to the top. Just insanely dedicated and tenacious.
That's gonna look really good if this works.
He's just grinding and going.
Let's get rid of our additional one now.
Join us at
don't want
top
that.
level of running this game, and we finally have another runner that's really, really doing well.
By July 17th, Shrek had an Any% time of 19:01,
Unreal.
4 seconds away from my world record. It looked like we were not far off from having a new King's Quest VI champion. As it turns out, a monumental discovery would mean we wouldn't have to wait long at all. On the morning of July 18th, 2020, we were all watching Jackie Joe stream her any percent attempts when Chuck messaged me on Discord, asking me to check an emulation setting in DOSBox. Setting core to dynamic massively sped up the zips to nearly the same speed as Urquan's ScumVM a year earlier. Chuck asked Jackie to check on the stream. Would she have the same problem she did with ScumVM? I remember stomping my feet in excitement like a little kid as Jackie climbed the cliffs without issue. This was it. We were running at ScumVM speeds that everyone could achieve. Shrek wasted no time leaving Jackie's chat early to start runs. He would beat the world record twice in the same stream. I would beat his time the next morning with an 18:25, which Shrek would tie 2 hours later.
I do remember the trading back and forth between our times, and it felt really good because for the first time I felt like I had like a competitive rival for this, and I was like, yes, we're trading back and forth. This is awesome. This is the kind
I want
of
this to be
competition I love to see.
without anything.
And it makes each other better. It makes shaving off that second.
I need the main characters.
Because you know that you're beating
Right here.
not just some other person,
That's
you're beating
still
the
the
best.
main character.
He would lower his time even further to 18:23 and then the next day to 18:19. July 20th would also be a monumental day for Jackie Joe. With the new emulator setting discovered, she was hungry for a sub-19 time. However, each run that session seemed to end more and more tragically.
Oh my god, did I get the rose? I heard the ding. I heard the ding.
Cast to EP main car. Get player character, I think. Yes.
I'm at the end, and the funny thing about the run of King's Quest VI is once you get to a certain portion of the end game, you can predict exactly what your time is. Oh my god, my heart is racing. And I get so excited that
Get
I completely
actor
miss
location.
the final input of the run. I think I'm gonna cry. I think
We
I'm
need
gonna cry. Just the most heartbreaking thing that has ever happened to me while speedrunning ever, and I certainly hope it stays that way. But of course now,
I
you know,
rename
it's
it,
very
return
infamous to say,
to
oh, don't Jackie the run at the end of it, which
body.
I suppose will just be my legacy, and I'm fine with that.
And
Oh,
Astral.
thank God, I am like a positive, optimistic person because I'm pretty sure anyone else
These are
would be
literally
like,
just for
destroying everything right now. But we know we can
for
do
the
it.
thing. Let's see how long this animation is. If it's yes, it should be 5th.
And this was better.
Delay by 5.
Oh my God.
Destroy actor. Let's also destroy spline mesh.
Unsurprisingly, Jackie would continue to lower her time, getting an off-stream 18:34 on July 21st, just 15 seconds off world record. Shrek would take a break from any percent, moving on to the 100% category. He broke my previous world record in his first session, and then broke the 33-minute barrier the next day. I hadn't forgotten about the run either. On August 1st, 2020, I had my fastest catacombs ever. I was on world record pace going into the endgame. My heart was pounding as I
Astral
prepared
activate
myself
to
for
off. That's literally all I think I need. Unless I set it to be a different thing. Yes, that is it. Let's see how it looks. We're out of the body. We forgot to possess.
Anyway, let's keep going.
But it is finding the actor. Oh, we have to do a few things. For here, I forgot to.
Thank you. This community is awesome. You've always been so supportive and funny.
Did a few things.
And everything that a speedrunning community should be. I am, for this calendar year, in this category, I am retired. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. This is just too stressful. I used the rest of the stream to play Conquest
Cast to
Colombo,
BP,
another Sierra title.
main car,
But Shrek had already
Astral.
left to deliver his rebuttal.
But I consider the King's Quest 6 any percent run to be like my pride and joy. Out of all the runs that I've done, that's the one I'm most proud of. That's the one I worked the hardest on. You know, that's the one I grinded the most. That's the one I really set my sights on.
You gotta change it to B.
Bet your ass I'm getting back on there.
B main car. Astral. Change variable. Yes.
Oh, come on. Are you kidding, Leo? Shrek had tied my time. Again. He would keep going.
How the
and
fuck
earn
do
a
I keep doing
ballistic
this? BP
18-12.
main car.
So,
that
when the
one.
dust settled,
Yes, change the
Chuck,
variable type.
Jackie, Shrek, and I
There we go.
all managed to beat Urquan's unbeatable. On August 2nd,
Turn
Shrek
to
remarked that
body
getting a
and
sub-18-minute time would require
and
a near-perfect run, and that he
Astral.
was likely done running the category, unless a new skip was found.
The cat gets
I was watching her stream. She performed the alt skip, and I did not notice. It did not cross my mind that something looked weird. I was completely oblivious to that happening. For some reason, I didn't catch that she had skipped the entire puzzle.
How was this amazing glitch discovered? A few months earlier, Sluicebox had accidentally joined our Discord. On August 8th, 2020, Sluicebox revealed that the tile maze can be completely skipped by pressing the Alt key.
That's why does that exist? Like, that's such a oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, walking is very different in that room, right? For that puzzle to work. So yeah, anytime you walk, it's got to snap you to a grid, and that's very different than any other room. And so what it's trying to do is it's trying to not get confused by weird things like control click.
Holding down a modifier key and clicking results in
What we
special
have so
behavior.
far.
For instance, pressing Control and clicking toggles between walk and the last cursor. If you're using a one-button mouse, shift-clicking cycles the cursors. So, in the tile room, the game first checks to see if you're holding down a modifier key. If you are, then the game runs whatever special code it's supposed to.
And that would totally be okay if there weren't this third modifier that they forgot about, and that's Alt. With Alt, it passes that first test. And because it's not used for anything, there is no code out there that's like, oh, I see that you pressed Alt, I will run special stuff. There's nothing like that. So just the normal stuff happens. And the normal stuff is that you would walk somewhere.
It was very exciting that something like that was found as well, because it's like there are real glitches in this game that could be game breaking. Like, we're talking about skipping a puzzle here. If you can skip this puzzle, what else can you skip?
If we don't care about points, there's another bug that saves even more time. Alt-clicking on the edge of the screen bypasses the code that normally tells the game which room to put you in next. Alt-click the direction you entered from, and you'll warp to the opposite room without walking across the screen at all.
I was like, oh my god, combine that with the time I already have, we're looking at some serious business, buddy.
2 days after Sluicebox revealed the alt skip, Shrek would drop his record to 1805. But despite this success, the 18-minute barrier still called out to him.
I'm so tired right now. 6 hours of meetings today. I'm literally exhausted, but I really wanted to do runs tonight. The goal is to hit the promised land, the sub-18 threshold. We'll see if we can seek out the land that Berta has promised us. So I guess we're just gonna see what happens. So
I'm not gonna destroy the acro for this test.
Resetting on the beach, screwing up very easy puzzles, misclicking, feeling extremely frustrated with myself because I knew I could do better. I knew that 18 was possible. I just needed to like get.
It's because I unpossessed it, isn't it? No, I took that away. Okay. We're gonna create a.
Cosima, are you all right?
Hooray. I'm fine, Alexander. I was just so
Get
afraid for you.
return.
It was just so exciting to see him progress so fast, and you know, just to finally blow another barrier out of the way.
You guys are rock stars. Thank you for being here.
This one is permanent, right? No, it's temporary.
Really appreciate it, guys.
When you're finished, I want you to do a new timeline.
Who was watching me that night? It was my siblings and my brother-in-law who first got me to do speedrun in the first place. It was the people that I watched who inspired me to do runs like Jackie and Chuck and One Short Eye. It was more special than any world record I've ever gotten.
I just need to hear you
Say, if you would help me go or stay.
I'm tired, baby.
Girl in the tower, I'm reaching out. Please tell me what to do. Girl in the tower. Let's do another delay by a second.
Received some exhilarating
and
acceptance into GDQ's Fleet Fatales event.
A million years ago, when I was running Majora's Mask, I actually made a group that was called the Zelda Lady Speedrunners, because there weren't very many of us. There were like 5. I knew like 3 or 4 other women that did speedrunning at all.
That should
and
work,
now,
right?
You know, there's an entire group and an entire marathon of women speedrunners. And finally, this year, I really had the opportunity to do it. I had the time. I had been running the game for a while and was, you know, very good at the run at the time. So I was like, oh, this is my opportunity. Let's go ahead and submit it. Who knows if they'll pick me, right?
In response to Jackie's acceptance to the big stage, Sluicebox dug into one of the items on his to investigate list and revealed something amazing. The Isle of Wonder is guarded by 5 gnomes, one for each of the 5 senses. To get past them, you'll need to gather 5 different items to fool them. For instance, Grump Frump here has a heightened sense of taste, so Alex holds out a mint.
Right, I need to set the collision back on.
Each room is a room, and each room can only have one.
There's a warning there. I gotta
on every game cycle, the beach checks to see if you're in the gnome trigger area, and if you are, and there's not already a room script, then the gnomes start, and the gnomes become the room script. So what would be great is if we could summon our own room script while we travel across the trigger area, because that would prevent the gnomes from showing up. The problem is there's not many room scripts that we can just arbitrarily summon. And the ones
I
that
gotta tell you to stop this when you're done.
That's when the cursor becomes a crown. You don't have any control. And if you were in the middle of walking, then that just stops immediately. But there's a bug in the hands-off code. When you click somewhere to walk, first you turn, and then you walk. Hands-off will stop you if you're walking, but in SCI, turning isn't walking. They forgot about turning. And so if you start a room script while you're in the middle of turning, then that turn will still complete, and then you will start walking even though you're in hands-off mode.
Disable input. Look at them go.
You just heard a sampling of the love ballad Girl in the Tower, written for King's Quest VI. If you'd like to hear the entire song, please contact your local radio station and request it. Refer to the station directory included in your game box for call letters and phone numbers of participating stations. thank you for playing.
Here we'll
King's
do a
Quest
delay
6.
of 1 second. Enable input.
I've been wanting a gnome skip forever. If you've run this game for any length of time, you know what it's like to fumble with the interactions getting an item up to the gnome. You want that to be over with forever and ever and ever. Skip them damn gnomes.
That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. You don't have to gather any of the items, and you don't have to go through all the animations. That's crazy.
And there's more. The game has an internal act structure like a play with 5 acts.
Reset that.
One of the act transitions is fooling the gnomes. But because we skip that, the game's act variable never reaches the 5th act. When we arrive at the castle, the game thinks it's earlier than it actually is, and doesn't play a long animation with some serving girls. And here's the most bizarre part. The genie loves mints and somehow gets drunk on them.
He just got a magic map.
In the short path, Alex needs to give a mint to the genie to defeat him at the end of the game. Since we normally give the mint candy to one of the gnomes, we have to go into this cave and grab some mint leaf, which is really annoying because zips don't work here.
Get back to rotation.
The candy. And even
that way we can make it more smooth.
At the end of the game,
when he had that song play on the radio in the end, that is a good question. I'm actually curious if there's statistics for that.
The feelings of other people in the speedrun community, that it's like,
it's a good song though. Like I fucking love it. I would have requested it.
Seeing something like that get found for my baby for this game was just like, oh my god, now we matter.
2 days after Gnome Skip was revealed, Torzik
of course it didn't work. I didn't even connect it.
With the boring book.
Oh, that looks so good.
Incredibly
that out.
Book.
This method was almost 3
not perfect,
seconds
but
faster than using Girl in the Tower. Jackie would be the first to capitalize on the new strategy, dropping the world record below 16 minutes.
Let's go!
Top Tech Shrek was close behind, getting a 15:34 just a few hours later, and then 15:22 the next day. On November 14th, Sluicebox found a way to use the map to skip the gnomes, which is significantly faster than using the boring book. Shrek would use this knowledge to get a 15:19, and Jackie would be right on his heels with a 15:29. This would be her last run before showcasing the game to the speedrunning world.
It looks so good.
So we're gonna do 3.
Looks so good.
Okay.
I love it.
At the top, we're just grabbing stuff on the beach. I'm gonna take this time to talk.
Like I wish the camera moved smoother, but
it was just the funnest experience. It was so exciting for the community, for the run, and for me.
And guys, you can see she's been zooming through this part,
I
and
get
she's been going at
no,
those
sit.
kind of corner angles, and that's what those tips are, making sure that she can get through here as fast as
We
possible.
did it. We made it through. I didn't miss too many zips, I don't think.
I'm gonna test what happens if I do
Yeah,
this.
that's amazing.
Looks real good. Thank
I
you.
remember like 2018 when the community was slowly growing, and everyone was like, "Yeah, we should like trying to get this into some sort of GDQ."
The game is
and,
gonna be good. I really hope
super
so.
hard to like get into a GDQ. Pretty happy that King's Quest was there, and I mean, compared with like the history of video games, like I think King's Quest at least kind of deserves to be like in that list.
1 now. There you go. And that's King's Quest 6.
Great.
All right. Scale.
Oh, I did it. I can't believe it.
You did it. That was fantastic.
All right, awesome. So yeah, so we've got this little cutscene that I can let run. I'll do a quick little.
In the week after Fleet Fatales, the runners would continue to pick away at their times, with Jackie getting a 15:23
Yeah,
and
that's
Shrek
not gonna
dropping
work.
the world record to 15:13. But if you thought that was impressive, just wait until you see what came next. On November 23rd, Sluicebox posted this image to Discord with the promise of a new route to be revealed that night. In the catacombs, alt-click
What enemies you're gonna put in? So I know I'm gonna put a slime in, and I've been thinking of maybe making like a like a
It's the
giant
same
bee
bug as
enemy.
Don't Skip. We're weaponizing it in some new and
I,
exciting ways.
I need to make the enemy. I need to
Everything
try and
so
make the
you can
enemies
walk
match.
through
But I
those
feel,
trigger
but like
areas on
a
the
bee
left
enemy
or
would
the
be
right.
fun.
And as soon as you touch one of those, then that runs the walk out of the maze room script, which is the correct way to leave the room, and that does all of the necessary bookkeeping to update everything. And the other part of the story is like, you know, what can we do with that? And it's like, oh my gosh, we can do all kinds of things with that. That quickly get into how the maze is structured internally. We're walking over the trigger area, and then we're hitting the room, the actual edge of the screen. Then the standard Sierra room
Or make
script
these just
that controls every normal room in this whole game, suddenly that gets used, and that's not what's supposed to happen at all. You know, so it doesn't know about all this maze stuff, so it does a room transition, but it does it in a normal way, and it doesn't take into account all the maze stuff that was supposed to happen, so that you don't break the maze, and that's how we break the maze.
Since we bypass the trigger, the maze doesn't update the direction you're traveling in. Instead, it looks at your previous direction when you went down and does that again. Except the room down is actually the topmost room on the lower level of the catacombs. You can then travel to this book skip
get
again,
actor location.
and you'll end up in a
get actor location. Give me just a normal one.
Do that one more time, and you've phased directly into the Minotaur's lair.
Oh no! Now people know I have killer instinct.
The Cataclysm, a combination of catacombs, apocalypse, and clipping through walls.
How'd I feel after Sluicebox dropped his big old bombs on us? Amazing. It doesn't look like it could have problems. But by golly, give it to someone.
I keep forgetting to connect it.
About the games than all of us combined, and yeah, you find some pretty insane stuff.
Since we can book skip to the second level of the catacombs, we don't have to wait out
well,
the long
it doesn't matter
animation of falling
on that
between
part.
levels or light the tinderbox. We don't need to do the ceiling crushing room, and we don't need to get the brick because it's only.
Could you probably get hit if you're using the power? I've decided that no, you cannot get hurt while using the power. However, you cannot hurt enemies, and you also cannot leave rooms or open doors. You have to go out with your body. So it's not an easy way to skip everything. Like you can only interact with one thing when in astral form, and that is pulling levers. Which is what I've decided is like the only thing that would theoretically be possible if you are a weightless version of yourself. Because that doesn't mean you don't have muscles.
In the early morning hours of November 24th, he had shaved an entire minute off the run. 4 days later, he would see a session with 1401,
Let me
and then a
quickly check something.
1358. And finally, on November 29th, an offline run, clocking in at 1355. Between Jackie's GDQ run and the new Catacombs glitches, there was a renewed interest in King's Quest VI speedrunning.
All of a sudden, there are 8 people actively running King's Quest 6, and I was like, yes, this is what this community deserves. You know, all these active runners.
But there was something about Shrek's world record that still left him feeling dissatisfied.
It was cool to get 1355. It wasn't that feeling that I got when I first got sub 18. It wasn't the feeling I had when I first got sub 14. It was just me tired before I went to bed, doing a couple of runs. No one was watching. It's so much better with an audience. It's so much better with.
I'm trying to figure out why the camera is doing what it's doing.
That run happen.
Like it shouldn't be snapping like that.
Something special happen. Oh baby, oh baby, this is it. Having a heart attack over here. Oh my god. Records are made to be broken. And I see so many speedrunners say those famous last words. Good luck beating this one. And it's just, because someone's gonna beat it, man. It's going to happen. I'm looking forward to that.
People adore these games. They have it somewhere in their heart and in their heads, and it's either something from their childhood or just something they played, and it struck a chord with a lot of people. I'm amazed by that because I thought maybe it was just me.
King's Quest community, honestly, it's gotta be the best speedrun community out there, where everyone is always helping each other. No one's an ill-spirited competitor.
It's amazing.
And
Alright.
that's what I loved about this community. That's what I loved about running this game.
I have here written King's Quest 6 any percent goal.
I love just the limpness of the body when you fall down like that.
See if it gets any lower. There's just so much potential still. It's incredible.
And it's just so exciting to see the community just go from, you know, me being alone in my room to now, you know, I think we've got like 80 or 90 people in the Discord, something like that. It's exciting every single day.
Well, I'm gonna do a little bit of testing here. Okay, even if I make it perfect, I need to make it so that it sets the rotation as well. On this. So let's set the rotation, but we're going to do I mean, it is casting to it, so that part is working. Not gonna bother setting up a new video because we are gonna call it in a few minutes. Get actor rotation. That's plus. Can you really? Like, this is the one thing that I cannot. Fine, we'll break. Nope, break. Rotator, thank you. Make rotator. That, and plus 180. I don't need to do the 180 part, I don't think. Actually, what did you do for today's prompt? Oh yeah, right, you didn't get to see it. So far I've only written the joke, but we decided on this joke. Do you know do you know what they say about raccoons wearing hats? Me neither, but their fashion ain't trash. And the idea is that at the beginning of the game, you get the prompt you get the option to tell a joke or not to the best friend. If you tell the joke and then you 100% the game, you will get a cutscene where your best friend is using that as a pickup line, and the main character's like, "You son of a bitch, that's my fucking joke," and then they start fighting. That's the scene. Now, if that's going to look like a cinematic cutscene, absolutely fucking not. But that's the idea so far. We'll see if anything changes. It's not set the rotation properly. Okay, we're gonna need some variables here. So many. Their location. No. Die. Stupid bot. Bots have become even worse lately. Let's make these expose on spawn. that way. That's actually a fun idea. I might go for that. Yeah, let's make this something that the spawn character stores. So otherwise, I won't be able to use this. I forgot to compile it. That means I'm gonna have to do this stuff. What are you talking? Oh, because I connected it, right? You know what? That's fair. And I unconnected down there. Let's get actor road. I'm just gonna get actor transform, save myself some time. Split struct pin. And instead of these two, I'm gonna get actor location, get actor rotation. That means we also don't need to cast it to anything because we're not using that anymore, so it doesn't work. Save. Let me get some. Hold on. First of all, let me turn off the in-flight movie because we're not going to use that screen more tonight. It worked pretty well actually. I'm going to see if I can make it set up a little bit better. But let me get just simple song here. While we work on this. Since it's on my head, we're gonna go with Sticker Brush Symphony. Give me the original. Alright, we saved. Let's try this out. Whee! Alright, awesome. Now we need to do the 180 here. The more I think about it, as much as I love the spline idea, the problem is if you go a far distance. Unless I can remove spline. I can. Okay. Get spline location. No, not get location as spline point. Get spline. No, get point. Get closest point on collision. Get point index. Tried watching Pokemon yet? I have not. The video started 16:9 with black borders, so it looks good on, but on my 4.3 monitor or TV. Ah, that's a little annoying. It's not at the end of the world though. But yeah, I fully agree with you. I don't like when that shit happens. Here's what we can do. On this thing, we do a very simple check. Let me pull out all this shit so it's not in the way. I'm gonna do a very quick sphere trace. For objects. Wait, no, I can't do that because it's not gonna have collision. Shit. Okay. As much as I love this line trace thing, I think I'm just gonna have to go for more better option. Interp. How the hell did that happen? Where did you go? I told you to go there. Need this. Okay. This is not gonna look as good as the original one would have, but it's gonna give us less issue. Except for that part, because I forgot something. Pick rotator. Go pretty far away. Might not need it to be 10. We could probably get away with 5. So why aren't I doing lerps? I should be doing lerps, not this shit. That way I can still use this. Lerp. Lerp. Lerp vector. And lerp rotator. That's the current. That's or that's target, I mean. This way I can guarantee it's always going to be the correct amount. Or that can happen because I forgot how shit works. I did this wrong. It's supposed to be that. Let's do auto. The rotator will just use that. Why is it so... It's not the right speed. It's going too fast. Try that. Hello. Has to be 1 second. Currently I am realizing why this is why I'm struggling with this. I think it's because I shouldn't have the value be high. Yeah, that is what it is. I forget that that it actually will increase. I'm doing a different approach than what I originally planned. It's not as cool as the original approach, but it's going to give me less trouble.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, originally I was gonna have it so that they follow this spline path, and that would be like a really cool transition. But there's a big problem with that.
Yeah, I saw it before.
Yeah, that is that.
The walls becomes
no, it's not the walls. It's the fact that now that I've traveled further, it has looped back in on itself, and I don't know how to remove nearby spline points. If I can figure that out, I'll be going with this method instead. But yeah, right now that is what we're going with. Love the effect I made.
It looks very good.
Yeah. It just needs some particles, and that's perfect. But don't got time to make particles tonight because we are past our deadline.
That when you have an entire game to make.
Yeah.
So you gotta. I mean, I think it looks pretty good. I'm not saying it to be nice.
Thank you.
Is that donkey?
Yes.
It's like it's so weird. It's like when you think about Donkey Kong, you don't think about emotional
No.
things, but I don't know. That war theme is so just right. Hits you right in the feels.
Mm-hmm. That's a problem. It doesn't update the camera on the main VP, but I know how to set that.
I just noticed that you're making this simple game, but for you, you're like putting so much extra effort. Like she can be invincible.
Invisible.
Invisible, not invincible. Can become a bat. She can be like. Yeah, you do so much details. Which is really cool, but also don't forget the bigger picture.
Yeah, it's just that up until tomorrow, I haven't had the prefix for the game. The prefix is what determines if anything I have currently planned has to be scrapped or not. So tomorrow is when I can finally put the set mechanics in stone. So I really hope that nothing I've currently made is gonna get scrapped.
Why would it be?
Because if we per se get the prefix educational, then I'm gonna have to make it an educational RPG game, and with my current setup, it's not an educational game.
Why can't you like? Why can't it be both?
It can't, because the education has to be part of like the how you beat the game, and then like there's no then the mechanics I currently have will clash.
I mean, why not make something new?
I mean, that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to.
No, I mean like you combine the two.
I don't think that's gonna work. Is the problem. But I'll know tomorrow. What if it lands? It's not gonna land. Visual novel was a genre. It's not a prefix. If I see visual novel on the wheel, I am going to manually delete it because it breaks the rule. Same reason why, because like you're not gonna be able to ask for a RPG platformer. Like you either have to pick RPG or platform, otherwise you're giving me way too much work.
You just said it. Like that's something you add, not remove.
What?
Yeah, prefix.
Yeah, no, I was saying that the prefix,
Educational, maybe they fight and like I don't know, it's a ridiculous learning. I mean, if you punch, you get a word above the. I don't know. Like you can be creative. It does. You don't have to scrap everything.
Tomorrow I will know if I have to scrap something or not. That's like no matter what, that's just gonna be the case.
I'm just trying to come up with something that won't make you scrap.
I will say this: I am perfectly fine with if something I've already made is scrapped.
So
I just
feel like we're a bakery.
No, we're not. We're talking. We're discussing this. Why do you think this is bickering? Like we were just talking about the thing. At least I felt we were just talking.
Yeah, we were.
No, you don't have to say sorry. It's okay. And where's that one? Camera mode. We gotta have it set. I think I just need to set that, honestly. And get camera mode. Really, that typo is too much for you? Oh wait. Get camera mode. All of that I just did needs to happen before the delay. Instead of connecting it there, we're just going to do that. There we go, we fixed that. Is that spin happening too fast? Did I set that up incorrectly? Oh no, the leg is bending too fast. That's what's happening. Export. Astral return. Import. Let's look at that one last time. There's a problem there I'm noticing. And that's because we're not updating the values. We're only updating some of them. New arm length. New camera rot. And old camera turn. Let's break into rotator. There we go. That should do it. Might not actually need a see here. Astral Glow. Play from start. Gonna add a float. I'm gonna add a color. Color is going to be color of the astral, like that. It's 1 second long. No, what am I thinking? This one literally has a frame I need to stop. It needs to be at 50. Okay. So starting from 4 into 50. Okay. Celebrate that later. Oh, for fuck's sake. Where is it? The downside with having the array is that I can't just grab it. Okay. Let's see how this looks. forgot that it shouldn't be that bright. Put you at 25 instead. Still too bright. 1. Also, I am going way over time. We actually did pass 8 hours today, and that's not good. I should try to keep my sleep schedule. Okay, that looks good enough for me. We're gonna do something similar for when they're on the ground like that. But I think that's good. Okay. We are going way over time, so I'm going to save here. And tomorrow, the prompt is prefix. Once we have this prefix, we will officially know what our whole game will be about. Because everything after that is just like additional stuff. So let's one more time check out what we did, which was this. That's honestly, we also did the raccoon, so this wasn't everything we did today, but this was the main thing we got done. And you know what? It looks really good. I'm really happy with the result. I might change this so it can't go through the mist walls. There's currently one thing I need to fix, but that's for tomorrow. And the return works really well. See from the side as well. I just love the idea that it's like ripped out of the body. It's so good. But I think tomorrow we will officially start working on the level design. Assuming nothing on the prefix makes too drastic of a change, we should be able to get it done, no problem. I'm gonna record this to post on social media. I'm just gonna record all of the power-ups at once. I'm gonna get this ready for recording. Here it is. Okay. Alright, gotta keep it under a minute because of Blue Sky. But there we have it. Alright, I'm gonna head off. See y'all tomorrow for day 9 with the prefix prompt. And y'all have a good one. Bye bye.